This is Sycamore, written by Craig A. Falconer, narrated by Stephen Barnett. Chapter 1. The chip sits underneath the trackpad, and the trackpad is... Kurt's mental rehearsal was interrupted by a downpour so well-timed that it could only have been sent to test him. He was just 5 minutes into his journey, and there was a long way to go. His older brother Randy's house was still 20 minutes away, and there would be a similar walk to the auditorium from there. If the rain kept up like this, he would need an umbrella. But even then, he realized, the stupidly uncomfortable loafers he had to wear for the contest would be soaked by the water on the ground. Walking wouldn't do. Like it or not, he would have to catch a bus. He squinted at the bus stop a few hundred feet away. A message appeared in his vision, hovering in the air above the stop. Service 37, 4 minutes. He hurried along to the shelter and reached into his pocket for his wallet. No way. Surely it wasn't still in the jeans he wore every other day, when there was no draconian dress code to cause this kind of problem? He patted his suit jacket and felt something, remembering then that he had put the wallet in there earlier so he wouldn't forget it. He pulled the wallet out so excitedly that it fell to the ground and splashed into the shallow end of a rapidly forming puddle. He picked it up and dried the back with his sleeve. It was an old wallet. Too old. But he liked it. He liked the KJ emblazoned on the front, and he liked the scratch on the back. The popper was tight, but he liked that too. Kurt liked the wallet less on discovering that its change pouch was empty but for a few pennies, and even less on finding no notes in its fold. He rushed to take everything out in case any coins were hiding in the sparsely populated card compartment. They weren't. He might as well have left the damn thing in his jeans. This soggy wallet with its used Beanstalk's coffee gift card, 3 pennies, and a handful of lint was all Kurt had to show for his 23 years of life, the last 4 of which had involved nothing but long days of intensive study and longer nights of obsessive coding. It all led to tonight. Having just graduated into the weakest jobs market in history, Kurt's career prospects didn't look good. Wet, broke, and increasingly desperate, he quite simply had to win. But before winning the contest, he had to get there, dry. Randy hadn't been able to drive since the accident, and Kurt couldn't afford to keep a vehicle, so his only options were bus or foot. Now that the money problem had cropped up, he would need to return home first either way. The best-case scenario was that there would be a few dollars lying around within reach, and that he could catch a bus from the stop near his front door. Worst case, he could pick up an umbrella and a change of shoes for the walk. It would be so much easier if the rain just passed, though, so he decided to have a proper look at what the sky said. He stepped out from the bus stop shelter and looked straight up into the rain to find out. A second later, the unhelpful words appeared, bold and black against the gray clouds. Now, rain. Kurt's face was getting soaked by the downpour, but he had to stay where he was. This was the quickest way to find out whether he would need to run home in the hope of finding a bus fare, or if he could wait the rain out. He kept his eyes in the sky until the message changed. Later, plus 10 minutes. Clear skies ahead. Excellent news, but 10 minutes wasn't enough. He focused on the words for a few seconds longer, just to be safe. Later, plus 20 minutes. Clear skies ahead. It didn't matter that his UltraLenses then warned that the rain would resume in half an hour. Kurt would get some bus money from Randy and waltz into the auditorium drier than a Martian summer. Many wearers believed that their UltraLenses were capable of interpreting visible atmospheric conditions to predict forthcoming weather patterns, but Kurt knew better. He knew that the lenses were simply broadcasting their location to the server, which then returned the appropriate forecast for them to overlay in the sky. Reality was augmented, no magic involved. Despite their technological inferiority to many of the other recently released augmented reality glasses, some of which could actively interpret cloud coverage, Sycamore's UltraLenses dominated the congested AR market. Sycamore's founder, Isaiah Amos, had bet on consumer society maintaining its preference for form over function, and his wisdom had been rewarded to the tune of 73% market share. His image-conscious target consumers were loath to walk around with unfashionable glasses covering their eyes, even if those glasses had physical buttons for zoom control and photography that were infinitely more convenient than syncing the UltraLenses with a smartphone to control their function through an app. Early marketing campaigns successfully established the lenses as the affluence AR device of choice by associating bulky glasses with dated science fiction. No one wanted to look like a vision of the future from the 1980s. Unobtrusive contact lenses were the real future of AR, and that future was Sycamore's to lose. Some raised privacy concerns over being filmed without their consent, or even their knowledge, but Sycamore insisted that the UltraLenses were designed to enhance rather than record reality. Others cried inequality, worrying that a two-tier system would emerge with those unable to afford the optical upgrade left at an unfair disadvantage. Amos pointed out that the lenses were corrective as well as improving, and insisted that Sycamore's intention was to elevate everyone. Amos opted to tactfully ignore religiously motivated complaints over the ethics of interfering with the human body. God had made it perfect enough, they told him. But the very idea of perfect enough disgusted Amos almost as much as it did Kurt. Perfect enough was an affront to progress. Kurt concerned himself with neither moral nor stylistic issues. To him, everything was subjective, bar progress itself. Having queued up for the UltraLenses because he saw unlimited potential in their future use, he quickly grew frustrated at their lack of practical applications. The message in the sky on launch night, the first anyone had seen, promised much. "Welcome to Sycamore," it read. "Enjoy the view." But now, barely 3 years since the first worthwhile AR glasses had been released and 8 months since the UltraLenses launched to unprecedented fanfare, few used them as anything more than a convenient TV substitute. The novelty of having status updates and text messages pop up in their vision quickly wore off when consumers realized that they still had to use another device to reply. With no killer app to capture the public's imagination, the entire AR movement was in danger of joining Palm Pilots and mini-discs as a quaint relic of technology past. Most of the industry's major players viewed AR as little more than an interesting experiment, a side project to their primary business of smartphones and tablets. Failure would be palatable. For Amos and Sycamore, however, failure would be fatal. The UltraLenses were Sycamore's all-or-nothing attempt to claim the market, and the young company had no other products to fall back on. Success depended on advertising revenues, which in turn depended on consumers wearing the lenses at all times so that their habits could be tracked and appropriate ads delivered at opportune moments. But with no reason to keep their lenses in, the average user now wore them for only 4 or 5 viewing hours per day. The business model was faltering. These limited use and limited interface problems were common to all AR devices, but the rival glasses at least boasted touch-sensitive frames and semi-functional voice control for people with Californian accents. Sycamore's decision to launch a product with no physical or vocal interface whatsoever made the company an easy target for frustrated consumers and told-you-so industry pundits. Persistent rumors of a purpose-built Sycaphone suggested that even the famously stubborn Amos regretted his decision. Kurt Jacobs was just about the only person who still believed in the conceptual value of the UltraLenses, and he knew how close their potential was to being fulfilled. The contest on which his future depended was ostensibly going to reward the creator of the most innovative UltraLens-compatible service or device with a job for life at Sycamore. The Tree of Life needed a new family member, as Amos had framed it. But Kurt had it on impeccable underground authority that the event was a guerrilla marketing exercise to create buzz for the Sycaphone, that the final contestant would be an intern pitching an idea already destined to win. Defiantly, he believed that his idea was still too good to ignore. It would be heard by a lot of important people in the auditorium, and an awful lot more watching at home. And once an idea like this was out, even Amos wouldn't be able to keep it down. It was better than the Sycamore, and no one would be able to convince the audience otherwise. Even before learning of the Sycamore shenanigans, Kurt had been approaching the contest from a unique viewpoint. He didn't think that another device was what the UltraLenses needed. He didn't think about what the lenses needed at all. Rather, Kurt saw a one-shot opportunity to integrate the lenses into the seamless human-computer system he had been designing for several years. Sycamore held all sorts of patents that prohibited anyone else from producing AR contact lenses. Amos was running the only game in town, and tonight was Kurt's only chance to get in on it. If anything, the Sycamore deceit only made Kurt more determined to win. He utilized the time spent sheltering under the bus stop to that end, rehearsing his pitch to ensure it made the maximum possible impression. The shower passed quickly as the lenses had promised, and he was back on his way within a few minutes. He ran over the key lines as he walked. The day of the handheld device has passed. All we need is a display, a processor, and a control interface. The UltraLenses are capable of both full immersion and composite imaging, so we already have the best possible display. All we need now is a processor and an interface. The processor need only be a microchip, and a multi-touch trackpad is the best interface we have. The display is in your eyes, and the rest doesn't have to be any further away. You don't have to carry anything around. There's nothing in your pocket. Kurt would pause there to let the tension build. The audience would already be sold on the benefits of the recorded reality concept he would introduce first, and the next sentence would either clinch victory or ensure defeat. The chip sits underneath the trackpad, and the trackpad is... What the hell? A repulsive odor confronted Kurt as he turned the corner into Randy's street. He had never been interrupted by a smell before, but nor had he ever met one so strong. It was coming from the other side of the road, where he could see a puddle of blood behind a parked car. There was movement. He didn't want to look, but at the same time he wanted nothing more. Curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked around the vehicle. The remains of a ginger cat, evidently squashed while sleeping, lay flattened at the edge of the road. 2 black birds were on the scene. One looked up at Kurt with blood on its beak and cawed into the air as if boastful to be extracting a twisted measure of interspecies revenge. The other met his gaze for barely a second before resuming its feast. Kurt's eyes were stuck on the birds long enough for the words, "common raven," to appear above each of their heads. He didn't know what to make of this spectacle and turned away when the vocal raven rejoined its partner in pecking flesh from the cat's crushed bones. He tried to physically shake the image from his head while he walked up the path to Randy's front door, but this was easier said than done. An uncomfortable feeling lingered in his gut, and Kurt Jacobs could only hope it wasn't a sign of things to come. Chapter 2. "Did you see it?" Kurt asked. Randy nodded. "Through the window. Sick, right?" "There were 2 ravens eating it," Kurt whispered, not wanting the kids to hear. He inflected his tone in surprise. "One looked up at me when I walked past, like he was trying to send me some kind of message. Then he just kept going. Since when do birds eat cats?" "I don't know," Randy said, hobbling backwards to let Kurt through the door. "Since the cat was dead and the birds were hungry, I guess. What are you doing here anyway? I thought you had to get ready for your thing." "I did, but now I am. Are the kids around?" "Sabrina!" Randy called. "You have a visitor!" Randy was almost a decade older than Kurt, and it showed. While both sported stubble, only Kurt's looked like it was supposed to be there, like it went with his meticulously messy hair. Kurt's shirt and tie somewhat outshone Randy's creased t-shirt and jeans, and that the latter was hunched over 2 crutches further added to the distinction. The fraternal resemblance was there, but you had to look for it. All smiles and innocence, Sabrina looked like neither of them as she skipped her way down the stairs. "Uncle Kurt!" she yelled as she ran into his arms. Guess what? Only 31 days until our birthday. No way. Another birthday? I'm looking at 24. How old are you going to be this time? 8? 10, she snarled, playfully angry at the familiar tease. Kurt was joking, but Sabrina did look nearer 7 than 9. He feigned a wince. Double figures? Tough break. It's all downhill from there, kid. Trust me. But downhill is good. It's easier than going up. Sabrina stuck her tongue out at Kurt. He turned to Randy. How did something that came from you get so smart? She got Lisa's brains. Yeah, Sabrina said, nodding in agreement. And JJ got Dad's. His looks, too. Kurt laughed. Where is your brother, anyway? He's tuned out in his room, Randy answered. The usual. There's no point going in. He won't see or hear you. Oh well, I'll nip up to see him before I go, just to let him know I was here. Randy hobbled through to the sofa, leaving Kurt and Sabrina in the hallway. Are you going to another funeral? She asked as he took off his loafers and suit jacket. This is a different suit. It's for my contest, remember? Oh yeah. Dad said not to get my hopes up, 'cause you won't win. Then it's just as well your dad doesn't know what he's talking about, Kurt said with a wink, his words drawing a giggle from Sabrina. He led her into the kitchen and opened a cupboard. I don't have time to make a real dinner this week, but we could throw together some soup if you like. She did, and she keenly collected the ingredients as Kurt read them out from his phone. He selected the recipe and sent it to his lenses. The ingredients lay on the worktop, and numbers appeared above them in the order they would be needed. Carrot first, he said. Sabrina handed it to him. Kurt looked at the carrot until dotted lines appeared. When they did, he chopped it at the instructed intervals. Happy to be helping, Sabrina tipped the sliced carrot into the blender. Kurt looked back down at his ingredients. The cilantro was marked 2, but he had to wait almost 3 seconds for the lenses to tell him to wash it. How anyone else could find such lag acceptable was a mystery. Sabrina stood on a chair to rinse the cilantro under the tap. After a few similar procedures, however, she grew bored of following second-hand instructions. Uncle Kurt, when can I get my own UltraLenses? You're too young for things like that, he answered without looking up. But Janie Fisher has a pair and she's only a month older than me. Kurt pressed blend and looked into Sabrina's eyes. That's because I don't care about protecting Janie Fisher. These things aren't for kids, okay? You'll be old enough for long enough. Now, be a good girl and tell your dad his soup is nearly ready. Kurt's idea of making soup was piling ingredients into Randy's industrial-strength blender and leaving it on until the motor made the liquid hot. The beauty of a good recipe is its simplicity, his father always used to say. Kurt took simplicity to its limit, and his dubious masterpiece was ready to serve inside 4 minutes. He set the bowls down on the hardwood table and fetched 3 glasses from the matching cupboard, appreciating the size of the room when it took him several seconds to walk back with them. It was a far cry from his own dingy kitchenette. It may not have been in the best of neighborhoods, but Randy's whole house was much nicer than Kurt's. Randy had been high up at the Lexington Brewery before his incapacitation, a position which had enabled he and Lisa to secure a mortgage when the banks were turning almost everyone away. Kurt and Randy's parents had nothing to leave them after the crash, but the payout from Lisa's life insurance meant that Randy could afford to keep the family home despite his inability to work. How much longer Randy would be unable to work, and how much longer the insurance money could sustain the family were unclear, and Kurt wanted to win the contest for them as much as for himself. Sabrina returned with Randy just as Kurt was pouring the soup into their bowls, straight from the blending jug. Always a classy service when your Uncle Kurt's around, huh? Everyone laughed. Having been able to think of nothing but the contest all week, Kurt was glad of the normality. Welcome as it was, though, this normality lasted only until Randy brought him back to reality with a pair of difficult questions. So how are you feeling about tonight? Have you got the pitch ironed out? Kurt coughed as he forced down a mouthful of soup, too hot from the overly effective blender. More or less, yeah. I know what I'm selling and I know how to sell it. I just don't know if it's the right way to sell it to them. It would be a lot easier for me to help you if I knew what you were pitching. You know I can't tell you, Kurt said. It's not that I don't trust you, obviously. It's just there's a lot at stake tonight. Everything. You know how long I've been working on this stuff? When the UltraLenses came out, I took a few steps back to redesign the concept for full compatibility because they were so much better than any of the glasses on the market. And I'm finally there. Even if the game is rigged, I can't not win. And when I do, we'll be set for life. Randy waved a finger in the air. There's no we, hotshot. Your money will be your money. The only advice I can give you is to deliver the benefits of your idea in the present tense. All good pitches center around selling the benefits, and words like is and does do that better than will. Say, my idea changes everything, not my idea will change everything. Even for the past, present is better. That's all I know. That's actually good, Kurt nodded. Sell the benefits like they already exist. Can I help too? Sabrina asked. Of course you can, Kurt smiled. She put down her spoon. Well, our teacher says it's a waste of time trying to make someone want something. You have to make them think they need it. What subject was that in? Marketing. Kurt turned to Randy. When did they start teaching 9-year-olds about marketing? Randy shrugged. It's good advice, though. It is, Kurt agreed. Thanks, kid. So I'll tell them that my idea will give them what they need. No! Remember what Dad said, too. Tell them that it gives them what they need. Always present tense. And move your hands when you say the important words. Sabrina sliced the air like a ninja. Honestly, champ, I wish you could do the pitch for me, Kurt said. You'd walk onto the stage all adorable in a little dress, and then just blitz the judges with marketing spiel and choppy hand gestures. No one would know what hit them. At least you'll be watching, though, right? It starts at 7:30, and my pitch should be about 45 minutes after that. What time is it now? She asked. Kurt looked down to the clock in the bottom left of his vista. The time popped up. Holy Uncle Kurt has to go. It's almost 7 and I'm due there at 1:15. When did it get so late? I'll go and say bye to JJ and ask him to clean this up since you helped make it. Kurt ran upstairs and opened the bedroom door to find Julian lying on his bed staring at the ceiling. He was wearing earphones and looked pretty tuned in to whatever his phone was streaming to his lenses. Like Sabrina, he had their mother's blonde hair. Other than that, he looked like a younger, healthier, angstier version of Randy. Kurt saw nothing of himself when he looked at Julian. His bedroom was a mess, but no worse than Kurt's own. The walls were unusually bare for a teenager's room, and there was no TV, just space and dust where it had sat before he gave it to Sabrina, when the UltraLenses rendered real screens obsolete. Replicating the experience of watching TV was one thing the lenses did brilliantly. They effectively worked as two screens, capable of creating visual depth in the same way that humans did without them. Native 3D full-screen immersion wasn't for everyone, and was only compatible with specially filmed content, so the lenses offered a range of viewing options. Video could be displayed in a box of any size and at any angle so as to give the illusion of distance. Some people like to watch a 42-inch screen 10 feet from their chair. The lenses let them. Others preferred a laptop-sized screen at arm's length. The lenses gave it to them. All a user had to do was select the desired size on their phone and the virtual screen would stick to its set location. Kurt knew that Julian would see his video whichever direction he faced because his eyes had that unmistakable glaze of someone in full immersion. He kneeled down by the bed and took out one of Julian's earphones. Yo, Julian. What the? Oh, hey, Uncle Kurt. What's up? I gotta run to the big contest. We made soup, but your dad said you wouldn't be hungry. It's there if you want some, though. I came up to let you know I was here. Cool. I'll be watching. Good luck. Thanks, kid. And do you think you could clear up the kitchen in a little while? Your sister helped me with the cooking, and your dad's not really up to it. Julian sat up. Why would you make a mess if you're not going to clean it up? If you're leaving, then she can do it. I told her she didn't have to. She helped make the soup. And the mess. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not doing it. Kurt sat down on the bed. You know, I was only 9 when you were born, the same age Sabrina is now. and I was your age when she came along. So? So she had 2 parents and 4 grandparents, but I was still expected to help out. Now it's just your dad trying to raise the 2 of you, and you don't give him any help. Don't you think maybe he'd like to sit down like this now and again, staring at the ceiling like there's no one else in the world? He sits around the house all day. What do you think he does when we're at school? Even you do more than him. Julian lay down and put his earphones back in. Kurt pulled one out again. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you don't work either, but at least you've got your computer stuff. So you would rather I spent the last 4 years working at Tasmart or in some other dead-end job instead of studying? Is that your idea of how to get ahead? Other people work while they study. Other people weren't building what I've been building until 3 and 4 every morning. I could have had loads of money if I'd spent that time working, but sometimes rewards have to be deferred. You should be old enough to know that. Julian sat up to bring his face level with Kurt. What rewards? Your stupid homemade operating system isn't going to suddenly take over the world. Stop pretending it's anything more than a hobby. Maybe the OS was a hobby, Kurt conceded. But I'm not talking about that anymore. This contest is to find the best device or service to complement the UltraLenses. It's really a publicity stunt for the Sycamore, but I've got something that will make their stupid phone obsolete before it's even announced. What you can do with the lenses now will seem like nothing once you see what I'm talking about. Why? What is it? Something that'll win me a job for life at Sycamore. We'll be all set. I'll have more than enough money for all of us. Julian rolled his eyes and lay back down. You know what? Kurt said, rising from the bed and moving to the door. No, not for you. For me, Sabrina, and your dad. If you don't worry about anyone else, then why should anyone else worry about you? It's all right. I know that no one has worried about me since she died. Not you, not Dad, no one. You lost her that day, I know that, Kurt said, trying to sound relatively sympathetic over his annoyance at what he considered needlessly dramatic sentiments. But what about what your dad lost that day? He lost both of his parents and his wife, and the ability to provide for his children. Kurt saw that Julian seemed to be really listening for once, so he kept going. And now his son blames him for all of it. How do you think that is for him? Julian was quiet for a few seconds, then looked up at Kurt. Get out of my room. Kurt slammed the bedroom door and noisily descended the stairs. What the hell is going on? Randy asked. Your son is turning into an asshole, that's what. Everything is always about him. He's 14, Kurt. Of course everything's about him. You can't just go in and tell him you're leaving so he has to do the dishes. Did you even ask how his day was? Kurt ignored most of what Randy said. When I was 14, I was already... And Julian isn't you! Everyone else isn't Golden Boy Kurt, all right? Why did I even come here? Kurt shouted, inches from Randy's face. Sabrina tiptoed out from the kitchen to see what everyone was yelling at. Kurt kneeled down beside her and kissed her on the forehead. Watch the contest on Channel 43, he whispered. Okay? She nodded. I promise I'll win it. Just for you. Chapter 3. Kurt's anger took him beyond Randy's rusty gate before he realized that he had left without borrowing a bus fare. He was going to be late and the rain was back. Returning to ask for money with his tail between his legs wasn't an option, so Kurt continued into the soaking night. His quick feet arrived at the dead cat's corner to find that the birds had been scared away by the rain. Kurt chose not to look at the cat for long, but he couldn't avoid the offensive smell. Even worse now that raindrops were lashing the corpse and carrying its blood into the sewers. Fresh death was pungent, and the air was full of it. His hurried walk turned into a run until he was clear of the smell. As soon as he could breathe without wanting to vomit, he slowed down, focused his gaze in the bottom left corner of his vista to call up the clock again. Its warning that he was due backstage in 10 minutes saw Kurt's pace pick up once more. He was a good runner, admittedly less so than normal thanks to the squelching loafers, so arrived at the university's ancient campus only a few minutes late. The plan had always been to visit Professor Winter before entering the auditorium. Everything else in Kurt's plan had gone woefully wrong. It had decided to rain, he couldn't afford to get a bus, birds had started eating cats, Julian had provoked him into snapping at Randy, he had made a foolish promise to Sabrina, it had decided to rain again. But he wasn't prepared to budge on this. Asserting control in the present would give Kurt a much-needed sense of control over the evening as a whole, however feeble such reasoning appeared to the more rational side of his brain. The visit the kids section of the plan was a write-off, but visit the professor and win the contest were still up for grabs. He was already late anyway. Kurt buzzed his way into the building and knocked on Professor Winter's door. He heard a muffled shout of, "Just a minute!" His eyes darted to a text notification as he waited. The message expanded. Sender, Randy Jacobs. Good luck, hotshot. Just keep your head. RX. Kurt reached for his phone to reply, but was startled by the door jerking open. "Jacobs!" Professor Winter barked in surprise. "What the hell are you doing here? You should be backstage by now. And why are you so wet?" "It's raining." The professor studied Kurt's face. "And my other question?" Right. I just came to thank you for everything. Not just getting me the entry. Everything else, too." "Thank me by doing yourself justice out there. Right now I need to get going, and so do you. Walk with me." Professor Winter reached for the large yellow umbrella behind his desk before following Kurt into the hallway. They hurried down the computer sciences building's 4 flights of stairs and arrived at its rain-splattered revolving doors. The professor held his umbrella over both their heads as they stepped outside. The campus buzzed with excitement, but the air between Kurt and Professor Winter was silent. Normally, the two were full of debate about some new app or piece of hardware. Not tonight. As hesitant as each was to let the other know, both were nervous. They walked past the duck pond, gleeful rain bouncing on its surface, and Kurt thought of something to say that would take his mind off the contest for a few minutes. "I saw 2 birds eating a cat today." Professor Winter came to an abrupt and concerned halt. "Jacobs, I don't even know what that means. Are you okay?" Kurt continued alone for a few steps, and with no umbrella to block his view, he belatedly noticed the massive announcement written in the stars above the city. #Sycamore, #UltraLenses talent search. Live on Channel 43 now. Brought to you by #Lexington. Amos advertised the event as a talent search rather than a technology contest in an attempt to capitalize on the public's insatiable appetite for televised talent shows and auditions, but Kurt didn't care what anyone called it. Winning mattered. Words didn't. Professor Winter seemed decidedly unimpressed with the message as he looked up to see what Kurt was staring at, and quickly refocused on his protégé's anti-evolutionary ramblings. "Birds don't eat cats, Jacobs. Have you been skipping sleep again?" "Well, yeah, but I still saw it. The lenses said they were common ravens, the cat had been run over, and they were just standing there pecking away at it. One even looked up at me when I walked past, like he was trying to send me some kind of Stop talking. Just stop. You need to get your head in the game. You know, if you win tonight, I'll have 2 former students working at Sycamore. I must be doing something right, don't you think?" The professor resumed walking, now sporting a broad but self-aware grin, and pulled Kurt along with him. "You mean Minter?" Kurt asked, clearly displeased. "He's a rat." "Come on now, Jacobs, he apologized for all that. And he's grown since then." "Yeah, into a bigger rat." "Fine. Let's not talk about Terrence. How are you approaching the pitch?" Kurt was much happier talking about this. "I'm going to sell the benefits of my idea as if they already exist and be animated while doing it," he said. It sounded good. "The only thing I'm still debating is whether to frame those benefits in terms of power and money or innovation and progress. What do you think?" "Amos has the final say," Professor Winter said. "So go for progress. The UltraLenses already have most of the market. Now he wants to see what they can really do. That's the point, though. It's about what the lenses can do. Everyone else is going to be talking about what their innovation can do for Sycamore and trying to butter Amos up. Don't be like everyone else. When you get on that stage and look Amos in the eye, ask not what technology can do for Sycamore, but what Sycamore can do for technology. It was more or less the angle Kurt had planned to come from. Thanks, Professor. And remember that Amos likes to sail, and he likes to fish. If you need to hook him, well, hook him with something about the sea. What are you pitching, anyway? The future, came Kurt's automatic response. The professor laughed. You'll have to be more specific than that with the judges. I will be, and you'll hear the details when they do. You always said that patience was everything. Kurt grinned at his favorite teacher and patted his shoulder twice. No other student, past or present, would have dared even dream of behaving so casually with Professor Winter, but he had grown to expect and more or less accept it from Kurt. He shrugged it off. Patience might be everything to me, Jacobs, but I'm not Isaiah Amos. He doesn't suffer fools gladly, and I stuck my neck out in giving the wild card entry to one of my own students. I need you to grasp that. There was a sudden urgency in the professor's voice. Kurt sensed it and sought to reassure him. Relax, he smiled. You chose well. I'm going to win. This thing is too big not to. He felt sorry for Professor Winter caring about the integrity of a rigged contest, but didn't want to burden him with the explosive knowledge of the sycophone deceit. And I'm rooting for you, Jacobs, but there are 12 other brilliant minds sitting in there, desperate to impress Amos. Do you think any of them are 23-year-old kids who won't listen to advice? I know how much you've put into this, and I could give you tips on pitching the idea if you just tell me what the damn thing is. Kurt considered the professor's words, but decided to continue the mystery. Sorry, but I can't tell you any more than you already know. They reached the auditorium's side entrance as he spoke, the spot where all contestants had been due to arrive 10 minutes earlier. He pointed to his wrist, and then the door to excuse himself. Fine, Professor Winter said, more annoyed than he sounded. But can you at least tell me why you can't tell me? Kurt nodded and opened the door. If I told you what it was, you wouldn't let me pitch it. Chapter 4. A clipboard-wielding production assistant confronted Kurt as soon as he arrived in the backstage area. You are so late, she shrieked. There won't even be time for makeup. I don't need makeup, Kurt said. Just a towel. Fine. Stay here and I'll get one. He waited in the empty corridor until his helper returned. That was quick, he said. We're rolling in 3 minutes. Run through to makeup and try to at least dry your face. There's a mirror there, but you seriously have to be in your seat like right now. You're in the second row with the other contestants, 8 from the middle. Whenever someone is called to the stage, the rest of you move along 1 seat. Understand? I'm sure I'll manage, Kurt replied. He opened a door marked Makeup and entered the small changing room. It was deserted but for a pretty girl of around his age and the stylist who was working on her. The girl had red hair and two cute freckles on her nose. Kurt walked over to the wall-length mirror and saw that his hair and face looked even wetter than they felt. A furious once-over with the soft, sycamore-embossed towel made him fairly presentable. As Kurt tried to move a detached eyelash from the top of his nose, his lenses recognized their own reflection and a short annotation appeared beside his head in blue writing. Kurt Jacobs, 23, single, unemployed. Focusing on the words for 3 seconds would have called up more detailed social information, but Kurt knew himself well enough to skip it. The girl with the freckles was more of a mystery, though, so he studied her eyes. She, too, was wearing lenses. Kate Pinewood, 22, single, occupation undisclosed. Hey, Kate, he said, holding her gaze via the mirror. Nothing else appeared. Kate's head shot round accusingly. What the hell are you looking at? Nice, Kurt chuckled. I was just noticing that you don't seem to be in much of a rush, for all they're telling me about how late I am. What's so special about you? I'm the last pitch, she explained, turning back to the mirror. I can sneak in at the end of the row any time after the contest starts, like it's any of your business. Occupation undisclosed. The last pitch. Aha. So you're the Sycamore girl, Kurt realized aloud. Best of luck out there. A look of horror crossed Kate's face. Kurt winked at her via the mirror. Don't worry, I'll warm them up for you. Kurt departed the changing room, pleased to know what he was up against. The corridor was still empty and a bell began to ring. He opened another door, this one marked contestants. It brought him to the side of the stage. He excused his way past his rivals to take his seat. The Renaissance-style auditorium was an imposing building inside and out. Its domed structure was iconic, and the interior harked back to a lost age of artistic decadence with murals aplenty, joined by an inscribed reading from Proverbs. Having recently graduated in this palatial building, Kurt enjoyed the advantage of not being overawed by his surroundings. And, after all that worrying about being late, he was in position with a full 7 seconds to spare. He even had time to tighten the knot in his tie before the lights suddenly died, taking the audience's chatter with them. Darkness, silence. Showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, boomed a smooth baritone voiceover. Please welcome to the stage Sycamore's founder and CEO, Isaiah Amos. The style of introduction befitted a heavyweight title fight, and the audience reacted accordingly as Amos rose from his front row seat to ascend the stairs and assume his role as MC. Everyone around Kurt stood for the welcome. He was comfortable sitting down. Amos loved the limelight like the limelight loved him. Kurt had never seen him in person and was surprised by how youthful he seemed. In TV appearances, Amos's face often showed its 54 years. Tonight, however, his dynamic stage presence drew all of the attention. From a distance, he could have passed for 30. This is an occasion to be savored, Amos began, lowering both hands in front of his stomach to encourage a resumption of the silence. And savor it we shall. Tonight we welcome millions of viewers on TV Bites, available on Lens through any internet device, and apparently also on Channel 43 of those quaint little teleboxes. Most of the audience laughed, mainly out of social obligation. We welcome them to our Sycamore UltraLenses talent search, brought to you by Lexington, in which we aim to unearth a talented innovator and give him, or her, the opportunity to realize their potential at Sycamore. Each contestant will be judged primarily on their innovation, but also on the quality of their pitch. There are 13 contestants in all, 12 of whom have been selected as the most promising from almost 10,000 serious online entries. The field is rounded out by a wild card entrant selected by Professor Dale Winter, our way of thanking this famous university for hosting the talent search in its magnificent auditorium. They will each be given 5 minutes to pitch and a further 5 minutes to answer questions from the board. The board will choose 3 finalists, and I will personally select a winner after interviewing the final 3 in an exciting on-stage discussion at the end of the evening. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce our first contestant, Kevin Chang. Kurt watched with interest as Kevin took the stage and Amos returned to his seat. Kevin's proposal was purely hypothetical and took less than a minute to explain. He had decided that the UltraLenses should allow people to see as well underwater as they could on land. If the lenses could do that, then everyone would buy them, he reasoned. Amos asked how Kevin proposed this could be achieved, to which he replied, "I'm not clear on that yet." The audience applauded politely at the end of Kevin's pitch, and he sat down at the far end of the row. Kurt was pleasantly amazed that the next few pitches saw no increase in quality, and that his rivals' ideas were either tiny modifications of existing services or utterly impossible pipe dreams. The first reasonable suggestion was that Sycamore develop commercial lie detection software. 100% accuracy wasn't beyond modern facial recognition services, the contestant claimed, but he too failed to capture the board's imagination. Before long, the seventh entrant was introduced, and Kurt felt his nerves building. He had been using the time during the previous pitches to finalize his own, and knew that it was as polished as it was going to get. The seventh pitch was by far the strongest so far. It was the first specific and plausible idea, and Amos seemed interested in the new concept for an elegant home and workplace security system. A user would set a 6-digit combination as usual, but the twist was that the pressure-sensitive keypad fitted on their door would have no visible numbers. Only the appointed user's UltraLenses would reveal the numbered zones, 0 to 9, which would shuffle their position every few minutes. In the contestants' words, "It doesn't matter if someone learns your passcode. To get in, they need your eyes." It wasn't the kind of Hollywood idea that would excite the viewers, but Amos appreciated its simplicity. "I like that," he said. "It would sell." His fellow board members nodded their agreement, and the man seemed sure to reach the final 3. Him, me, and Kate. "And now for the wild card entrant, Kurt Jacobs." This announcement drew more cheering than those for any previously introduced contestants, since many of the audience were students and faculty who knew that Kurt himself was a former student of their university. When Kurt had graduated on that very stage only 2 weeks earlier, his brother Randy had been there watching on. This time he searched the room for a friendly face without knowing exactly where he'd find one, but before too long he spotted Professor Winter near the middle. The professor mouthed, "It's yours," and Kurt's nerves evaporated. Because Professor Winter was right. It was his. Kurt had been working on this idea for years, and it was galactically superior to the best anyone else had offered. His pitch would be the most polished, too. Confidence bordering on arrogance convinced Kurt that only the Sycamore could stand in his way, so all he had to do was make it impossible for Amos to justify choosing Kate over him. One deep breath, and away he went. Chapter 5. I'm here to tell you that the UltraLenses are capable of far more than we use them for, Kurt began, addressing what was by far the largest audience of his life. The size of the crowd was intimidating enough, with the TV viewership too vast to even think about. Much of his initial focus was spent on controlling his nervous breathing. These lenses have the ability to change the way we interact with the world and each other on every level. The question we should be asking, therefore, is not, what kind of device can make the most of the lenses, but rather, what kind of system can the lenses make possible? The answer? Let's find out. Amos looked at Kurt with an intensity that was simultaneously frightening and encouraging. Whatever he was thinking, he was interested. When you look at something like a QR barcode for a few seconds and end up seeing a movie trailer in your lenses, what's really happening there? Basically, the lenses are capturing the image and sending it to the server, where it's recognized as a link. Whatever content is hosted at that link is then displayed. As soon as I got my hands on the UltraLenses, I went to work on passing the images they were capturing to my computer. Obviously, that required intercepting the communication between my lenses and the server, but that wasn't. Less than a minute into the pitch, Amos interrupted Kurt. "Do you mean to say that you illegally discovered and exploited a vulnerability in Sycamore's transfer protocol?" he asked, stern and straightforward. "No," Kurt said. "The word exploit implies something black hat, and I wouldn't call what I found a vulnerability." "So what would you call it? A hole?" Kurt shook his head and tried not to smile. "Try Canyon." His audacity silenced Amos and engendered disbelief throughout the audience. "Anyway, let's just say it wasn't as difficult as it should have been. Before long, I worked it out and managed to send images to my computer instead of the server." Randy's advice about the present tense came to Kurt's mind, and he put it to immediate use. "So, picture the scene," he said, falling into a more confident cadence now that he was well into his pitch and had already dealt with an unexpected interruption from Isaiah Amos himself. "While I'm in my room playing around with everything, The lenses are recording my field of vision and sending it to the computer. But rather than a single frame, I'm capturing 60 of them per second. And rather than analyzing the images for linkable content, the computer is storing them. Everything I see is being recorded. I've turned the lenses into the streaming video camera they should have been from the start. A cry of, "That's impossible!" came from one of the contestants who had already pitched. Kurt couldn't remember what his innovation had been, so it couldn't have been anything good. Amos turned to the complainer angrily in an appeal for silence. "Please." "No," the man said. "I won't be quiet. How come Mr. Wildcard is allowed to make these baseless claims? It's easy to win people over with fantasy." "How come no one else was interrupted like this?" Kurt asked. Amos answered, "Well, no one else was making claims like yours. I certainly hope you can back them up. I haven't finished explaining it yet, but if you want a demonstration..." Amos looked along his front row, then back to Kurt. "I'm sure I speak for the millions watching around the country when I say that we do, Mr. Jacobs." "Then watch this," Kurt said, flipping open his laptop on the table beside him. "Can you bring that camera in closer?" he asked a member of the production crew. The cameraman obliged, and as well as going out live on Channel 43, his pictures appeared on the auditorium's big screen. A command line filled the laptop's display, and Kurt typed something too quickly for anyone to read. Mere seconds later, the screen was filled with a never-ending image loop of itself within itself. Kurt's vision was being transmitted to the computer and replicated in real time. He spun around to the audience and they appeared on the big screen. He welcomed their gasps. Next, he focused on Amos, who smiled at the sight of himself. He had doubted Kurt, but was happy to be proven wrong. Kurt had only one word for him. "See?" "Incredible," Amos said. Kurt shook his head with carefully affected nonchalance. "Child's play." Amos whispered something to the man seated to his right. Kurt tried not to let it distract him. "We can transfer either the raw feed, like this, or the augmented vista. There are a few extra steps for the latter, but..." Kurt typed away on his laptop. "Here we go." The clock and everything else that Kurt saw through his lenses was now on the screen. The audience had been amazed by the initial demonstration, but this additional step hugely impressed even the front row. "Okay," Kurt said, taking a second to recompose himself amid mild surprise at just how well everything seemed to be going. "The purpose of that demonstration was to show that we can record the totality of our visual experience. Fine. But when we start streaming the images to a portable device, well, that's when it gets exciting. We need something powerful enough to handle the data, but portable enough to always be with us. Think of a DVR. Before DVRs, a TV could only display what the antenna was giving it, in the same way that our lenses can only see through to reality and augment it with whatever the server delivers. But if we had a small processor that was always near the lenses like the DVR is always near the TV, it could record what we're seeing and relay it at our pleasure. We could literally rewind real life. Today, portable device is synonymous with smartphone. A system needs a processor, a display, and a control interface. That used to mean a PC, a monitor, and a keyboard-mouse combo. Then came the era of the touchscreen, a display and an interface rolled into one. Smartphones house the processor under that touchscreen to give us portability and efficiency. So what did the UltraLenses add? An invisible and unobtrusive intermediary. The lenses added lenses. Kurt paused. Why are we adding things? "Where are you going with this?" Amos asked, unhappy with Kurt's tone. Exactly. Where are we going with this? Sycamore was supposed to change everything. I've been wearing these things for the last 8 months, and my life is the same. So where am I going? Let me finish, and you might find out. That's the idea, Mr. Jacobs. Where was I? Kurt mused in silent frustration at Amos's increasingly frequent interruptions. Mercifully, his train of thought returned after only a few awkwardly silent seconds. Anyway, let's talk about glass. I'm not a big fan of glass. Whatever we do, we're always looking at glass. Families in their living rooms looking at glass. Children on the school bus looking at glass. Half of you in this room looking at glass. A man in an aisle seat next to Professor Winter sheepishly looked up from his lap. "Put your phone down for 5 minutes," Kurt said. "We both know your life isn't that important." Some of the audience laughed. Amos smirked, Kurt saw. "I'm not a fan of glass screens because we no longer need them. We don't need TVs now that we have these excellent lenses. So why do we persist in carrying smartphones around? Some of the cool kids don't. They use smart watches. But what's the difference? They still have to wear a bulky watch and look down at it to see their data. I can't accept that. I won't accept that. Obviously, the UltraLenses lack a sufficient interface and processor to fully replace phones and watches. But I'm sure we can all agree that they represent the best means of displaying data. Therefore, the UltraLenses are our system's display. Now, onto the interface," Kurt went on as he turned to his laptop. As it continued to relay his vision, he began performing gestures on its trackpad. Something like this. Look how easily it controls the zoom of my UltraLenses. Having this with me all the time would be like having binoculars with me all the time. I'm not suggesting that we should carry around a trackpad in place of a smartphone or watch, because that wouldn't achieve anything. What I'm suggesting is that we turn something else into a trackpad. I shouldn't have to say that this is possible, but just in case, this is possible. A small chip can attach to the bottom of all sorts of surfaces and turn them into virtual trackpads. I couldn't afford to buy a chip like that to demonstrate, but it's real. They sense pressure and vibration to determine the nature of the gesture and, as long as whatever the chip is attached to isn't too thick, it works as well as a physical multi-touch trackpad like this one. With touchscreens, we used to use styluses. People said a finger would never be accurate enough. Those people didn't consider the infinity of human ingenuity. All we needed was a different kind of screen. We used to walk around with a device in one hand and a stylus in the other. Hand to stylus to device to hand. The stylus fell in the wake of progress, and the device is about to join it. And I haven't forgotten about the processor, in case you were wondering. It's the chip that lives under our virtual trackpad. I say chip for ease of understanding. We have a microprocessor and a vibration/pressure sensor. Both are very, very small and can be contained within a bubble of sorts, no larger than a few grains of rice. Think of the bubble as a chip. Kurt looked down to Amos and saw him tracing a circle in his left palm. He was following. Everything I'm saying tonight is important, but this is the most important part. The day of the handheld device has passed. All we need is a display, a processor, and a control interface. The UltraLenses are capable of both full immersion and composite imaging, so we already have the best possible display. All we need now is a processor and an interface. The processor need only be a microchip, and a multi-touch trackpad is the best interface we have. The display is in your eyes, and the rest doesn't have to be any further away. You don't have to carry anything around. There's nothing in your pocket. The chip sits underneath the trackpad, and the trackpad is... Kurt swallowed hard and wondered whether the words he had rehearsed so many times really were the best way to deliver the final piece of his puzzle. The piece that would either delight the judges with its ingenuity or disgust them with its recklessness. He searched for support in Professor Winter's direction but found only bulging eyebrows, which suggested that his deliberative pause had lasted longer than he realized. So, as I said, the chip sits underneath the trackpad. He swallowed again and found himself falling into a familiar pattern. Professor Winter silently shouted the word, "Speak," and Kurt managed to choke it out. "And the trackpad is the palm of your hand." The crowd, previously leaning forward as one, sat back in shock. Kurt looked only at Amos, who began to pensively itch his nose. Kurt was sure he could see a grin trying to escape. "We need a microchip, and we need it under our skin." The grin broke free. We calibrate our right hand's fingers to our new palm-based trackpad, and that's it. The display is in our eyes, the chip is in our hand, and the trackpad is our hand. There's nothing else. We are the device. Gesturing on your palm will bring up the operating system on your lenses, exactly as though you were looking at a smartphone or a tablet screen. It can take up as little or as much of your visual real estate as you like, at whatever level of transparency you desire. Think of the chip as the computer that it is, and you'll realize what all of this means. The chip does everything that your existing devices can do and so much more. Your chip will function as your ID, your credit card, your keys. And it's not like a barcode scanner or something that has to be lined up perfectly. Just hold it against your car and the door opens. Someone who pitched earlier suggested a security system. The thing is, we don't need to play any games or press any invisible buttons in a special order. The man who had pitched the magic keypad looked offended. Don't look at me like that, Kurt continued. Your idea was better than the rest. At least you were asking good questions. There's no shame in being wrong about the right things. But all you need to do is fit a scanner to your door handle and it will open when an unauthorized hand touches it. The potential uses are limited only by our imagination. The first smartphone seemed amazing, and think of all the apps that have been developed since then that we already take for granted. It's infinitely easier to develop for this chip than a smartphone, and the display is of infinitely higher quality. Developers can play with location and movement in the same way that they do when working on smartphone apps, but with the added bonus of complete visual input. Every complaint you've heard about the lenses will become irrelevant. Users will be able to reply to messages and respond to status updates directly. You'll be able to zoom and capture snapshots with your fingers. The lenses can't record sound, but how many people still use their phones for talking? For those who do, a small wireless headset will enable voice calling until a better audio solution is found, which won't take long. Some of the glasses on the market use bone conduction, but I know Sycamore can do better than that. There's never been anything like this system, and nothing will ever be the same. Sycamore knew that we didn't need special glasses, and now we know that we don't need a shiny new device. And as I said, the chip is no bigger than a few grains of rice. It can be injected without anesthesia. Eliminating handheld devices will also save untold energy and natural resources. No more devices with obsolescence built in means no more wasted rare metals. In that sense, the chip has very strong green credentials. A lot of powerful interests will stand in our way. The phone networks and manufacturers, the credit card companies, the people who make cables and fix electronics. Whether we press ahead depends purely on whether we want to let them win. Amos was nodding. Kurt felt like he almost had him. This, right now, is a moment in time. Think for a second about social networks and smartphones. They exploded at the same time, and not by chance. Suddenly, a lot of people had a reason to be online 24/7, and suddenly they had a device that let them be online wherever they were. Now, equally suddenly, the best display ever devised has been integrated within the ultimate concept for portable computing. Sycamore's serendipitous moment is now, and by supporting this chip, Sycamore can have the advantage of owning both parts of the puzzle. Imagine if Steve Jobs had invented Facebook, or Mark Zuckerberg had come up with the iPhone. Kurt, again, made a point of looking at Amos. That can be you. Kurt clasped his hands and bowed to the audience to signal the end of his pitch. The polite applause he had expected was quickly consumed by a rapturous standing ovation in which Amos keenly participated. Kurt centered himself, then brought a finger to his lips to silence the crowd. They obliged and retook their seats, leaving him standing messiah-like under the spotlight and the rapt attention of everyone present. He cleared his throat. Any questions? Chapter 6. Amos raised his hand. I have a question, Mr. Jacobs. An important one. Ask away. I like this, But what makes you think people will accept the idea of being microchipped? Aside from the standing ovation, Kurt said. Even Amos smiled. But seriously, people like convenience. You know that. They don't mind trackers in their phones or cameras in their games consoles. As long as the tech is good for something, it doesn't matter if it seems invasive. Okay. Now an even more important question. The UltraLenses were sold cheaply. At a loss, in fact. We expected substantially greater returns from targeted advertising than we have seen thus far. I want you to tell me about revenue. How would this thing earn us money beyond the initial selling price? To begin with, I think you should offer the chip for free. Free? It's not an act of faith, Kurt explained, again bearing in mind the importance of talking in the present tense. It's just good business. The revenue opportunities are unparalleled, and the more hands the chip is in, the more we stand to gain. Potential revenue streams can be split into 4 broad groups. Number 1 is the sale of digital content. This would encompass subscriptions to a cloud-based service for storing visual data at whatever rate you consider reasonable. People will pay well to relive their memories and experiences, to have their whole lives literally at their fingertips. On top of that, we have sales of first-party software and also commission on sales of third-party apps and media through a newly created Sycamore store. The combination of endless possibilities and a massive user base will ensure an avalanche of content from day one. Every developer in the world will want a piece of this, and 30% of their takings come straight to us. Number 2 is advertising. I know it hasn't quite gone to plan with the UltraLenses, but we both know why that is. People take them out. When there are strong reasons to keep them in, like use of Sycamore's new network for telephone and online functions naturally depending on the relevant data being displayed, well, people are going to keep them in. I don't have to spell out what that means in terms of information gathering and targeting. Kurt wasn't a fan of invasive advertising, but he understood that some level was necessary to keep core services free, and he felt that the ads people received might as well be for things that would interest them. Third, beyond metaphor, the chip will function as an actual digital wallet. Stores will accept chip-based payment from users' bank accounts, and Sycamore would be acting within common practice in levying a convenience fee of 1% per transaction. Even 0.1% would quickly add up. It doesn't sound like much, which is why people won't mind, but 0.1% of everything is quite a lot. And finally, the possibility will arise to cooperate with law enforcement agencies. Sycamore will be in a strong position to win security contracts like those given to CCTV providers. Assuming they use the chip and lenses, which they will, the communication and movement of suspected criminals could be tracked at ease. Sycamore will own all collected data. The police and other security services would be morally obliged to pay you whatever you ask if your data could put a murderer behind bars. This last one is probably the least profitable, but perhaps the most significant. We can do good while we do well. Amos nodded and wrote something down. Operationally speaking, he said, what powers the chip? Kurt answered without hesitation. A tiny battery. It recharges wirelessly, automatically. And the sensor. How do you know that it works through skin? I don't know that it does, Kurt admitted. But I know that it could. I admire the honesty. Now, as for selling a subscription to this cloud-based service for storing visual data, as you put it, the kind of storage necessary for that quantity of HD video would be prohibitively expensive. Do you not agree? That depends on your prohibition threshold. Oil pipelines are expensive, but they get built. They get built because oil is profitable enough to justify invading other countries. Never mind building a pipeline. You can charge whatever you want for the video storage. I mean, really, who wouldn't want on-demand access to everything they've ever seen? We're talking about building a billion-dollar pipeline to service a trillion-dollar contract. The decision makes itself. Amos again whispered something to the man on his right, who sat in a conspicuously red tie, entirely at odds with the more somber black worn by the rest of the front row. The red tie man had concerns about the digital wallet aspect of Kurt's pitch. Very exciting, he said. But I think I speak for the majority when I say that I would not welcome a full switch to digital currency. I never mentioned currency digitization. This is just the same as what we have now. You've all got contactless credit cards, right? And you all use your phones to pay at restaurants and withdraw cash from ATMs? Kurt took the audience's silence as a yes. Well, this is exactly the same, except you don't need a card or a phone. You can never forget your wallet because you'll never need to bring it. ID? On the chip. Money? On the chip. House keys and car keys? Unnecessary. Only your chip can unlock your doors. It's all safe. Safer than before. You can't lose your digital wallet or keys and no one can steal them. I know this all works because none of these applications are new. The only difference is that one thing now does it all. This chip does everything. The questioner, who Kurt had taken to thinking of as Red, continued to badger him. If the chip does everything, Mr. Jacobs, we'll quickly become dependent on it. So what happens if the chip stops working? What if your heart stopped beating in the next few minutes? Kurt said, visibly frustrated by the increasing stupidity of Red's questions. Same answer. It won't. Amos interjected with another question of his own. It's all very intriguing, I'll give you that. But as far as I can tell, there is nothing beyond that initially intriguing idea. There is no design, much less a prototype. I gather that you don't like having to carry a bulky smartphone around everywhere you go, and I'm not entirely inimical to your goals of eliminating that need. But while it's one thing to criticize incremental decreases in size and weight, it's quite another to suggest that we can eliminate the device altogether. With no supporting evidence, why are you so confident that we can? Once we do away with a smartphone's screen and the battery power needed to light it, you'd be surprised at how little we're left with, Kurt said. Ribbons connecting components to the screen, speakers, the battery, a SIM slot, a case that has to be tough enough to survive a fall. All of those become unnecessary. Give me the processor and keep the rest. Amos seemed satisfied with the answer, and Kurt was pleased with his question. While the other judges were wasting everyone's time with baseless hypothetical concerns, the man who called the shots was wondering whether the chip could actually function at the suggested size. He liked it. Red didn't, and he pressed further. I'm sorry, but no. This is all pure speculation and counter to the spirit of a contest intended to reward feasible innovation. Well, I'm not sorry, Kurt snapped, pointing at the naysayer. But no to you, too. None of this technology is speculative. The only speculation I offer is that my chip will be in every left hand in the country within 12 months. By far the youngest man in the front row, the well-groomed but snake-like creature Kurt recognized all too well as Terence Minter Minion, took joy in dismissing this prediction out of hand. Don't be ridiculous, Kurt. The internet, MP3 players, and just about everything else took years to catch on. Often the better part of a decade. This isn't like that, Kurt insisted. This is something everyone will buy straight away. It's like if we were fish and someone came up with shark repellent, we would all buy it. So you're pitching shark repellent? Minion asked, making no effort to hide his disdain. I'm pitching the future of the human race. A chip that will change the world while it's taking it over. If Sycamore doesn't want a piece of that, fine. Have fun missing out. Amos tried to restore some civility to the proceedings. Mr. Jacobs, please compose yourself. The ability to handle criticism and field difficult questions is an important one. These aren't difficult questions, though. They're stupid questions. And it's baseless cynicism, not criticism. People always say it can't be done. If I had told you I could stream video from the lenses, they would have said it. In fact, they did. Someone said that was impossible, because to them it was. But I'm not them. They're not me, and I'm not going to let their doubts stop me. Skepticism has a place, but not when it's based on fear. People fear progress because they don't know what it means, or even worse, because it could render their own work obsolete. But every so often, something comes along that doesn't just disrupt industries, it changes history. Kurt intensified his stare at Amos, and prodded his left palm with his right forefinger 3 slow times. "This is one of those things." Minion spoke again. "It's really not, Kurt. You've wasted enough of our time, and this is genuinely impossible. So if the next contestant could get ready to take the stage, that'd be great." Kurt had tried to stay calm, but Minion's words and tone were too much. "You're not just wrong," he snapped. "You're stupid." Kurt then ran his finger along the front row, closed his laptop, and stormed from the stage, shouting as he went. "If you can't see what we could have done with this, you're all idiots! Dinosaurs and idiots!" Blind rage carried Kurt down the auditorium's central aisle, and only spite stopped him at the front entrance. With nothing to lose, he felt like he might as well take Sycamore down with him. "Oh, and by the way," he said to everyone and no one in particular, "the girl who's pitching last is going to tell you about the Syca phone. Her name is Kate Pinewood. She already works for Amos, and he's been planning this for months. I'll post his pre-written press release online when I get home. This whole night has been a sham, and I dare anyone in the front row to deny that with a straight face." No one followed Kurt outside. It was still raining, but he couldn't feel it. All he felt was stupid for throwing away such a golden opportunity. Snapping at the judges wasn't like snapping at Randy. This time Kurt wanted to go back inside, but he couldn't. So, that was it. Everything for nothing. Back in the depressingly familiar situation of being out in the rain with no bus fare and no umbrella, Kurt had no option but to traipse home. The shortest route from the campus didn't involve passing the flattened cat, so at least there was that. A text alert popped up in Kurt's vista, and he hesitated to open it after seeing it was from Randy. But it would have taken more effort to dismiss the flashing icon than expand it, so he read the message. "What the hell did you just do? You're such a goddamn child!" Oh well. Seconds later, another flashing envelope appeared. What is it this time? Kurt wondered. Did he forget to tell me how much I let everyone down? A glance at the icon revealed that this message was from Julian. He would probably be gloating after their argument, but Kurt read it anyway, thinking he could hardly feel any worse. In reality, however, the message from his only nephew went a long way towards cheering him up. "I thought it sounded like a good idea. Maybe the world just isn't ready. JJ." Kurt smiled in the rain and reached into his pocket for his phone. He typed a response and hit send before quickening his pace to get home while he could still feel his feet. "Thanks, kid," read his reply. "Tell Sabrina I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise." Chapter 7. Soaked and frustrated, Kurt tossed his wet clothes into a pile in the corner of his bedroom and started running the shower. It was piping hot by the time he stepped in after making short work of the last Lexington Blue in his fridge. The hot water was so much better than the cold rain, and for a few brief moments the physical comfort made him forget everything else. This lasted until an irritating telephone icon appeared in his vista, instantly and fully capturing his attention. Kurt never took his lenses out, which came in handy at times like this. Although he couldn't hear or pick up his phone, it was on his bed. A quick glance at the icon identified the caller as Randy. Randy's text after the pitch had made his feelings clear, and Kurt was in no mood for another argument. He ignored the call. Randy called again immediately, and Kurt began to wonder if something was wrong. At this point, though, his wonder remained insufficient to merit leaving the warmth of the shower. Some ponderous minutes later, he stepped out of the bathroom and picked up his phone with the intention of calling Randy back. Before he had the chance, it started to vibrate in his hand to signal another incoming call. But rather than Randy, this one was from Professor Winter. What did he want? "Hello?" Kurt answered. "Jacobs, switch your TV to TV Bites, channel 43. "I don't have a TV. I can watch it on the lenses through my phone, but I'll need to hang up first." "Skip that and just get back down here, okay? You're in the final 3. "What?" "Amos sent a taxi. It should be there. Everyone is waiting for you. We assumed you would be watching, but your brother just called the station to say he's been trying to reach you and you keep ignoring his calls." "Is this a joke?" Kurt asked. Professor Winter was hardly known for his humor, and certainly not for mean-spirited pranks. But the possibility that his words were true didn't make any more sense than the alternative. "I'm not even dressed." "Then get dressed and get in that taxi. Amos wouldn't be asking you back after that petulant stunt, unless he was seriously interested in this chip of yours. What do you think about it?" Professor Winter chose his words carefully. "I think you should be dressed and in the taxi by now." "Fine," Kurt said. "Tell Amos I'll be there when I'm there and that it's his friend's fault I left in the first place. Just get back down here and grow up on the way, will you? I'll see you soon." Kurt's relaxed attitude to laundry meant that the only clothes that were ready were those he had never worn. The suit and loafers from earlier were soaked through, and his normal shoes and the jeans he thought the wallet might have been in were still outside waiting to be hosed down after yesterday's forgotten meeting with a steaming pile of brown goodness. Only 3 items lay in Kurt's wardrobe, but he was thankful that they would at least make some kind of outfit. There was a black t-shirt Sabrina had given him on Father's Day, old jean shorts Randy had been going to throw out, and a pair of yellow espadrilles that he had no recollection of ever obtaining. Kurt threw it all on, a makeshift ensemble if ever there was one, and on passing his mirror on the way to the door, he noticed that the t-shirt was emblazoned with the slogan, "Taylor Swift or Die." He could only laugh. "You're Kurt Jacobs?" the taxi driver asked as his erratically dressed passenger climbed in the back door. Kurt nodded. "But if you don't mind, I need some time to think." "Not at all. I've been listening to the talent search on the radio, you know. It was good to hear someone speak like they meant what they were saying for once, and then to tell those pissy judges where to shove it when they weren't listening." "Thanks, man," Kurt said. The driver smiled and pressed a button to roll at the partition. Kurt browsed on his phone to see how the contest was being reported. Hashtag Kurtonite was trending worldwide for the first time in 3 years, and the general mood seemed supportive of his exit. An unnamed group had already discovered and leaked the Sycamore press release following Kurt's reveal, and he was being praised for raising the issue. It always warmed his heart when the internet came together to get something positive done. He put his phone away after reading through the initial reactions and realized he had almost arrived. The taxi pulled up in front of the auditorium, and Kurt explained to the driver that he would get someone to come out and pay. He didn't know what to expect on the other side of the entrance. He would just have to see what happened and run with it. Kurt re-entered the packed auditorium and walked back down the aisle through the audience. A murmurous hush accompanied his journey to the stage, as everyone waited for him to say something. When he reached the steps, he pointed to the door and spoke. "Someone's going to have to go outside and pay for that taxi ride." "It's taken care of," Amos assured him from his new seated position on stage. "Up you come." Kurt joined Amos on the stage and looked at the other 2 finalists. The man who had pitched the home security system was standing next to another, one whose pitch Kurt couldn't quite recall. There was no girl, no Kate. "So is this guy doing the Sycamore now?" Kurt asked, speaking only to Amos. Amos shook his head dismissively. "I don't know what you think you knew, Mr. Jacobs, but it was never our plan to announce a smartphone this evening, or at all. You're going to look like a fool if you keep rabbiting on about it." "Are we really doing this?" Kurt asked. "You know I know." "Even if that were true, how would you know? How did I intercept the UltraLenses transfer protocol? It's not my fault that none of your systems are protected in any serious way." The silence was real now. So quiet were the crowd, Kurt couldn't help but wonder how they managed it. Amos looked annoyed for a second before forcing a laugh. He studied Kurt's outfit and pointed to it. "Speaking of looking like a fool, yellow sandals, tough guy jean shorts, and a Taylor Swift t-shirt? Wow. What happened to the badass who left us all hanging? First of all, they're espadrilles. And look, the fact that you called me back here after what I said shows how much you need me. I was only in such a rush to get dressed because you were so desperate to see me again. Millions of people are watching. It's not like you can steal my chip and pretend it was your idea, so don't try and turn this around by putting me down. I'm in charge here." Amos fought to suppress his admiration for Kurt's tenacity. "You certainly are a feisty one, Mr. Jacobs. All I meant was that you don't really look like a computer guy." "And what do computer guys look like?" "Well, your fellow finalists," Amos said, tilting his head to the two other men. One was tall and thin, the other, not so much. Both stood awkwardly. "Computer people don't have a typical look," Kurt said. "Those are just stereotypes. But I don't think of myself as a computer guy anyway. I'm more of a—" His sentence trailed off. "It's okay," Amos said. "You can say it. Hacker isn't the dirty word it used to be, and we know who you are now anyway. The internet has been abuzz since your exit, and some viewers linked the name Kurt Jacobs with the moniker of your youth. Kurtonite, if I'm not mistaken." Kurt moved his eyes along the front row and saw that Sycamore's army of suits were studying him closely. Terrence Minion was smiling. "You're not mistaken," he eventually replied. "But I haven't been involved in any of that for years. And yet, your reputation still precedes you. No doubt because your antics caused an awful lot of headaches for an awful lot of people." "I helped a lot of people too," Kurt said, somewhat defensively. "Real people. If corporations didn't plan for obsolescence by selling us premium products made of years-old tech that ship with pathetically closed operating systems, then maybe there wouldn't be a need for the community's antics. But you don't think like that, do you? You just push for more laws to restrict how people can use the things they pay for. Justice isn't supposed to be a weapon of the powerful. You can't steamroll over a user base and then complain when it throws a few jailbroken stones back at you." "We don't do that," Amos said. "I didn't mean you as in Sycamore. I meant the industry. Apart from the whole lying about the Sycophone thing, you've actually been all right." "Why, thank you. It's good to know the community is on our side." "I can only speak for myself," Kurt qualified. "Of course," Amos grinned. "And I have to say, this ADHD want-it-now hacker mentality, it's the best thing your generation has to offer the world. Most of your peers sit at home moaning about how much everything sucks, and how the world just doesn't understand them. But people like you take that as a challenge to change things. You buy a phone and it's locked, challenge accepted. Because it isn't enough to take things apart and see how they work. You have to put them back together better than they were. You get frustrated when people don't understand you too, but on a tangible, specific level. If someone asks a question and you answer it, you're annoyed when they ask again, as we all just learned. Because you can't accept that other people aren't as quick as you are. You can't help but wonder why everyone and everything isn't better than it is." Kurt shrugged. "To be honest, I can't help but wonder why you've been wasting so much time and money developing the Sycophone when it's such a slight improvement on what we already have." "The Sycophone is a revolutionary device," Amos insisted, too affronted to realize he was tacitly admitting to having rigged the contest. "You haven't even seen it. How can you dismiss it?" "Because I've just seen the spec and it's garbage." Professor Winter's head fell into his hands. Elsewhere, Randy, Sabrina, and Julian sat huddled in front of Sabrina's TV, begging Kurt to take his words back. Begging him not to throw it all away again. Amos looked at the arrogant child before him through newly narrowed eyes. "What do you mean, garbage? The Sycophone is transparent. It has a multi-touch screen on each side, and they're the sharpest screens ever made." "You know exactly what I mean," Kurt said, returning Amos's gaze unflinchingly. He wasn't pitching anymore, just having a tense, one-on-one conversation that the world happened to be watching. "A slightly lighter phone, with a slightly sharper screen and a slightly longer battery life? That's the best you can do? Really? Lighter, sharper, longer? It's all progress. At a geological pace. When your two options are changing the game or squeezing out 1% refinements like everyone else is doing, refinement isn't progress. Relative to nothing, I guess it is. But relative to what you could be doing, relative to what you should be doing, it's stagnation. You're coming at this with the myopic view that the only place for an ideal system's necessary components is inside a handheld device. Your eyes are on making the device better, but my eyes are on creating something that squeezes every ounce of potential from the UltraLenses. Your something is a new phone for users to pick up when their next upgrade date comes around. My something will change their lives. My something will enable users to record their experiences, with the lenses acting as a display for a holistic system. An implanted chip does that better than a phone. Fact. So don't even try and tell me otherwise. As weird as it sounds, I saw two birds eating a cat today, and if I had a chip in my hand, I could show you that whole scene exactly as I saw it. Since when do birds eat cats? Amos asked. Since the cat was dead and the birds were hungry. Amos studied Kurt's blank face. So, what? Are you the birds? Am I the cat? It's not a metaphor. I actually saw it. The blood was flowing into the sewers and... Anyway, the point is that I should be able to rewind the footage and effortlessly share it with you. I would pay to be able to do that. I understand what you're saying, Amos sighed, appearing almost submissive. But you have to take a step back and see this from my perspective. The Sycamore represents a huge commitment for Sycamore. We can't just write it off. No, you have to take a step back and appreciate how big this could be. It's not just about recording our experiences. This is about digital currency, personal security, next-gen social networking, and genuinely useful targeted advertising. Sometimes ideas are too big to take in at once. It's like trying to explain the internet. This will be bigger than the internet. Amos scoffed at the notion. Come on now. Kurt felt confident that he would win the job for life at Sycamore. Why else would he have been called back after what he said? But he wanted to make sure that his work would involve developing and releasing the chip that had utterly dominated his focus for so long. These were the crucial moments. Really, he said, slicing the air with a two-handed gesture that even Sabrina would have been proud of. Abandoning the Sycamore means you've wasted X number of hours and however much money, but money comes and goes and the clock always comes back around. This chip is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ignore it, you miss out on everything. Within a year, there will be a chip in every American's left hand. You have to ask yourself whether Sycamore wants a monopoly on the biggest thing ever. You make good points, Mr. Jacobs, but... Something Professor Winter said came to Kurt's mind, and he decided it was time to strike. He had to hook Amos, and he had to do it now. Look, he said, staring into Amos's eyes. The Sycamore might be a big idea, and you might have been pursuing it for a long time. But now there's a bigger idea in your sights, and you owe it to yourself to go after it. I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you catch sight of a marlin, to hell with the catfish. Amos nodded a decision and announced that he had 2 more questions for each of the finalists, after which he would crown the victor. He started on the right, with a tall, bespectacled contestant whose pitch had come early in the night. This first finalist answered his questions fairly predictably. He wanted to win because working at Sycamore was his dream, and he deserved to win because his idea, the impossibly ambitious and seemingly pointless plan to make the lenses function underwater, would make Amos a lot of money. Kevin Chang, Kurt remembered. That was it. Kevin's trifling innovation and cardboard delivery were emblematic of the general quality of contestant Kurt was up against. Second came the shorter and fatter of Amos's stereotypical computer guys. His age was hard to determine, perhaps 35, and he still looked tremendously uncomfortable to be standing in a tuxedo while addressing a television audience of millions. I want to win, so I have a platform to further my projects and goals. I deserve to win because my home security system is stronger than the hackers, and he showed disrespect to all of us when he stormed out. He shouldn't win. Amos took delight in the personal attack on Kurt. It would go down well with viewers, accustomed to such drama as they were. He moved along the line giddily. And now we come to the legendary Curtinite. So, Mr. Jacobs, why do you want to win? Amos hoped that Kurt would ignore the question and instead react to the previous jibe, but no. His head was in the game, and he answered without hesitation. Because I promised my niece that I would. This is for her. And her brother. Maybe even their dad, too. They're the reason I came back. How nice, Amos said, quite evidently having been looking for a different kind of reply. And now tell the world why you deserve to win. Kurt turned away from the crowd, dropped his microphone, and looked Amos square in the eye. Although Amos was ex-military, above all else he was a marketing man. Kurt knew that a solid tagline would seal it. He held his breath for a long count of 3 and spoke quietly. The tree of life in the palm of your hand. Amos grinned broadly and offered Kurt his hand in victory. The audience enthusiastically hailed this symbolic gesture as Isaiah Amos whispered the 3 words that would change the world forever. Welcome to Sycamore. Chapter 8. Immediately after the contest, Kurt handed every ounce of his plans and workings to Sycamore. Amos asked him to stay home until further notice while the company's best minds worked on manufacturing a prototype chip small enough and powerful enough to utilize his operating system from within a consumer's hand. Kurt was forbidden from talking to the press or commenting online in the meantime, but his dislike of publicity meant that this was no source of disappointment. Kurt enjoyed a quiet week knowing that his ideas were being put into practice, and after 9 days he received a call from an old acquaintance in the form of Sycamore's Terrence Minion. The chip was ready, Minion claimed, and Amos wanted Kurt to be the first person to test it. The weather outside of Kurt's window was unseasonably nasty, but he didn't care. The days of struggling through the rain belonged to the past. He didn't know at what length the car became a limousine. All he knew was that the luxury black vehicle Amos sent to bring him to Sycamore's headquarters tested that boundary. His 20-minute journey to the quarter-mile was refreshingly comfortable. The world at large would soon be enjoying Kurt's creation, and he was already enjoying the fruits of his labor. Amos stood in the lobby of Sycamore's imposing HQ. The building had been erected in the months before the UltraLenses launched. It rose only 33 stories, less than any other within the city's exclusive quarter-mile development. But its architectural design set it well and truly apart. The lower section was straight and narrow, but the middle floors protruded bulbously from the center. The upper section then tapered back into a peak, creating the rudimentary outline of a leaf. Never having had reason to visit, Kurt had only seen photos of the building from a distance. He was surprised to be even more impressed up close. It didn't look cheap. As soon as Kurt walked through the glass doors, Amos greeted him warmly. "Mr. Jacobs, welcome to Sycamore, for real this time." "Thanks," Kurt said. "Minion said I'm going to be the first to take the chip. I'm ready." "Of course. It's waiting for you upstairs, fully loaded with your operating system and, once injected, fully operational as a trackpad. We're calling it the Seed, though. Chip sounds a bit too robotic. And, you know, Sycamore Seed. Our marketing materials can tell consumers to sow the seed of progress. Who could say no to that?" Kurt nodded. It was progress, and Amos seemed committed to it. "So I'm going to be the first to be seeded," he considered. That does sound better than chipped. Amos led Kurt into the elevator and pressed 22. "What's on 22? "It's my floor. Office, meeting room, and lounge. It's just before the widest point." "So what's above you?" "Nothing for you to see," Amos dodged. "Anyway, did you read much online after the contest? Your performance was so magnificent that some people thought it was a setup. As if I could have set up a performance like yours, sweeping its way across my stage like a hurricane of fresh air. You've done very well keeping quiet when everyone has been talking about you. I have to say, I'm impressed." "I just turned my phone off and didn't look," Kurt said. He had quite enjoyed being switched off. The elevator stopped gently and Amos stepped out, directing Kurt towards the meeting room. The expansive floor was largely empty. Amos's office was on the east side, and his meeting room on the west. The rest of the floor appeared to constitute his lounge, with leather sofas strewn here and there. "Seems like a waste of space," Kurt commented as they walked. "It does," Amos conceded. "But it's not. Anyway, there are 4 men waiting for us. One is a doctor who will inject your seed, and then leave. The others are our top men. We're going to have a team meeting to discuss our plans for the launch and beyond, so it's important that you conduct yourself professionally." "Who are we meeting, the head coders?" Amos tried not to laugh. "No, only the important people. Heads of marketing, data collection, and communications. You already know Terrence, he heads up DC, and you'll probably recognize Gary and communications Colin from the contest. These men make Sycamore tick." "What do their departments do?" "Very briefly, then. Communications is as it sounds. They've been porting the Sycaphone's revolutionary messaging system, and they do a lot on the social network side of things. DC gathers and analyzes user data with a view to leveraging. Marketing sells the Sycamore brand. But those guys don't deal with incoming ads. That's all DC. DC sounds important. It is. Most of our operations go through Terrence. He's brilliant. I see a lot of you in him." Kurt looked disgusted. Minion had been 2 years ahead of him at university and was not a man he enjoyed being compared with. "I don't like him," he said. "Just so we're clear on that going in. He's a snake." "I don't particularly like Terrence either," Amos said. "But we don't have to. He's the best in the world at what he does, and that's what counts. Civility is all I ask, Mr. Jacobs. We're a team." "I can be civil. By the way, does that Kate Pinewood girl work in this building?" "Not anymore," Amos replied bluntly. Neglecting to dwell on this point, he then opened the door to the meeting room and ushered Kurt inside. It was a small room dominated by a wooden table. 3 of its seats were taken by the department heads. Minion sat alone at one side, and there was a space at each end for Kurt and Amos. The doctor stood in the corner clasping a black briefcase. He opened it after a signal from Amos and produced a short needle. "The seed is in that?" Kurt said. "Yes," the doctor replied. "You're not scared of needles, are you?" Minion answered. "That's Kurt Knight you're talking to, Doc. He's not afraid of anything." "No, I don't mind needles," Kurt said, ignoring Minion's attempt to annoy him. "I just can't believe it's so small." The doctor took Kurt's left hand and asked him to relax. "Please squeeze your wrist tightly with your right hand. Good. Now keep squeezing and extend your fingers." Kurt did as the doctor said. His left hand shook under the opposing stresses as the needle reached his palm. "Look into my eyes," the doctor said. "No, I want to see." The doctor held the syringe at a slight angle and pressed down on the top. A moment later, a sharp intake of breath signaled Kurt Jacobs becoming the first man to be seated. Almost disbelieving how quickly the procedure had been completed, Kurt released his wrist and stared at his palm. Time seemed to stop, as everyone in the room waited for him to do or say something. Amos eventually broke the silence. "So, how does it feel?" "You know when you get an itch under your shoulder blade, and you just have to wait until it goes away? It felt like that, except inside my hand, and it stopped straight away." "And now?" asked the doctor. "Now it sort of feels like really intense pins and needles. That'll stop too, though. Right?" Amos and the doctor looked at each other and collectively shrugged. "You're the guinea pig," Amos said. "It's starting to fade," Kurt replied with more than a hint of relief. "Definitely fading." Amos breathed a sigh of relief just as deep as Kurt's. "Good," he said. "Now we just need to take care of the sound. There's a tiny speaker for each of your ears. We're calling them in-earphones and giving them away free with the seed. They sit far enough inside the ear that nobody else can hear your seed's audio output. They record sound, too, so this completes the system with no need for a headset. You're not injecting anything in my ears, no way." "Oh, come on. It's just a little prick. Don't be such a fairy," Amos said. I always knew it, Minion grinned. He has that look about him. Kurt scowled at Minion, then turned to the doctor. Just do it quickly, okay? The doctor explained to Kurt that he wasn't injecting anything. It's more like sticking them on, and proceeded with the painless process. Kurt was pleasantly surprised when the doctor said it was over and unceremoniously shoveled everything back into his briefcase. You can go now, Amos told the doctor. Thank you. And remember, not a word. Chapter 9. With the doctor gone, Kurt sat down and continued to gaze pensively at his hand. Now, however, he was also wondering what was inside his ears. Time for the most important question, Amos said. Does it work? Kurt looked up to meet his eyes. How would I tell? There's nothing to hear. You can play with the sound later. For now, I didn't mean the in-ear phones. I meant the whole setup. Double 5-tap to bring up the main dashboard of the new OS and we'll see what you're looking at. Kurt tapped his left palm with all 5 fingers of his right hand, twice in quick succession. Instantaneously, his mouth fell open in amazement. It works! He beamed, as the operating system's dashboard appeared in the center of his vision, easy to read at its default 50% transparency. Are the gestures more or less the same as I wrote them in my original plans? Could you work most of that in? Everything is how you wrote it, and everything is worked in, Amos confirmed. Even the shortcut gestures to answer calls and access messaging without bringing up the OS. It's got the works. How did you get this done in 9 days? We have a strong and talented workforce. Sycamore was already the fastest-growing tech corporation in the universe before you came along, Mr. Jacobs. We know what we're doing. Kurt was impressed. He pinched his thumb and index finger inwards on his palm, performing this gesture to reduce the size of his dashboard. A 3-finger downward swipe gradually increased the transparency until the dashboard faded out and his vision returned to normal. He looked at Amos with no effort to contain his joy. You actually did it! We did. Amos smiled, delighted by Kurt's positive reaction as much as by the technical success that underpinned it. Naturally, the available apps are limited at the moment, though. Feel free to explore. Kurt swiped 3 fingers upwards and the dashboard returned. It was a standard tiled interface, designed for simplicity. There was room for 16 tiles on the first page, but only half were occupied. Settings, Syca Store, Syca News, Forest, Video Call, Voice Call, Messaging, and Relive. Is the Syca Store live already? He asked. Amos shook his head quickly. Not until the seed launches. Fair enough. And what are Forest and Relive? And where's the web browser? Forest is our new social network. Relive is the app from which consumers can, well, relive their previous experiences by accessing their UltraLens recordings from Icarus. It'll go live with the Syca Store. And there is no browser. We have no plans to support web browsing. Kurt looked blankly at Amos, as though awaiting a punchline. None came. Why would we? Amos continued. The most visited website in the world is a search engine. That shows that people browse to find things. We want them to know where everything is. Most consumers only use the internet to access their social networks, email each other, buy things, and read news. There are apps for that. But you can't just not have the internet, Kurt said, his tone inflected. He still wasn't sure if Amos was serious. Why? The internet is a mess, so lawless and decentralized. We can't control the ads on third-party websites, so why would companies pay our premium rates if they could reach our consumers through the back door? We can meet 99% of the needs of 99% of our consumers by having their favorite services and content sources accessible through neat, self-contained apps. Someone will make an internet app to cover that final 1%, Kurt said, and it'll be a lot more popular than you think. One of Amos's eyebrows rose slightly. Well, they can make one, but we won't let it in the store. And really, what do people use the internet for that they'll miss out on without an open browser? Other than piracy, there's nothing. By the seed's launch, there will be apps for their online shopping, their auction sites, their user-generated encyclopedias, their message boards, their tube sites, their specialist news sources, their adult needs, everything. What else is the internet for? People use the internet to post unpopular opinions that nowhere else will host. The internet is the last real democratizing force we have, Kurt argued, passion in the words. Come on, Mr. Jacobs. They can still post status updates just like they do now. And anyway, if those opinions were any good, they wouldn't be so unpopular now, would they? That's how democracy works. What's popular is right. You can stop calling me Mr. Jacobs now. And no, it's really not. Democracy is about being able to say what you want and do what you want so long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, and the internet lets people do that. But today's kids aren't interested in stuff like that. And their generation has grown up without file systems and with distinct apps for distinct purposes. This is what they know. You didn't insist on an old-fashioned file system, so why are you so set on a browser? The internet is like a giant supermarket, but people keep buying the same things. So most of that vast shelf space is wasted. Our system is a vending machine with neat little tiles that everyone can understand. Push a button and there you are. Easy. Progress in a nutshell. Why would a man of science be upset by progress? I'm not upset. I'm just annoyed that you're handicapping the seed by eliminating user choice. It's so short-sighted. Trying to sell people a seed with no browser would be like trying to sell them a car they can't steer. Which would be better, Amos said, his eyes lighting up. Everyone would buy that car. It's a good analogy, actually. At the moment, people have to steer their cars to get where they want, just like people have to browse the internet to find what they want. Having an app that takes you right there is like being able to tell the car where to go and sit back until it arrives. What if the car doesn't know how to get to the place you want to go, though? Or what if it decides you shouldn't go there? Amos shrugged. Go somewhere else. Kurt held his gaze. I want my seed to have a browser. It's my seed, Amos said. It'll have what I consider necessary. No, it's my seed. Amos rolled his eyes at Kurt, breaking then quickly resuming their intense eye contact. The seed belongs to you, in the same way that your shoes belong to the Filipino orphan who stitched them together. This is serious business, Kurt. Not everything is about you. I can see that. It's all about control. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, Amos said, leaning back in his chair. None of this is about control. It's all about money. Sycamore is a corporation, and as such exists to turn a profit. In some instances, yes, control is a necessary intermediary on the road to profit. Full control of advertising placements and the data which informs those placements is crucial for maximum profitability. Kurt sighed. So everything you've ever said about progress is a lie. It's all just about money? I thought you were different. Come on, friends, Terrence Minion interjected in a grating voice. This should be a happy time. We're arguing about how to make sure we succeed. Different methods, same intention. Let's talk business. Kurtonite just has to start realizing that he can't always be right. My name's Kurt. That's what I said, Minion deadpanned. Okay, Amos said, carefully pouring water from a bottle into the mug in front of him. Time for business. Kurt, tell everyone your ideas on advertising placements. The rest of us already know what one another thinks. Why are you drinking cold water from a mug? Kurt asked, distracted. Let's just say you're not the only one who doesn't like glass. Anyway, what about the placements? My feelings on advertising placements? Well, first of all, we need an outright ban on sticky pop-ups. You know, the relatively positioned ones that move with your eyes until you click them away. I've heard stories about mistimed pop-ups causing car crashes when lens wearers couldn't see the road. Fabrications, Amos said. Tall tales of corporate espionage. And anyway, that could never happen if cars drove themselves. See how it all comes around? Pop-ups aren't a big part of our plan, Minion said, an expert on such matters. See, right now most placements are static, ads in the sky or at the side of the road. They're basically floating billboards if you need a clearer way to think of it. But a clickable interface changes everything. Think of posters advertising a gig, for example. We place the ad on a busy shopping street, and any user who focuses on it can click through to purchase tickets. It's just like on a website. You see the ads, and you click the ones you're most interested in. Kurt pondered the concept. So it's like a normal public ad, but with a link attached? At least it's less obtrusive than targeting people inside their own homes like I thought you might. Well, Minion sighed, that's the strength and weakness of public ads. They're public. Everyone sees them, whether they're part of the target audience or not. Premiums and super premiums are the next step. As well as location and basic demographic data, seed integration will give us info on buying habits, viewing habits, actual behavioral habits, everything. We'll know who consumers talk to and what they say, what they want for Christmas, and what their partner wants for their anniversary. Private data like that is precious, Kurt said. Minion grinned, exposing a gleaming set of fittingly sharp teeth. Indeed, and precious things are valuable. At data collection, we take that information and offer it to suitable third parties who will pay whatever we ask. A premium placement might be for a concert featuring whoever you've just been listening to. But super premiums are the real story. Say a man has a fight with his wife. Her recent forest messages or recent voice comms might reveal that she really wants a holiday in France for their anniversary, but that she doesn't think he would do something so romantic. A super premium ad would see a Sycamore worker show the man her comment and offer a competitive selection of French holidays. The man wins his wife over, the advertiser gets what they want, and they pay us astoundingly well for the honor. Kurt looked across the table to Amos. He didn't know what Forrest was, but already hated the sound of these so-called super premium ads. This is a joke, right? We're not really going to be reading people's messages and watching the world through their eyes just so we can make money from opportunistic advertisers. Are we? Amos signaled to Minion that he would handle the probing question. We are, but only us. I'm happy to sell data and info, but I insist on keeping communications analysis and vista monitoring in-house. Advertisers have no right to intrude on consumers' privacy like that. And we do? Kurt asks. As per the terms of the EULA, yes, quite explicitly. But we'll only exercise that right in certain situations. When consumers are in the vicinity of a physical store, for example. Knowing where people look can inform effective store layout, so it's valuable data. Other than that, and the kinds of thing Terrence was talking about, DC will analyze a cross-section of consumers' TV viewing habits to see which areas of the screen they focus on and when. Again, producers want that data and they're willing to pay well for it. But the key point is that only we will ever see the live streams. No one else gets access. Ever. Kurt's displeasure was momentarily distracted by a new thought as it popped into his mind. He voiced it right away. What about law enforcement, like I said last week? Surely we could make an exception to catch murderers and rapists. A way to pass their data over when necessary without opening up everyone's? We have something in mind to ensure that we can assist the security agencies without fully entrusting them with consumers' visual streams, Amos replied. The police and so on will have access to the tracking grid, of course, but no more than anyone else. This wasn't the kind of answer Kurt had hoped for. What do you mean, no more than anyone else? Communications Colin cleared his throat before answering Kurt's query. Well, Kurt, a core function of our new social network, Forest, is automatic tracking and mapping of every consumer's precise location via the seed. Wait a second here, Kurt said, feeling suddenly as though he was spinning around in circles. What are you talking about? You can't share people's location without their consent. And why track the seed's location in the first place? The UltraLenses are already tracked. Exactly, Amos said, trying to allay Kurt's tiresome privacy concerns. The UltraLenses are tracked anyway, like you just said. So what difference does it make if the seed is too? It makes every difference in the goddamn world! Kurt snapped, slamming his fist down into the table much harder than intended. People can take their lenses out and throw them away. What happens when there's a chip in your hand that you can't switch off? Do you not hear how evil that sounds? There's no such thing as evil. Amos said absently. Kurt Jacobs glanced at his palm, wondering for the first time if he had just made the biggest mistake of his life. Chapter 10. Even if there's no such thing as evil, Kurt mused, slowly looking away from his palm and meeting Amos's intense gaze once more. Tracking everyone's location via a chip under their skin and sharing it without their consent must be as close as it goddamn gets. If you launch with compulsory location tracking in place, the news media will eat us alive and everything will be for nothing. We won't even get out of the starting blocks. A stern expression suggested that Amos felt Kurt was being disrespectful in raising his voice in the meeting room. But the fearsome executive's love of money overpowered his love of respect and commanded him to consider the point Kurt had made. He looked around the table and tried to gauge the feelings of his men without outright asking for them. Minion's face rarely reflected anything, and Communications Colin utterly lacked the capacity to stand up for his opinions, so Amos concentrated his gaze on the hitherto silent head of marketing. "Gary, what do you say?" he asked. Red Tie Gary from marketing, no friend of Kurt's at the contest, was candid in his response. "I think the kid's right about this one, sir. Compulsory location sharing is the one thing that our research suggests people aren't likely to stand for. Even having it activated by default will garner a lot of negative attention for our launch. The data we have at the moment strongly suggests that we should opt for an opt-in system." "Fine," Amos conceded. "We'll ask users to opt in. Everyone will, though. I'll ask nicely." "Good," Kurt said. "But what's the idea behind this new social network, anyway? Why are we calling it Forest?" Amos smiled, taking silent delight in hearing Kurt use the word "we" like this. Misgivings or not, he was clearly on board. Communications Colin answered again, taking obvious joy in talking about his dearest brainchild. "With Forest, we're aiming to connect everyone more deeply than any social network has done before. But we're also aiming to represent those connections visually in a unified way that no one else has even attempted. Each user will have their own publicly visible tree. The tree will grow branches as the consumer connects with others, and its branches will grow twigs to represent indirect relationships. Imagine I'm forest friends with Terrence. If someone looked at my tree, they would see a branch containing his info, which would be a clickable link leading straight to his full tree. At the end of the branch I share with Terrence, there would be twigs representing all of his friends who weren't also mine. Twigs will grow from twigs, on, until the world is connected as one. Before long, any one consumer's tree will contain a link to everyone else's." "So, a tree is a profile?" Kurt asked. "Not in the traditional sense," Colin replied. "Think of the tree as a visual representation of your relationships. It's a good social graph, if you will. Familiar-looking profiles will be accessible as normal, but the tree is a far more immediate image. My branch to Terrence will grow thicker the more we communicate, and my tree will grow taller the more people talk about and communicate with me. Think of your tree as a vivid depiction of your social relevance, because its size is a direct reflection of how much you mean to the rest of the world." Kurt already hated things like social graphs, and the reductionist metrics behind them more than any other aspect of social networking. So hearing that Forest was going to amplify them to all new levels hadn't exactly been music to his ears. "And what kicked this off?" he asked. "Did you wake up one morning, look out of your window, and think that what the world really needed was more social networks?" "Not at all," Colin replied, quite typically missing the question's sarcastic tone. "The world needs fewer social networks. The world needs one social network. Within hours, consumers will have their wall, their friends, their status updates, their microblogging, their photos, and their videos, all in one place. It's the best of all current platforms combined into one and greatly expanded. But do you really expect people to make new profiles and abandon the ones they've been using for nearly a decade?" Kurt asked. He found himself doing little else but asking questions in this conversation, curious as he was about every thought process that Colin's plans implicitly rested upon. People have literally built their lives around this stuff. Walls, timelines, friends. None of you seem to understand. Kids these days live on their profiles. They are their profiles. Getting them to move on to a new platform for the sake of convenience isn't something that's going to work, because moving off the old platforms where they've put so much time into establishing their presence isn't something they're going to do. These are good points, but you don't have to worry about them, Colin said. I've been doing the worrying about how we can implement Forest for a very long time. Ever since it was decided that we were going to run with this on the— We don't have to talk about any of that, Amos interjected. Kurt doesn't care about the specifics of the plans he torpedoed with his seed. Do you, Kurt? All that's going to happen is that a whole suite of features we intended to debut alongside the Sycamore are instead going to debut alongside the seed. Please, Colin, no more mentions of bygone plans. Kurt stared intently at Colin, ready to gauge his mood in an effort to work out why Amos had interrupted so decisively. The Sycamore was no secret, so Kurt really couldn't help but wonder whether Amos was hiding something else. Well, of course, boss, Colin said. From what Kurt had seen of Colin, he was a very shy man, awkward-looking and only at ease when discussing his work. Amos's unceremonious interruption, coming as it did during a discussion of Colin's work, had clearly knocked him out of his stride. Sorry, where were we? You were telling me why you're confident that you'll be able to convince people to switch over to Forest as their primary social network, Kurt said, keen to get an answer but also keen to help Colin out. He seemed like a straight shooter, if a little on the passive side, and Amos was certainly an intimidating man. Thank you, Kurt, Colin said, clearly meaning it. That's right. As I was saying, these concerns have all been considered, and we've done everything humanly possible to reduce friction. Forest profiles are automatically generated on seeding, which goes without saying, and as such, Kurt Jacobs is officially the first member of Forest. Congratulations are in order. But more seriously, on the point of existing social networks, quite naturally they won't be supported by the seed, and Terrence's scraping algorithm has already collated consumers' external data from our key competitors. All of their data is ready for importing into Forest as soon as each profile is activated, meaning that the transition will be utterly seamless from a consumer perspective. Existing relationships will already be in place, ported over from their old profiles, and this will be fully reflected in the thickness of forest branches, the height of trees, and so on. I know Mr. Amos doesn't want us to talk about previous plans, so I won't, but it's because of those old plans that we're ready to move ahead like this on such short notice. Kurt looked away from Colin and towards Amos, confounded by what he was hearing. But while the consumer won't have to change anything, Forest will change everything, Colin continued, back into his excited flow. Imagine looking into someone's eyes, Kurt, and having your seed search for that person's data so that it can be relayed in your lenses instantaneously. Picture it. While you're looking at this person, everything is written in the air beside them. Age, interests, friends, dating history, popularity, political and religious views. Everything. It's far more detailed than the lens's previous name, age, status, occupation display, and it all appears faster than you can blink. Literally. Colin was smiling ear to ear. Forest excited him. And it gets better, Minion chimed in. Down in DC, our systems will aggregate and compare one consumer's data with another's to formulate a compatibility metric for a premium app called Aura. A good romantic match will be surrounded by a white aura when you look at them, almost a halo, and a potentially excellent friend will be blue. Imagine walking into a bar and knowing straight away who's worth your time. It's the stuff of dreams. You only approach girls who are right for you, and you instantly know what they're interested in. There's no more, so what kind of music are you into? You just look her in the eye and say, have you seen how high our musical compatibility is? It's going to be huge. Kurt didn't particularly like the reductionist sound of Forest, but nor did he expect the public to be as ready to move on as his new colleagues postulated, despite the impressive-sounding scraping algorithm. I still think people will use their computers and phones to access their old profiles like they do now, he said. Even when a platform makes a tiny interface change that consumers don't like, a lot of them take deliberate steps to avoid updating to the new version. And that's a slightly different interface, not an overnight transformation. Wrong. Amos said, very bluntly. Once consumers see and feel the seed in action, they won't go back to those old devices. You said it yourself at the talent search, Kurt. Devices will become obsolete. Right, he admitted. But not straight away. Yes, they will, Minion countered, his words ringing with utter certainty. The phone networks will be gone in a few months, and the internet as you know it will be dead within weeks. Watch and see. The turnaround in Minion's position was remarkable. It was now utterly apparent that he knew something Kurt didn't. The seed hasn't even launched yet, and you're all acting like we've taken over the world, Kurt mused, turning once more to Amos. Like Terrence said, give us a few weeks, Amos smiled. He shifted his weight and shuffled some papers on the table in front of him, making clear that the meeting was drawing to a close. I think I've kept all of you late enough for a Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow, Kurt and I will be hosting a Meet the Press event to ensure favorable exposure in the week leading up to our big launch, which, as you know, is scheduled for next Monday. This was the first Kurt had heard of either the press event or the imminent launch, but he paid little attention to it. The other part of Amos's double announcement was even more surprising, with 8 days striking Kurt as awfully soon, given the amount of convincing that would be necessary to win consumers round to the seed. Given the secretive plans to launch a Sycamore within this time frame, and given the relatively limited amount of work needed to effectively pair a processor with a palm-based trackpad instead of the new device, Kurt could just about comprehend how the seed could be released so quickly. The technology had always been there, as he himself had successfully argued at the talent search, and all that was truly new was the synergistic method of combining his new system's various parts. But while he understood how it could launch within a matter of weeks, Kurt was having a hard time understanding why Amos thought it should. In simple terms, the smartphone market had long been a crowded one, with a handful of giant players who endlessly sued each other on pathetically flimsy grounds for alleged patent infringements. Sycamore's arrival as a genuine contender for their collective throne, however, had seen the industry unite as one against a common enemy like never before. Rumors of an ambitious new Sycamore had been mocked for the past year, but the tone of anti-Sycamore sentiment saw a marked overnight change following Kurt's presentation. Now, collaborative attack ads were running on TV almost incessantly to discredit the concept of a consumer biochip. The ads had been everywhere, and Amos had done nothing to respond, which only confused Kurt even further. The volume, intensity, and breadth of such opposition was sure to skyrocket as soon as a launch date was announced. So just how did Amos hope to win the public over in such a short space of time? A hidden clock chimed, decisively ending the meeting. Kurt knew his presence was no longer required, and when he used his hand to zoom in on Amos, largely to test out the remarkable smoothness of the zooming action, he saw 2 eyebrows twitching in a manner that was clearly evident, having been impossible to discern without the aid of the zoom function. Unsure if this twitching was born of excitement or impatience, Kurt zoomed back out. I've got one more question, he said. It's 5 o'clock, Minion replied out of turn. Time to go back to your ghetto. Terrence, behave yourself, Amos scolded. Ask away. He then smiled at Kurt before turning to Minion with a second scowl. Well, if you really want to have a huge launch as soon as next week, and if you're as confident as you say you are that the seed will open up massive revenue opportunities, why don't you do what I suggested at the contest and offer seeding for free? Minion laughed heartily, as out of turn as his last interjection. Shut up, Kurt snapped. Ignore Terrence, Amos said. I've been thinking about free seeding since you first mentioned it, and it's actually a far sounder idea than he thinks. But our world has 2 laws that trump all others, Kurt. Freedom is everything, and price is value. Kurt didn't follow. How does that relate to this? If we made the seed compulsory, the people would resist it, Amos said. If we made it free, the people would ignore it. Amos paused to make sure Kurt was listening. And when we charge $500, they'll take the day off work to line up around the block. Chapter 11. A familiar black car arrived to collect Kurt at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Amos greeted him in the back seat with a smile and a question. "So, how is it?" "Amazing," Kurt replied. "The zooming and everything is just how I wanted it. I'm getting the hang of using the trackpad to navigate the OS, too. Most of the time, my index finger moves the cursor and my middle finger does the clicking. I know my design was for multi-touch, but to be totally honest, I wasn't sure that a virtual trackpad could do it as well as this." "There's very little the Seed can't do, Kurt. Once the Sycamore and Relive are up and running, you'll start to see just what we've done here." "Speaking of the Sycamore," Kurt said, "can I transfer my old music purchases to the Seed, or will I have to buy it all again? Because people won't like losing their libraries." Amos let out a slight sigh. "That's a tough one. You see, onboard storage really isn't necessary since everything will be accessible through Icarus at lightning speed. On top of that, local storage wasn't really possible. Music files have to be of extremely high quality given the nature of the in-earphones, and general storage requirements increase so quickly that it would have been suicide. We can't have customers needing to be reseeded every 2 years. Personally speaking, though, you don't need to worry about having to pay for content. I've loaded you up with infinite credit." "Infinite credit? Really?" "Of course, really. And as for what's about to happen at this Meet the Press thing, other than anything about privacy and currency, you can field whichever of the questions you want. If they ask anything else that I don't want them to badger you about, I'll step in without making a scene. Are you ready?" "Always," Kurt said, and he enjoyed the rest of the journey wordlessly. It was a sunny day, and a horde of excited reporters were already camped at the entrance to Sycamore's HQ when Kurt arrived. This was evidently where Amos had arranged for the informal press conference to take place, and it certainly seemed like a good spot. The first order of business was Amos's live public seating. Sycamore staff had set up a connection between Amos's lenses and a huge TV screen on the street, designed to allow the crowd to see his new dashboard appear in his vista for the first time, exactly as it would appear in their own when they were seated a week later. A doctor, familiar to Kurt from their previous meeting, quietly instructed Amos to squeeze his wrist and extend his fingers. In front of a dozen cameras and millions of TV viewers, the needle pierced through the skin of Amos's left palm as he smiled easily at the crowd. "Totally painless," he exclaimed, barely even lying. Amos continued to commentate until the doctor had finished implanting his in-earphones, at which point he asked for the crowd's undivided attention before double five-tapping his palm to bring up the new dashboard. The gathered reporters oohed and awed at all the right moments during a live demonstration that more than lived up to its hype. Amos clicked video call and scribbled Kurt Jacobs into his palm. There were more efficient ways to type. Most would use the standard virtual keyboard, which accurately dealt with rapid input based on the relative positions of the keys. But Amos wanted to show off the Seed's handwriting recognition. There was only one Kurt Jacobs registered with Sycamore so far, naturally enough, and a ringtone suddenly filled his ears. Only he could hear it. Once Kurt walked out of sight as instructed, Amos clicked a button that said Transvista. A small window on the TV relayed everything that Kurt could see, showing the reporters that Amos was currently seeing the world through Kurt's eyes in breathtakingly high quality. "He could be anywhere in the world," Amos said, "and I would be seeing it." This was the most impressive feature of the Seed so far, its ability to share one user's live vista with another. Every single thing that Kurt's lenses were taking in was streamed to the server and delivered back to Amos, with absolutely no discernible delay. The image on the huge outdoor TV, that of two windows side by side, evoked webcam chats familiar to most of the crowd. The key difference was that rather than pointing at the users, the cameras in the UltraLenses were pointing out into the world. Participants in Transvista chats didn't see each other, they saw what the other was looking at. The possibilities were endless. But for now, the crowd were too stunned by how well this worked to think about how broadly it could be applied. When Amos ended the call, his point well and truly made, Kurt returned to the front of the crowd. The two men looked at each other directly for the first time since Amos's seating. and this meeting of their eyes caused Kurt's basic social information to appear on the giant screen exactly as Amos could see it. Everything that either of them had ever posted on their social network accounts had already been imported and collated by Minion's esoteric profile scraping algorithm. But Kurt's knowledge of this did nothing to temper his amazement at what came next. Rather than a few words, a dozen rows of data floated beside each of their heads, representing everything from familiar social data to an all-new measure of their interpersonal compatibility. Their base score was 58%, with the caveat that their complementary skill sets and temperaments might create a formidable professional partnership. "The metrics never lie," Amos smiled, pointing to the compatibility score. Kurt didn't know exactly what Minion had done with the raw data from other services to generate this score, or even how he'd accessed that data in the first place. But he had crossed paths with Minion enough times during their university career's 2-year intersection to know how good the man was at what he did. As detestable as Minion was, Kurt was glad to be on his side rather than in his sights. Next, Amos asked Kurt to demonstrate the seed's glance function. Kurt obliged, looking Amos in the eye while writing something in his own palm. With glancing, there was no need to select a recipient. The UltraLenses and seed took all but the most fleeting eye contact as an intention to communicate. Kurt's message thus arrived real-time in Amos's vista, letter by letter. "This is amazing," it read, and the crowd watching the giant screen very clearly agreed. Amos hoped that two consumers glancing across a room would look like they were communicating telepathically, and ad campaigns were already planned to highlight this visually impressive process. Everyone would want a piece of that, Amos reasoned, and after the briefest of glances, Kurt found it hard to disagree. Kurt's night had been a sleepless one, full of tossing and turning as ethical doubts about some of the seed's features and the potentially fatal implications for consumer privacy that came with them. But the sheer awestruck wonder he felt while playing with Transvista and Glance had left these prior concerns in the shade. If the pros were as good as this, he was starting to think he could overlook the cons after all. Chapter 12. Prior to the well-attended Meet the Press event, Amos had explained to Kurt that it was conceived as an exercise in winning over a potentially hostile media, after which that very media would assume the job of selling the seed for him. Now, with the visual demonstration seemingly complete, Amos invited questions. It immediately became apparent that the practical and ethical issues surrounding the seed's launch had utterly distracted everyone from the Sycamore fiasco, which in itself could have proven a very difficult faux pas to sidestep. There were more ways to sell the seed than to escape criticism for having effectively planned to rig the entire talent search. So Amos was in fact heartened by how quickly the crowd had forgotten this issue in favor of another. For this part of the event, Amos and Kurt took their places in two directors' chairs positioned by the front door of Sycamore's Grand HQ. None of the symbolism was either accidental or incidental. Like everything else that went on behind the scenes at Sycamore, all of this had been meticulously planned. The crowd's number had swelled since the first demonstrations, and everyone present jostled for a view of the men behind the seed. The effortlessly authoritative Isaiah Amos and his bushy-browed heir apparent. Handsome in a square-jawed, old Hollywood kind of way, and wearing the new suit Amos had provided for the occasion, Kurt Jacobs looked and felt sharper than the doctor's seeding needle. The first non-technical question to come at them regarded the seed's lack of bundled software, and it led Amos to defend what he termed a clean slate approach. He described the Sycamore as, quote, democracy in action, end quote, and claimed that since app development was now easier than ever, there would soon be an avalanche of content. Consumers were better off picking and mixing than paying for software they might not want, he reasoned. Okay, said the questioner, a young man in a TV Bytes vest. But I have a question for Mr. Jacobs. Kurt signaled for him to fire away. At the talent search, you decried our independence on too many devices. A human and a smartphone was too much, apparently. Yet now we have a human, a biochip, 2 ear implants, and a pair of UltraLenses. It's not a chip, Kurt said. It's a seed. And these aren't devices, they're improvements. A soundbite won't swing me, the man replied. And it won't impress anyone else either. We all know that this isn't about improvement. It's about turning human beings into cybernetic advertising receptacles. And we're guilty of tossing around soundbites? Amos laughed. Listen, unavoidable public advertising is not a new thing. Look at all the bus stops, phone booths, and highway billboards plastered with underwear models for evidence of that. Only the medium is changing, and with that comes great advantage. The ads will now be targeted. We sell women the underwear, and we sell men the model. Most of the assembled journalists chuckled. Amos decided to change the subject and deliver some information on his plans for seed-based payments. Thanks to our ongoing partnership with Tasmart, the nation's biggest retailer, Sycamore is able to offer consumers a vast range of benefits, he said. All Tasmart stores will be fitted with new seed-only aisles, which will massively expedite the queuing process. Special weekly offers will also be available exclusively to customers paying via their seed. And, saving the best for last, all in-store transactions paid for via the seed will enjoy an unconditional 20% discount. That's right, 20% off everything from groceries and clothing to electronics and home supplies. The average American family spends $5,000 a year on groceries. The seed will save you $1,000 within 12 months, paying for itself twice over. Amos smirked at the TV Bites reporter who had hassled Kurt. Even you have to be impressed by that. The crowd were well and truly on side, applauding Amos's announcement of the Tasmart tie-in. The questioner, however, remained unimpressed. Clap, 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 he said. Like so many mindless sea lions, anyone who takes this chip is setting themselves up to be controlled by a corporation who will have all of their data and is driven by nothing but profit. What if Sycamore turns off your chip and you can't get into your house? What if Sycamore freezes your balance? Given the existence of such a risk, why would anyone embrace digital currency when it could be switched off? Amos looked at Kurt and wrote into his hand to chat directly. Glances appeared in the recipient's vista as they were scribbled, but not in the sender's, meaning that Amos's message, "Remind me not to invite this guy next time," didn't appear on the giant screen. It read like a joke, but Amos looked concerned. "I'll take this one," Kurt said. Defensive of his seed and his new quasi-friend, he faced the irritating reporter. What if you lost your house keys? What if someone hacked into your email and stole your data? What if your bank's ATM was broken and the branch was closed? What if the banks ran out of money again? All these risks. Now, given the existence of such risks, why use banks or computers? Kurt paused to hear the crowd agree. You need to keep your money, your keys, and your data safe. We understand that. Nowhere could they be safer than inside your own hand. A message notification popped up in Kurt's vista, delivering a text from Amos. Nailed it. Kurt turned to him and winked, but his triumph was cut short by an egg landing on the ground inches from his own left foot. Everyone looked up to one of the small sycamore trees lining the path and saw a bearded man sitting between its branches. They're climbing trees to see you, Amos beamed. You're the new Jesus, a voice roared down from the tree. No! Kurt Jacobs is the Antichrist, a false idol. Ignore his promises and reject his mark. Two security guards approached the tree. Amos, amused, called them back. Revelation, chapter 13, verses 16 and 17, the man yelled, climbing down as he spoke. He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast. The seed goes in your left hand, Kurt said. Half a second later, an egg crashed into the left side of his face. Amos clicked his fingers for security. You can take him now, he ordered, before turning back to the crowd as the madman was escorted away. God Squad, huh? What can you do? Someone in the crowd handed Kurt a towel to wipe his face, and the rest stood in a stunned silence. A middle-aged woman broke it. No one can condone that, she began. But maybe he had a point. This is foretold. And God's word does implore us to offer our bodies as living sacrifices, and tells us that they are temples of the Holy Spirit. How does that square with having computer chips implanted into our hands? It's not a chip, Kurt groaned, frustrated at having to endlessly clarify this point, and chagrined by the literal egg on his face. It's a seed, okay? A seed. And it's for everyone, no matter what they believe in. This is progress. Amos took over from Kurt to address the non-believer. How do those sentiments square with your earrings, ma'am? Did Jesus put those holes in your ears? The crowd tittered, but Amos wasn't finished. You're not one of the kind who would reject a blood transfusion, are you? No, but I hardly see what that has to do with anything. It has everything to do with everything, Amos insisted forcefully. Medical implants and transfusions extend life. Our seed enhances it. And trust me, touching your palm to bring up the dashboard for the first time is a religious experience. There are going to be objections, we know that, both from protectionist industries and from the Christian right. We won't let them win. The dinosaurs are desperate to hang on, but our meteor's path is final. For now, I'm not prepared to put Mr. Jacobs in any more danger from hardline fundamentalists, so this event is over. The meteor arrives next Monday, 9 a.m., Liberty Street. Be there. Amos stepped down from his director's chair and entered Sycamore HQ, taking Kurt with him. The press conference was over as abruptly as that. That was a disaster, Kurt said. Amos slapped him on the shoulder as they waited for the elevator. On the contrary, hotshot, it couldn't have gone any better. What did you just call me? Hotshot, Amos said. Terrence says people used to call you that. You don't like it. Kurt relaxed. It's not that. I just thought you'd been spying on me. Only my brother calls me Hotshot. We'll never spy on our own, Kurt. But anyway, as I was saying, that was dynamite. Not only did they go wild for the Tasmart tie-in, and not only did you handle yourself impeccably, you were physically attacked by a crazy person. We're the victim, and we're going to milk that for all it's worth. Kurt rolled his eyes. He saw the logic in making the most of the flare-up, but Amos's sharp Machiavellian instincts didn't sit easily with him. Why is Tasmart even doing this partnership? He asked, focusing on another point that had been lingering in his mind. I mean, 20%? How much did you have to pay them to get that level of discount? Not a penny, Amos insisted. Combining customer bases is in our mutual interest. A lot of the people who queue up for the seed are young and tech-savvy, you see. And that's a lucrative demographic that Tasmart wants more of. It stands to reason that our consumers are going to shop somewhere where they can get 20% off. On the other side of the fence, Tasmart already does well with older family types, the ones we would have most trouble selling the seed to. But if those family types already shop at Tasmart, and the seed will save them 20%, they're going to take it. Everyone wins. Kurt couldn't find a flaw in the logic, so moved on to another point. But this victim thing, what about it? I don't think we achieved victim status out there. I think we just made a lot of religious enemies. No, Kurt. We highlighted a division in their ranks. There are the reasonable ones who worry about sanctity, and then there are the hardliners who hide in trees and protest at funerals. Wait a minute. That's it. Yes, that's it. What's what? Kurt asked, fairly sure he wouldn't like the answer. We need to use the crazies to give the others a bad name. Link them all together to create a dichotomy between lunatics and Sycamore. You know, guilty by association. Well, no one ever gives enough credit to its old friend. Innocent by opposition. If we can get some of those queer-bashing bigots to picket our launch, we'll be set. That crazy church you always see on the news protesting at funerals and outside of schools. What are they called? The Fury River Baptists? Right! Fury River! Amos said, a rare level of unbridled excitement in his voice. Even moderate believers like that woman will speak out to distance themselves from the Fury. This will do away with mainstream religious opposition, which could have been a huge pain. So you're going to call up someone at that nutjob church and taunt them into a protest? Something like that? Amos shook his head. We'll do something to force their hand, and make it seem like it was their idea. We, as in Sycamore. I'll put Minion to work on it. You and I won't be getting our hands dirty on things like this. Kurt was relieved to hear the last part. Fine, he shrugged. But did we do enough to defend against that TV Bytes guy and his concerns? Amos sighed. I'm annoyed at that, you know. We're good enough to give TV Bytes exclusive coverage of the talent search, and in return they send a muckraker like him to our press conference. It's not okay. I know, Kurt said, but it's done now. The question is, how do we react? Maybe throw in some defensive points along with the selling points on this week's commercials? No. Only people with something to hide have to defend themselves, Kurt. We try to stay positive. There's a Positive Sky campaign launching in a few hours, in fact. Obviously, that's aimed at existing lens wearers, since they're the only people who can see an augmented message in the sky. But it's going to be a good one. What's the message? Kurt asked. Amos pondered something for a few seconds. Screw it, he decided. Let's just do it now. It's not like we have to pay ourselves by the hour. He led Kurt out of the elevator and over to the north side of his enormous personal floor. You look out while I set it up. It's good. We really care about our advertising here. It's an art form, you know. Kurt's eyes explored the clear Monday morning sky, which seemed notably more tranquil than normal. After a short time, he turned to Amos, who was busily prodding away at his palm while his eyes darted around at seemingly nothing. A few seconds later, Amos came out of his full-screen trance and pointed Kurt to the message. A giant rainbow of text filled the sky, spelling, Demand More. A straight line ran underneath. Sycamore. Chapter 13. As with the week between the contest and his seeding, Kurt followed Amos's instructions to stay indoors and refrain from posting anything online until the seed's launch. Kurt frequently spoke with Randy and the kids, but by Sunday evening it had been 16 days since he had seen them, the longest stretch of time ever. Randy, unable to wait in line all day, planned to hold off until Tuesday to get his seed, when the launch would be extended from Sycamore's flagship Liberty Street branch to its stores around the country, as well as some 400 Tasmart superstores. Ever eager to please, Amos opted to throw in the necessary UltraLenses, RRP $299, free for everyone who didn't already own a pair. Kurt's week had been slow, with no direct contact from Amos since Monday's press conference. As Sunday evening wore on, the last night before the world would change forever, Kurt sat twiddling his thumbs in impatience for the seed's main online functions to go live at midnight. Forrest was already up and running, so he decided to have a look around. His profile contained frightening amounts of data, all of it accurate and some of it undisclosed. But there was no point in worrying about it, he thought, because everyone else would be in the same boat. A mournful message greeted Kurt when he clicked out of his profile. You have 0 friends. Kurt then browsed the All Users section, where he unsurprisingly found only one other member in the form of the only other individual to have been seeded so far. Kurt added Amos as a friend and closed Forrest. 6 seconds later, he heard a ping in his ears and saw a new notification in his vista. Friend request accepted. You have 1 friend. Kurt clicked this link and arrived instantly back at his tree. An angelic sound filled his ears as the tree began to grow. It thickened and rose in an eye-catching manner, and a branch simultaneously emerged from its side. Kurt followed the new branch's link to Amos's profile and quickly noticed a new data field. Popularity, joint, first of 2. He checked his own profile and saw the exact same thing. While he was there, Amos sent him a message. Sycamore opens at 8, hotshot. Fill your boots. Kurt grinned widely. This was way earlier than expected. He looked down to the time and saw 18:59. This proximity to the turn of the hour pushed him towards clicking into the Sycamore News app to catch the hourly bulletin. Unsurprisingly, the headline story was the seed's imminent launch. More specifically, it touched on the threat of a significant and potentially dangerous protest. Terrence Minion sat in the news studio to represent the so-called seed development team, as the on-screen graphic put it, and after the main piece ended, the news anchor turned to him and asked what message he had for the public. My message is a simple one. We cannot, and we must not, live in fear of a hateful minority, Minion said. And let me tell you, we will not live in fear. The Fury River Baptists have never done anything of note this far north, and they know they aren't capable. The people of our fine city will run them out of town if they dare show themselves tomorrow. I encourage everyone of sound mind to come on down to Liberty Street at 9 a.m. to show solidarity with those patriotic Americans who wish to embrace this new technology and won't be bullied into staying at home. The Fury River Baptists have a constitutional right to free speech, and so do we. Tomorrow, therefore, we all share a collective responsibility to exercise that right on Liberty Street by telling these terrorists loud and clear, not in my town. Kurt clicked out of the Sycamore News, feeling glad that Minion had delivered. He tried to open his Relive app, but found that it still wasn't ready. Midnight felt a long way away. A new notice filled Relive's holding page, at least. Something about the Icarus service, which Kurt vaguely remembered Amos mentioning a few times. Icarus was here described as, quote, the final destination in supracloud storage, end quote, and claimed to be capable of storing lifelong Vista recordings for each user, accessible for just $14.99 per month. The server requirements for such an undertaking blew Kurt's mind, and he couldn't even estimate the setup costs involved. All he knew was that Amos had listened to his billion-dollar pipeline metaphor, and that the trillion-dollar oil field was primed for exploitation. He spent the next 50 minutes doing nothing but waiting until suddenly another text arrived from Amos. Okay, hotshot, it's up. Kurt clicked into the Sycamore store and liked what he saw. Like the dashboard and everything else he'd seen within the operating system so far, the Sycamore store's layout was clean and familiar. Charts on the right, large tiles of highlighted content to the left, categories along the top. Most pleasing of all was the balance display in the bottom right corner. Kurt Jacobs. Balance. Infinity. There were 5 categories: video, music, games, apps, and subscriptions. Kurt explored the first 2 very quickly, just long enough to see that they had seemingly everything available to either buy or rent, then took a longer look in games. Many of the titles were familiar from his phone and computer, but now they came with the tantalizing promise of full immersion. The featured game was something called Happy Pigs, and Kurt downloaded it out of curiosity. The file size claimed to be 4.5 gigabytes, but Happy Pigs was available to play as soon as Kurt clicked the newly enlarged icon. He came straight out. There was too much to see to waste time playing games. The apps section was empty, much to Kurt's annoyance, with a holding page promising quality over quantity and the appearance of life-changing content within a few days. Auctions, message boards, and something called Happy Fun Casino Party would be available for free at launch. Subscriptions proved almost as uneventful. Consumers could access the endless music library for $12.99 per month and receive a selected daily movie for the same price. It seemed expensive, but Kurt purchased both for convenience. His balance remained infinite. He didn't like the Sycamore Film Club's first selection, so bought a few nature documentaries from the Sycamore store's impressive video section and added them to a playlist. The picture quality was incredible, and controlling the viewing options via his palm was significantly more intuitive than using a phone. A 2-fingered pinch/spread changed the virtual screen size, and dragging 2 fingers and a thumb moved it around the room. Kurt locked the screen to the wall facing his bed, as big as it would fit, and fell asleep watching two lions eat an ostrich. Chapter 14. Right beside the "Jesus laughs when homos burn" placard, proudly held by a girl of no more than 8 years, was another reading, "Satan loves Sycamore." That was Amos's favorite. Satan's seed and Mark of the Beast were less exciting and did little for Sycamore's cause, but "Sow a seed to reap damnation" and "Don't mess with the Fury" were worth more to the launch's chances of success than all of the paid commercials in the world. The protesters' overtly threatening tone played right into Amos's victim game, and ensured even more priceless publicity than the launch would have received without Fury River's presence. Kurt's long black car pulled up and stopped beside the few dozen protesters. He climbed out in front of them, bringing their rabid gesticulations to new heights. He fought a smile and tried to look shocked, when in reality he'd been warned to expect this and told that he would be dropped off at the most impactful spot. Terrence Minion, now seated, caught Kurt's eye from his position beside a group of reporters. Minion faced Kurt and sent him a glance across the street. Kurt chuckled as the letters appeared in his vista as quickly as Minion could write them. "I always deliver." Amos emerged from inside the store, feigning grave concern to usher Kurt inside. Only 10 minutes remained until the scheduled 9 a.m. launch, but Amos apparently had other ideas. "I'm delaying the launch," he said. "What? Why?" "For attention," he shrugged, like this was the most obvious thing in the world. "I'll say it's unsafe to open the branch without more police protection. By the time the police get here, word will have gotten out and more people will have turned up." Kurt sat on one of the store's fancy bar stools and ran his fingers through his hair. "Have you really thought about this? If people think it's dangerous here, why would they come down?" "I don't like diluting terms, Kurt, but those Fury River folks are basically terrorists. They are trying to use terror to get what they want, aren't they?" "You're making my point," Kurt said, trying not to look as confused as he felt. "They'll scare people away." "No. The point here is that people will do anything for freedom. So if freedom is at risk, they'll turn out to defend it. And if by some universal accident I'm wrong, we'll blame poor launch day sales on the crazies and count the money when Tasmart starts offering the seed tomorrow." Amos exited the store before Kurt could reply. He walked over to the spot where Minion had been standing and announced his intention to broadcast a live interview. The morning news crews in attendance gathered around his new position in the middle of the road, tactically selected for its symbolic placement between the terrorists on one side and the freedom-loving Sycamore fans on the other. "Roll in 5, Amos said, "and no sooner." He then shook his head briskly and began pacing. At the count of 5, he hurried towards the cameras with his hands in the air, the expression on his face mimicking that of a rabbit cornered by a ferret. "Where are the police?" Amos lamented. "Where is the government? Chasing oil in distant deserts while these homegrown terrorists try to intimidate us in our own city? Sycamore's customers and supporters are sitting ducks if these maniacs turn violent. I can't sanction the opening of the store with a clear conscience until real police protection arrives. So, I regret to announce that the seed's launch will be delayed. We salute the brave people of this great country who share our commitment to progress in the face of resistance from raisin-brained Luddites and their hateful demonstrations. Thank you." Irritated but understanding, the crowd applauded. Some even hollered and whistled. Amos climbed on top of Kurt's expensive taxi and addressed his queuing customers directly, with jackhammer-like, staccato emphasis on every word. "We will not bow to pressure from these bigoted terrorists," he yelled. Then came his final cry of defiance, delivered with all the force of an affronted Führer. "Not today!" If the previous cheers had been loud, these were thunderous. And then, quite organically, the crowd began to chant. Amos was powerless to hide his glee as their message rang loud and clear. "Sycamore! Sycamore! Sycamore!" The news cameras panned back to Amos from the queue, and a reporter held a microphone under his mouth to pick up his voice amidst the supportive roars. "There it is!" he boomed, ensuring he was heard. "The people have spoken, and hope is stronger than fear!" By the time the police arrived, the queue had swelled. It was difficult to judge from ground level, but the helicopter pictures of citizens congregating on Liberty Street in response to Amos's spirited appeal showed the extent of his success and encouraged even more viewers to turn out for freedom. Those pictures would play across the country and the wider world throughout the day, cementing Sycamore's position at the center of everyone's attention. The store opened some 40 minutes late, and the efficient seating process began. There were 8 doctors in 8 booths, each working as quickly as they could. As many as 24 consumers could be processed per minute, slightly fewer if some also required UltraLenses. A well-staffed counter ran around the store's perimeter to handle payment and registration with minimal fuss. With over 60 service points, the store was designed for a day like this. Consumers received a numbered ticket to hand to their seater, and the seater entered the code on a tiny screen at the top of their needle before proceeding. Kurt watched the process with interest. There was beauty in its simplicity. Walk in, squeeze wrist, extend fingers. Seated. One ear, other ear. Have a nice day. Next, please. The seeds injected into Kurt and Amos had been pre-prepared, so weren't a true reflection of how the process would typically work. It was obvious to Kurt now that consumers were being assigned a numerical code, which was then linked to their seed, so that all necessary personal data was loaded from the get-go. All consumers were asked for was their name and social security number. To Kurt, this could mean only one thing. Sycamore already had a database on everyone, and the code just told each seed whose data to sync. Minion only worked with social media data, and not everyone was online. So for this to be workable, there quite simply had to be government cooperation. Kurt shared this suspicion with Amos a few minutes later, unsure whether any remotely straight answer would be forthcoming. "Yes, there's a government database, and yes, we're using it," Amos said, surprisingly candid. "But without Minion's algorithm, the data we'd be working with would be nothing more than what you'd find on the chip inside a passport. Anyway, have you seen the line from the sky? It's getting bigger. More and more people are coming out." Kurt hadn't seen the full extent of the line, so Amos took him through a staff-only door and turned on an old-fashioned TV. It had 6 channels, and the launch was on every one. Always a big story, suddenly the seed was the only story. Despite the rapidity of the seeding process, the line continued to grow and grow. By 10:30, it was coiling around the city's streets like a serpent, more hydra than snake. The aerial pictures were breathtaking, but there was still no way of knowing how many people were outside. After some quick mental arithmetic, Kurt estimated that around 10,000 could be seated before 6 p.m. After a second look at the TV screen, he guessed there already had to be double that number on the street. Although Amos assured him there was a seed for everyone, time constraints meant that demand was unquestionably going to outstrip supply for the day. As if the seed needed a further publicity boost, it would appear scarce and difficult to obtain. The protest, the line, the limited launch, the sheer brilliance of the concept. Kurt, Amos, and Minion had danced for rain and brought forth a perfect storm. The reporter for the station Amos and Kurt had tuned into was walking the length of the line and interviewing its more interesting-looking members. There were babies in pushchairs and old men in wheelchairs, workers and lovers and hipsters and mothers. Everyone had their own reason for being there. The reporter moved towards the head of the queue, where people had obviously been waiting longest and hence would be most rabid in their anticipation. He settled at a teenage boy who looked a little like Julian. "What are you most looking forward to with the seed that's brought you out so early this morning?" the reporter asked, somewhat clumsily. "Me?" the boy said. "It's just like the best thing ever. I can watch anything and talk to anyone without carrying a phone around, right? And the data is free, unlimited use. Right now I'm paying by the megabyte for going over my limit every month. I've already got UltraLenses, and the thing about rewinding stuff I've already seen is awesome. Have you ever lined up like this for a launch before? Yeah, UltraLenses. And, I was at a couple of smartphone launches, but never for this long. And what excited you more, new smartphone models or the seed? Dude, that's like asking if I prefer, something amazing or something meh. Amazing every time, obviously. The smartphone queues had cooler people, though. Amos turned the volume down. See, he said. That's the kind of kid we would have got no matter what. A trend-chasing little hipster. It's everyone else that sets us apart. If the camera crew went to the back of the queue, they'd get better stories from the folks who are just turning out. The seed has become more than a product. It's a cause to be defended. With the camera still on him, the teenage boy then dumped his smartphone in the rapidly filling Sycamore box in front of the door and took his voucher for 50% off the cost of seating. It looked like somewhere around 2/3 of eager buyers were trading in their old smartphones for this generous $250 discount. Old was a misnomer, of course. Most of these discarded phones were less than 2 years old, merely the latest models in the planned obsolescence production cycle that Sycamore was about to break. What are you going to do with all of the abandoned phones? Kurt asked, turning to Amos. If you're collecting them at every store when the launch expands, there will be millions. Is it for recycling? Amos grinned. I have a somewhat grander gesture in mind. You'll see next week. More interviews followed as the reporter walked along Liberty Street. One elderly woman looked forward to feeling safe. It'll be like having a CCTV camera protecting me all the time, she said. No one will attack me when I have my lenses in, and my seed is recording everything they see. The next interviewee was another young man. The best thing about it, he pondered, no one will ever be able to lie to me again. I'll be like, that's not what you said. And they'll be like, it's so. And I'll be like, rewind, evidence, boom. You know what I mean? Kurt and Amos, rainmakers extraordinaire, spent the next few hours watching interviews with queuers from all walks of life. Amos didn't know what he liked best. Front of the liners salivating over promises of a technological sunrise, or latecomers defiant in their stance against religious intimidation. In the end, it didn't matter where they stood. Everyone who was anyone was champing at the bit to take their place in Sycamore's brave new world. Chapter 15. Kurt woke late on Tuesday morning, and it was afternoon by the time he rolled out of bed. Dealing with the 985,000 friend requests he had received on Forest took only as long as clicking Accept All, after which he spent almost an hour reading about the Seed's blockbuster launch. A full 11,000 people had been seated at Sycamore's Liberty Street branch on day one, and the first 3 hours of nationwide seating had seen that number increase by a factor of over 700. The Syca News featured video interviews with the lucky recipients of the 1 millionth and 5 millionth seeds, penciled in between stories concerning riot police being drafted in to deal with boisterous queues from sea to shining sea. Reports suggested that internet and phone contracts were being canceled en masse as consumers realized they could now instantaneously communicate by voice, text, or video for free. There was no browser, of course, but no one seemed to be noticing. For a generation of consumers had been trained to view the internet as a collection of corporate launch pads and data aggregation centers. The Seed's purely app-based interface was really nothing new. A quote attributed to Amos predicted 10 million seeds to be sold by the end of the day. Already, Kurt's Forest profile told him that he was currently ranked number 1 out of 8,183,672, the most popular man in the world. The number of seeded consumers was growing by hundreds and thousands per second, and a lot of them wanted to be Kurt's friend. Little wonder, then, that his tree had grown to epic proportions, towering over its nearest rivals who were mostly pop stars and athletes he didn't recognize. Amos was only 6th on the list, but Kurt was sure he wouldn't mind, assuming he'd be far more focused on the good news that his ambitious target was on track to being smashed. The sound of a text notification interrupted Kurt's news viewing. It was from Amos, requesting his presence the following morning, but confirming that the present day was his to spend as he pleased. It looked like a perfect afternoon to be outside, so Kurt decided to walk to see Randy and the kids. He had been holed up for long enough, and the feeling of the sun on his back was well overdue. He ate cold noodles from a pot in his sink, then got dressed after a quick shower. All the time spent at home had given Kurt a chance to catch up on some laundry at least, so there would be no repeat of the jean shorts and espadrilles fiasco. The first thing he noticed when he stepped outside was that there seemed to be more advertising. Much more. A poster for a documentary about big cats lay in the middle of the pavement, for one thing. And when he walked past Tasmart Express, a seductive voice whispered in his ear that they had an offer on noodles. It was too weird. Only full-size Tasmart stores offered seating, and there was no Sycamore branch between Kurt's apartment and Randy's house, so no queues filled the streets. Relatively unsettled by the invasive advertising, he listened to music for the rest of his walk. He arrived at the house and knocked on the front door. It took a while for anyone to answer, quickly leading Kurt to wish he had let himself in to save Randy the not inconsiderable effort of hobbling to greet him. Randy appeared with only one crutch and hugged Kurt with his free arm. "Hey, bro." "Hey," Kurt said. "Good job on the leg, one crutch. Are the kids around?" "It's Tuesday afternoon." "So?" "So they're at school," Randy said. "Obviously." "Oh, right." Randy closed the door behind Kurt and studied him with concerned eyes. "Geez, how hard have you been working?" "I've hardly been doing anything," Kurt said. "You know I wasn't allowed to go out, and even when I've been at events like yesterday's launch and last week's press conference, I've only had to talk to a camera for a little bit. What day it is doesn't really matter in my world right now. How's your seed, anyway?" "You know how good it is, hotshot. It's so damn good that I'm actually proud of my idiot brother for coming up with it. At the contest, when those suits were telling you it wouldn't work, I believed them. I mean, you know my hand is a trackpad. I'm basically a walking computer. It's not something you can believe until you see it and feel it all for yourself." Kurt smiled. "You're welcome. So, chess? I thought you'd never ask." Kurt downloaded chess from the Sika Store's game section. Randy needed the game too, so he paid the $9.99 asking price in a single click. Like everyone else, he had linked his bank account to his Sika Store account during his seeding. $9.99 seemed steep for a basic game, but such was life. Sycamore prohibited competition with its first-party offerings, and Amos could charge whatever he wanted. The game itself was admittedly excellent, offering a range of visual options similar to those available for virtual TV viewing. Kurt and Randy chose the tabletop mode, which overlaid a beautiful marble effect chessboard onto any surface. "I would pay $500 just for this," Randy said, half serious. The brothers had always been big on chess, a trait inherited from their father, and they competed so carefully that barely 20 moves were made before the kids arrived home from school. Sabrina sprinted over to Kurt and threw her arms around him. "Uncle Kurt! Everyone is talking about you at school since you were on TV so much." Kurt always took Sabrina's delight in his presence for granted, but was pleased to see that Julian looked happy to see him too. "Hey, kids," he said. Julian smiled truly. "That was some launch, right? Tell me about it." "Was the whole Fury River setup your idea?" Kurt spent a few seconds deciding how to answer, then led Julian into the kitchen and closed the door. "You're one hell of a smart kid," he said. "But no, that was all Amos. How did you know Sycamore was behind it, though? No one in the media suspected a thing. Even the protesters thought it was their idea. 3 people in the world know we planned it. Well, 4 if you do. What was the giveaway?" "The man from Sycamore who was talking about it? I guess he's the 3rd guy? He's a terrible liar. Terrence Minion. He looks so familiar. Isn't he the one who—" "He was," Kurt interrupted. "But now he's not. Anyway, you need to keep this quiet." "Of course. I wouldn't do anything that could get you in trouble." Kurt nodded. "You're a good kid. You know, I've not seen you since that night before the contest. There have been a lot of empty hours since then. Enough for me to realize that I'm sorry for being so hard on you. I won't pretend that you'll understand this one day, but you might. All I want is for you to be better than me, so sometimes I might push too hard." "It's okay. I know. You were right anyway. I guess everyone's right now and again." They both laughed. "Seriously, though? I'm sorry too. I know how hard you must have been working to come up with this seed. I guess those deferred rewards are piling up now? I think we're going to be all right, Kurt said. Put it that way. Are you coming to the park with me and Sabrina? No, I've got way too much stuff to work on for school, the boy replied, sighing out the words. Before you go, though, I just want you to know that I don't blame my dad for anything. I know the accident wasn't his fault. Kurt stood and patted Julian on the shoulder. I know that too, JJ. If only he did. Sabrina was ready quickly and skipped alongside Kurt on the short journey to the park. They passed a young mother pushing a baby. Talking into the air in an old-fashioned voice call, the woman's ears were sufficiently occupied to ensure that her child's cries went unheard. There were ads scattered here and there, and Kurt was glad Sabrina didn't have to see them. What's wrong with him? She asked. Kurt looked where she was pointing, towards a middle-aged man on a bench. He was sitting there with an empty dog lead in one hand and a ripped shopping bag in the other, staring dead-eyed into the distance and laughing like a crazy person. Nothing. He's just watching something. He looks stupid. He is, Kurt said. It's not polite to go full immersion in public, and it's not safe either. He can't hear or see a thing. Some people misuse everything, though. That's just how it is. Even the seed? Especially the seed, I'm afraid. Sabrina looked at him intently. Why are you afraid? Isn't it as good as you hoped? Will I not like it when I get one? Kurt sat down beside the absent man. It's really good, he insisted. And it'll only get better when the number of ads goes down. You can't buy anything in the store until you're 10, though, and I think that includes a Relive subscription. Relive is the best part. It saves everything you've ever seen and lets you watch it back later. I know, Sabrina said as she took a small skipping rope from her bag and began to jump over it. Our principal told us about all the different things the seed does. I just wasn't sure if he was being honest. He said Sycamore calls you a sapling until you turn 10, which is still 13 days for me, but that we all have to get seeded on Friday at school. He said we need it for classes. Why do you need it for classes? Kurt asked, his tone falling half an octave in unwelcome surprise. Sabrina continued to jump as she answered, sucking in deep and urgent breaths every few words. Sycamore is giving the school new smart boards and paying for a new games hall. The board will only work when you wear UltraLenses. I get the lenses, but why do you all need to be seated? And why do it right before summer? The principal says some people from Sycamore are also putting scanners at the front door to protect us from Columbine and Sandy Hook. The seed will say who I am and that I'm allowed in. They're doing it at JJ's high school, too. That's $1,000 right there, Kurt mused. How do they expect your dad to pay for them? They say no one has to pay straight away because we can get special credit and only have to pay later. They always say that. 1,000 today is 3,000 in a few months, Kurt said. Troubled by this development, he sent a quick message to Amos asking if he would still be in his office in a few hours and received instant affirmation. I'll make sure you get them for free, he told Sabrina. The sudden seriousness of Kurt's tone took her concentration from the skipping rope, and she tripped onto the grass. How come you can do that? She asked as Kurt helped her up. He shrugged. Isaiah Amos owes me quite a lot of money. Chapter 16. Sabrina played for another hour until Kurt realized it was time to take her home for dinner. Exhausted from all the running and jumping, she didn't protest. Randy was sitting on the small bench under his front window when Kurt and Sabrina arrived. She went straight to the kitchen for a cold drink. So, Kurt began. Sabrina just told me she has to get seated for school, and that Julian does too. Randy nodded. Yeah, he mentioned that while you were gone. I'll make sure it's free. You don't have to do that, Randy said. I can pay. I'm not saying you can't, but you shouldn't have to. Amos has probably taken in $3 billion today. I'm not having you give him 1,000 more because he's bribing schools to make their students get seated. He still hasn't paid me, you know. $3 billion and I haven't seen a penny. Randy stretched out his bad leg and adjusted his back. Remember what you wrote on that mentor guy's wall when he first went to work at Sycamore? This is nothing like that, Kurt grunted. You called him a rat and said you would rather die than sell out, Randy reminded him. Whatever happened to that guy? Minter? He seems to be the second most important man at the company, but still a bad liar, apparently. I meant the guy who said he would never sell out. Kurtonite. Kurt's gaze intensified and he pointed a finger in Randy's face. I didn't sell out, all right? Sycamore was the only place my vision could ever be realized. They patented the whole idea of AR lenses. And I won a contest. That's not selling out. I'm not knocking it, Hotshot. We all have to eat. Which is why I need them to pay me, Kurt said. I can't eat content from the Sycamore and the seed aisles at Tasmart won't be set up for a few days. Apparently, I'm the most popular man in the world, but apparently the most popular man in the world is expected to eat leftover noodles for breakfast and leftovers for dinner. Amos has me driving around in limos and giving interviews in $2,000 suits until I'm dropped back home at an apartment that looks like the kind of place a cockroach would go to die. So tell him that. I will. I'm going to tell him I need a real salary. That way I can help everyone out. Randy sighed. Look, Kurt. How many times are you going to make me say this? We don't need your money. Come on, Kurt said. He looked around at the chipped paint on the windowsills and the rusty gate at the end of the path. It wouldn't hurt. Randy's voice fell. Yes, it would. Whatever. I'm going to go before we fall out again, Kurt said, popping his head in the door to yell a quick goodbye to the kids. But you have to stop being so stubborn. When you have a family to take care of, rejecting help isn't proud, it's selfish. I'll see you later. Kurt walked to the rusty gate and opened it carefully. Wait, Randy called. Yeah? Rook to Bishop 4. Checkmate. Kurt laughed and threw Randy a middle finger before heading for the bus stop. He didn't have to wait long, but his 2 minutes on the street was more than enough time for a small crowd to congregate and fuss over that seed guy from the TV. The first thing that struck Kurt on the bus was how many passengers were in full immersion. How would they know when the bus reached their stop, he wondered, and what were they all watching? The first answer would remain a mystery until the bus terminated near the quarter mile, and everyone realized they had stayed on too long, but Kurt's lenses could tell him what others were watching by looking directly into theirs. He looked at 3 people and saw they were all playing Happy Pigs, the game he had seen on the Sycamore's front page but forgotten to check out. With some time to kill and nothing to read, he went for it. Its positioning as a killer app led Kurt to believe that Happy Pigs would be a game of quality, innovation, perhaps even ambition. Disappointed didn't even cover it. Clicking into Happy Pigs transported Kurt to a virtual farm, where he was surrounded by oinks and grunts. The audio was delivered so convincingly by the in-earphones that he turned around to hear where it was coming from. Doing so made the camera turn, revealing a technically impressive 360-degree environment. A muddy field. Kurt looked down at his legs. He was a pig. On-screen instructions taught him how to roll around and control the first-person camera. There was no stated objective. If pressed, Kurt would have guessed that the objective was simply, be a pig. He clicked out of the game and looked with newfound disdain at the people who seemed to be enjoying it greatly. To take his mind off Happy Pigs, Kurt then directed it back to his game of chess with Randy. He opened up Relive and watched the last few moves, disbelieving at how totally he had played into Randy's hands. Randy was a good player, so there was no shame in losing to him. But he was Kurt's brother, so there was always regret. A news sheet on an empty seat piqued Kurt's interest next. Having replaced free newspapers on the city's buses, news sheets had been cutting edge until roughly 33 hours earlier. The single sheet of paper had a QR barcode in the center which activated the news content. No device was required. This was one of the few applications that made the most of the lenses before the seed came along. News sheets had been groundbreaking in their day, but after a few minutes of reading, Kurt soon appreciated his seed. How had he lived without the convenience of zooming and controlling the font size from the palm of his hand? The news sheet included a notice about important changes to the bus service, but Kurt didn't bother reading it. Instead, his eyes were drawn to a small piece of news he hadn't seen in his Sycamore News app. The article revealed details on Sycamore's handling of location services, revealing that location tracking was indeed opt-in like Amos had promised him. This was a mild surprise, but nothing compared to the claim that a truly overwhelming majority of users were saying yes. Kurt studied the opt-in screen pictured in the article, which made clear that only those who agreed to be tracked would be able to track others. Aha! He thought with begrudging admiration for the evil genius of it all. It was dirty, and it had Amos written all over it, but the worst part was that Kurt knew it would continue to work. Privacy was funny like that. People would readily give up their own for a chance to infringe everyone else's. Kurt looked out of the window and found his distaste evaporating at the sight of an impossibly enchanting girl hurrying along the street. When the bus slowed in traffic, he got a closer look and saw that it was Kate Pinewood, the would-be Sycaphone pitcher from backstage at the contest. She hadn't been particularly friendly, but there was just something about her. She wore sunglasses, which prevented his lenses from seeing through to hers, assuming she was wearing them. But it was definitely Kate. Her thick red hair was unusual enough in itself, but the placement of those 2 freckles on her nose couldn't occur twice in a billion universes, let alone in a single city. Kurt still felt bad that Kate had lost her job because of his public outing of her role. And despite the probability that she would be anything but glad to hear from him, he positively ached to talk to her. He searched on Forest, but found nothing. Either Kate Pinewood was a fake name assigned by Sycamore, or Kate Pinewood hadn't been seated. Neither was good news. Within a minute or so, the relentless movement of the bus turned Kate into an unobtainable speck of distant memory. So Kurt thought, at least, until an advertising placement of unprecedented size filled his vision. It was a sticky pop-up, the kind that moved with the target consumer's eyes. The worst kind. His first instinct was to close it, but he read the words and grew intrigued. 6 words appeared above a picture of someone who looked just like Kate, but without the lower of her 2 freckles. She sure is a hot one. Kurt clicked the link that said, "Interested?" and instantly wished he hadn't. More pictures of not quite Kate appeared, more explicit ones, and words played in his ears from a male voiceover who sounded like he should have been advertising cheap carpets. "We saw you stare, and we felt your heart pounding. You can't have her, but here's the next closest thing. Triple X-rated pics and videos of this spitting image lookalike are available from just $4.99. Or treat yourself to a mind-blowing, full immersion, pre-recorded cam show for only $29.99. If you're the kind of guy, Kurt Jacobs, who really likes to party, we can arrange a more intimate encounter with your dream girl at a time of mutual convenience. Select your choice below." Kurt's choice was to exit. Apparently, Sycamore had entered the pimping business. Several things about the bus journey had annoyed Kurt, but this one disgusted him. The 5-minute walk to HQ from the terminus offered just enough time for him to regain composure in preparation for a meeting with Amos, which now seemed like it was going to be more of a showdown than a discussion. Chapter 17. "Kurt, you made it!" Amos boomed. "I was about to give up and leave. What brings you anyway?" The man sat comfortably on one of his floor's randomly placed sofas, patting it in an invitation for Kurt to join him. Annoyance, mainly. Amos furrowed his brow. "With anything in particular?" "Well," Kurt began, "I was coming here because I was annoyed, but then I got annoyed at loads of other things on the way. Some of the things are less important, but I'll start with them before I forget. I got the bus here. Everyone was playing Happy Pigs. So I didn't spend 4 years designing this thing so that people could pretend to be pigs and play it rolling around in mud. That's actually what you do in the game. You roll around in mud, like a pig. Like evolution was wrong and we should be happy rolling in mud. You don't have to like it, Hotshot, but it's been selling like nothing else. It's like we're fish, and it's shock repellent. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But really, there's no sense in getting annoyed that people like stupid things. Their lives are pointless and difficult. Why begrudge them a little game on the bus ride to work if it makes them happy? Happy like pigs in mud, Kurt said. Happy being pigs in mud. A member of the building's cleaning staff emerged from the elevator, but Amos shooed her away with a wave of his hand. Tell me then, he continued. What else was annoying you? More serious stuff, Kurt said. Like the fact that you're running facial recognition on normal girls and trying to sell men prostitutes who look like them. We don't do anything of the sort. The kind of adult placement I assume you saw only relates to women you've looked at for more than a few seconds, and only if the seed detects that they caused a spike in your pulse. There's no prostitution involved either. Consumers can view images, watch a pre-recorded cam show, or enjoy an interactive video call when the girl is next available. That's it. Kurt looked at him, stunned. Do you honestly not hear how perverted this all sounds? Tracking guys' heart rates to sell them look-alike cam shows. Sex sells, Amos shrugged. Why not sell sex? It's not like these are women who have chosen to be models, though. You're selling the fantasy of an innocent and unknowing girl on the street. You can't tell me that's not wrong. The girl was Kate, by the way, the one you fired after the contest. Amos grinned. I should have known you had a thing for her. But she never really worked here. Considering the audacity of your big play at the talent search, it's a goddamn miracle that we managed to keep collateral damage down to just one intern. Whatever. The suggested adult partner looked crazily like her. How many girls are on this thing? A couple of thousand, I think. I'd have to check. 1,000? It's a big world. Lots of girls who like money. Sick of whores, you might say. Amos chortled, amused by his own line. See, Kurt sighed. This is it. The seed can do anything, and it's doing this. It's doing happy pigs and cam shows. In all honesty, I think the cam whores are a temporary thing, Hotshot. There's a team working on something that will eliminate the need for them. It's a virtual wingman to help men communicate effectively with the girls they're lusting over. I can't explain it much better than that, but you'll see soon enough. Can't wait. When I pitched a microchip that turns you into a computer with your hand as the trackpad, I always dreamed it would come down to helping people get laid. I don't need a lie detector app to tell that you're being facetious, Hotshot. But trust me when I tell you that it doesn't suit. Look, you're just going to have to trust that the future will be better than the present. It's a long road, and there might be troughs before there are peaks. Troughs. Pigs. See what I did there? Anyway, descent into sex and inanity is as good a 5-word summation of human history as we can get. These are old habits. But you're facilitating the descent. You're pushing people towards a precipice and pretending to be surprised when they fall. Right now, it's about making sure people are taking the seed and using it in ways we can monetize. The details aren't important. This is business, Hotshot. If something is worth doing well, it's worth doing poorly at first, right? How do you think those genius Scotsmen who gave us TVs and phones would have felt if they lived to see the crap that passes for TV these days, or hear those bogus, "You've won a cruise" calls we used to have to put up with? Their brilliant inventions, wasted, turned to pointless ends, tools of inanity. You feel like that, don't you? Kurt nodded tiredly. Well, don't. The Bairds and Bells and Clerk Maxwells of this world have led us to this moment. The ultimate potential of their technologies has finally been realized thanks to our seed, and one day this creation will enjoy the same fate. Developers will always meet the public's demands, and sooner or later the public will demand more than happy pigs and cam shows. These are mere blips on the radar of our progress. Our third world call centers, our reality TV. Necessary reference points so that in 5 years we can sit back, smile, and see how far we've come. Kurt hated how easily Amos could not merely dismiss his concerns, but convince him that they were trivial. Was that everything? The imposing man asked. No, Kurt said. The ads are already too much. I've had targeted placements that could only have been assigned by someone who's been watching my Vista. I saw a poster for a show about big cats because I'd been watching one in my bed last night. And then I heard a voice outside Tasmart Express telling me noodles were on offer because I'd just been eating some. It's beyond creepy. People won't like being spied on. I sure as hell don't. It's nothing like that, Kurt. The lenses recognize food types, and the seed assumes you'll want more of the things you like. It's the same with the TV shows. The system knows what you've been watching and recommends similar things. No one is watching you. So it's all automatic? Correct. With regular ads, we just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. If a consumer purchases a product that's just been advertised, we assume the connection and take a commission. But since you didn't buy the noodles, we don't get anything from Tasmart. They don't even know about the placement. Anyway, 2 ads in a 30-minute journey hardly constitutes a flood. Kurt shrugged. Still, I saw what you've done with the tracking. Telling people that they can track everyone else if they agree to enable location services. I also know that you've been convincing schools to mandate seating of their students. Tell me that location tracking will be disabled for everyone under the age of 18. I would, but I don't want to lie to you. So what happens when a child gets abducted by some sex offender who waits until the tracking grid shows that they're isolated? Wow, Amos said, rising to his feet. You've got a sick mind. Kurt stood up and followed him to the window. So that's it? Ignore the issue? If the kid was wearing lenses, we'd see the culprit. If the kid had enabled seed-based tracking, we'd know where they were being held. And if I had my way and tracking was compulsory, the police would know where all convicts were at all times. Your little scenario couldn't happen. Only if the convicts were seated in the first place, Kurt said. People with something to hide aren't going to let you put a chip in their hand. And that's exactly the point. In a few months, everyone will be seated apart from those with a nefarious reason not to be. Hence our forthcoming push for compulsory seating of all criminals. Criminals and school children, no? Amos grinned. It would stop them going missing, wouldn't it? Kurt didn't see the funny side, but Amos continued unperturbed. Anyway, at the contest, you stood in front of the world and told me that the seed would be in every American's left hand within a year. Were you lying? Is your position at my company based on a lie? No, but I expected us to be giving people reasons to get seeded, not forcing it upon them. Come on, hotshot. You can't reason with children or criminals. People who are seeded and wearing UltraLenses can't go missing, and they can't commit crimes without being caught. Before long, the law-abiding masses will be marching in the streets to demand compulsory seating for all. You're insane if you believe that. It doesn't matter if I'm insane, Amos said. He made the stylistic decision to finish his thought with a silent glance, looking into Kurt's eyes and scribbling in his hand. I'm right. He then walked away towards his elevator. Hold on, Kurt called after him. I'm not finished with you. Amos stopped in his tracks and looked back without turning his body. Who are you speaking to, Kurt? It can't be me in that tone. Shut up and listen. If my brother's kids have to get seated, it's going to be free. And while we're on the subject of money, I should have known, Amos said, turning all the way around and walking unusually close to Kurt. Money does this to people. I didn't think it would do it to you, but what do I know? Kurt didn't reply. Well, at least now I know what you've been upset about, Amos continued. All these fantastical frustrations about people playing games, children getting a safer and better education, too many ads, poor little murderers and rapists being seated against their will. They're nothing but distractions from the truth behind your visit. Cool Kid Kurt is all about the cash. No, it's the principle of the thing, Kurt spoke up in his own defense. I want a job for life. Jobs come with responsibilities and salaries. You had me hiding in my house for 2 weeks and I'm not being paid. How is that a job? Your job was having the idea, and a damn good one it was. If it wasn't for you, there would be no seed. Exactly, Kurt said, trying to stay cool as he held Amos's eyes. So how can it be fair that I've not been paid a penny? You have infinite credit on your seed, which I can't even spend in one store yet. You've sold 8 million of my seeds at $500 a pop, and I'm struggling to get by. Is that your idea of fairness? Amos raised his eyebrows, appearing to relent. How much do you want, then? I don't want much in relative terms. Let's say 1% of whatever the seed grosses. Not much, Amos gasped. 1% is 30 million for today alone, not even counting what people have spent in the Sycamore store. What the hell do you need that kind of money for? He asked. He wasn't shouting, and he seemed more upset than angry. I didn't read you as the greedy type, Kurt. Terrence warned me that you were. I'd hate to think he was right. Kurt's eyes widened. Minion said that? He did. I thought you were an idealistic man who would be happy getting by without having to think about money, hence giving you infinite credit. It's not strictly wealth, but it takes money out of your life. Yet here you are, asking me for $30 million after 2 days. But I do still have to worry about money. Why does no one get that? Nowhere accepts payment via the seed. Everywhere soon will, Amos assured him. I promise you that. In fact, by the end of the year, most places will accept no other payment method. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that cash is on the way out. With that in mind, it would be more instructive for us to simply provide the things you need. So, Kurt, please, just tell me what you need. I could do with a new house. If you saw where I'm living, you would understand. Amos narrowed his lips like a ventriloquist. Well, I certainly wouldn't want anyone thinking that a man as important as Kurt Jacobs was slumming it. How about a nice shiny car? Or do you prefer the chauffeur service I already provide? Kurt struggled to interpret Amos's tone. I'd prefer a car. I feel bad having someone spend their time driving me around. Anything else? Amos asked. He was either jotting down Kurt's requests in his hand or doing an excellent job of pretending to. Maybe some clothes. Normal clothes, I mean, not just suits. Good. Pick everything out of a catalog and someone will take care of it all. You're coming to see me in the morning anyway, so choose a vacant house tonight and we can move you in tomorrow. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about? That was all, Kurt said, satisfied by this outcome. And are you taking a bus home, or would you rather go in the car? The driver is being paid whether he's moving or not. I'll go with him then, Kurt decided. For old time's sake. He smiled and walked away. Amos quickly performed the 3-tap shortcut for sending a text and selected Terrence Minion as its recipient. He typed a message as Kurt entered the elevator. You were right about Jacobs. Chapter 18. An expansive 4-bedroom property in the leafy borough of Longhampton immediately jumped out at Kurt from the real estate listings, while a $600,000 Prendico Finale did similar from the auto catalog. He messaged Amos with his selection straight away, but didn't receive a reply until the morning, along with confirmation that a driver would shortly be arriving to bring him to Sycamore HQ. Amos greeted Kurt in the lobby, immediately indicating that his visit would be a short one, and wasted no time in explaining the present state of affairs. Good morning, Kurt. The house and car have been registered to your seed. You know where the house is, and the car will be here tonight. Thanks, Kurt said, and he meant it. Not at all. It's a beautiful house, very classy. And a finale. I was not expecting that. Anyway, I wanted you here today to talk about Friday. I have a very important meeting with some very important people. Terrence is coming, but I'd like you to be there too. You might need to sign something about non-disclosure. The government is paranoid like that. The government? Who exactly are you meeting? The president, Amos said. And his entourage, I expect. Why are you meeting the president? Kurt asked. And why would you need me to be there? He and I have some mutual interests. As for you, there are a few reasons I want you beside me at the table. I won't lie. It's mainly that your presence brings levity, but you're also quite good at phrasing things. To hell with the catfish and all that. Why the actual president, though? Shouldn't he be busy stopping wars or whatever it is that we pay him to do? Amos smiled at how poorly Kurt seemed to understand the nature of politics. At first they told me that he was busy. They wanted to send some monkey from the CIA, but I said that if they sent a department head, then so would I, and that if they wanted their Sycamore's organ grinder, then I wanted theirs. And what do you want out of the meeting? Kurt asked. Public funding for our new Crime Prev division, along with the power to issue arrest warrants. Crime Prev will be non-commercial and fully devoted to tracking and preventing criminal activity. We'll need a lot of new staff, hence the funding. This way, we can let the police do their job on the ground without compromising consumer privacy. Kurt didn't know where to start. Public funding for a corporation that makes billions of dollars in a single day? I bet you won't be sharing your profits. This is the same kind of reverse socialism we saw with the banks. Men like you taking risks with everyone else's money and keeping the rewards. And seriously, calling it Crime Prev? What would you suggest then? Sycamore? It's not so much the name itself, Kurt said. I just meant that even thinking of a name like that shows how out of touch you are. It sounds like something you've dreamed up to punish thought crime. Amos couldn't think of a lie, so he said nothing. Seconds passed before something came to his mind. It's not about thought crime. We can only see what people are actually doing and saying, not what they're thinking. There's no room for error. But there's infinite room for abuse, Kurt contended. And knowing you, you'll probably put Minion in charge. The board will consider all well-qualified candidates. Much could be read into Amos's non-denial. Do you know what your good friend Terrence used to do before he started working here? Kurt asked. Why do you think I recruited him? Amos said, grinning horribly. Look, hotshot, we have the technology to eliminate crime, and it would be a sin to ignore that. This is one of those times where ability implies duty. We can, so we must. Aren't people already using their recorded footage to prove what did or didn't happen in difficult situations, though? Kurt prodded. Why do we need all of these new powers? Amos nodded. He liked it when Kurt paid attention. They have, yes. A handful of consumers have already gone into police stations and used their relive data as evidence. But that only works when the victim is present during the crime and when they are a relive subscriber. We need the funds to staff a new surveillance department and the power to issue arrest warrants. This new law about public demonstrations was a sort of prequel. We've been negotiating that since before the launch. Kurt knew what Amos was talking about, but only just. A few hours earlier, his morning Sycamore news bulletin had heralded the unopposed passing of the first Sycamore-related legislation as a victory for the public. It would tackle an unjust status quo, apparently, in which everyone was expected to foot policing bills for which only a handful of demonstrators were responsible. A small levy was to be automatically debited from all participants in officially sanctioned demonstrations. Inauspicious police drones, even these early models, could interact with seeds from as many as 12 meters away. This meant that attending officers could instruct the drones to hover safely above the demonstrators and scan them one by one. Anyone found to be unseated, and hence unable to foot their share of the policing costs, would be removed from the area. It was a victory for common sense, Amos said. After presenting the idea to the authorities as a gesture of goodwill and providing the scanning technology free of charge, Amos was publicly thanked for his good citizenship. That the new law annihilated the possibility of a counter-Sycamore demonstration was a happy coincidence. Kurt could see no way that the demo would go peacefully, since the kind of people who protested offline were hardly representative of the public at large, and were anything but likely to cooperate with the tyrannical actions of the new government Sycamore coalition. I think I might go along to that protest tomorrow, he said, keen to witness the resistance firsthand. Just to see how this new scanning thing goes down. You don't need me then, do you? Not really, Amos shrugged. I can fill you in more about the meeting just before it starts, so be here early on Friday. I actually think it will be pretty helpful if you do attend the protest, in fact. I don't trust our contracted journalists and reporters. They all have career agendas, you know. But you, I can trust. So either send me a video or tell me how it goes. Keep your head down, though. I will. Amos nodded. I was joking about the Kurtmobile, by the way. She's already here, he said, clicking his fingers for the valet and walking towards his elevator. Don't crash it now. I had to fire 3 people to buy you that." The young valet walked over and told Kurt that his car was waiting outside. Kurt assumed that Amos was joking about the firings, but he felt bad for being unable to offer the valet a tip. He mumbled an apology about not having touched any real money for days. When the yellow supercar came into view, Kurt's bad feelings died in an instant. It was the kind of thing an international gambler or an oil prince would drive, he thought, standing out even amongst the vehicles of the brokers and derivative traders who worked in the surrounding skyscrapers. It was the best, and it was his. Kurt hadn't driven anything in over a year, and this wasn't just anything. What he intended as a light touch of the accelerator sent him zooming out of the quarter mile and left the wind trailing behind. It was so much more fun than the limo's back seat. Another 4 million consumers were seated while Kurt raced around the city, bringing the total past 15 million. But for one beautiful day, he forgot about Sycamore and just drove. He felt like a child in a fast car. When evening came, a smiling Kurt Jacobs pulled up outside his apartment and walked inside to spend one last night in a poor man's bed. Chapter 19. Kurt arrived late at the protest on Thursday morning, but still managed to find a parking space near the action. There looked to be around 40 protesters, a poor turnout by most standards. Before leaving the car, Kurt searched through his Sycamore News app for stories about the protest. He found only one. Apparently, the demonstrators were complaining about a newly constructed vertical pig farm that was about to open in the city. An informative article from earlier in the morning gave Kurt some understanding of why they were upset. Pork Towers will support 120,000 live units staggered across all stages of the production cycle, it read, from gestation to packaging through rearing and destruction. Lauded as the ultimate in efficient food production, vertical farms provide a cheap source of calories and delicious animal protein for all ages. As with Scrantime's prior developments, cage sizes in pork towers exceed minimum welfare regulations and allow each unit of livestock enough space to perform 3/4 of a full turn. It is important to remind opponents of the project, which has created 2,400 jobs, that pigs are only as intelligent as 4-year-old children, many of whom spend hours each day in playpens no larger than the tower's communal cages. Between the road and the square where the protest was taking place, Kurt saw a small table littered with informational leaflets and large images of pigs in dirty cages. 2 people staffed the table, a man and a woman. The man was looking at something on his phone, a dead giveaway that he wasn't seated, and probably the reason he was on table duty. The woman stepped out to greet Kurt. He sighed. She seemed like the militant type. "Are you here to protest?" "I'm just watching," he said. "Neutral observer." "How can you be neutral when this is going on in our city? Look!" she cried, pointing to Pork Towers. "At least sign the petition." "Why should I?" Kurt said. He instantly wished he could take the words back. The look in the woman's eyes changed, like she was entering an angry trance. "People who torture and kill animals for fun are locked up, right?" Yeah." "And people who torture or kill other people are locked up too, no?" "Obviously." "But if someone was to imprison, brutally kill, and then eat their human victim, that person wouldn't just be locked up. They would be thrown in a padded cell because they were so obviously evil." Kurt's eyebrows gave a half shrug. "Think about what's going on here. A multinational corporation builds a tower and fills it with these intelligent animals who have feelings and thoughts and complex social structures. The corporation locks them in tiny, crowded cages and treats them like inanimate objects. Then it slaughters them. They scream and try to escape, you know. But we're supposed to act like that doesn't mean anything because it would be too inconvenient to think of livestock as sentient beings. The clue is in the name. These animals are just units of stock that happen to be alive." The woman paused for breath and continued. "Anyway, the pigs are imprisoned, mistreated, and then brutally killed. Sounds familiar? Except the corporation doesn't eat its victims. It chops them into sausages and markets them to children. Yet this corporation, created and operated by people, remember, is somehow immune from morality. If Scrantime's CEO was to kill a dog, he would be in trouble. But when his company builds a killing tower for 120,000 of that dog's social and intellectual superiors, Our city gives him massive tax breaks and thanks him for his business." The woman inhaled sharply again after the long and rambling rant, then shook her head to compose herself. "Everything is wrong here." "You're right," Kurt said. "A lot of things are wrong. But in my hierarchy of global problems, pigs aren't on top." "That's how the money men want you to think," interjected the woman's calmer male partner, finished with his phone and keen to win Kurt over. "That they're just animals. When a child hurts an animal, it's cause for concern. So why here, when the corporate establishment does it, should we look the other way? Because their cruelty is driven by the profit motive? Shouldn't that make it worse? First, it doesn't matter how we treat animals. Then it doesn't matter how we treat enemy combatants. Then it doesn't matter how we treat criminals. Guess who's next? Me, I suppose. I'll be chopped into sausages unless I sign a petition against vertical farms," Kurt said. He hadn't set out to offend the well-intentioned campaigners, but to his mind they were being ridiculous. The man pointed to the imposing tower. "That is not a farm." "And I am not a pig," Kurt said. "Good luck," he added as he walked away, more or less meaning it despite having found little common ground. He retired to his car side of the road and watched the demonstration from there, zooming in for a great view. Much to his surprise, no one was being ejected. Either the drones were broken or the seed had spread wider than he realized. It was certainly true that a disproportionate percentage of people were already seated within big cities, where there was never a shortage of trends to be followed and appearances to be kept up. But he certainly hadn't expected so many political activists to have joined Sycamore's ranks. And then finally, some excitement. Without warning, 4 police officers approached the demonstration and each unceremoniously removed a protester. They marched them to the edge of the square, just opposite the point from which Kurt was observing with his arms folded, and explained that the protesters would be committing a crime if they re-entered the square. 3 of them argued half-heartedly, and relented when the police raised their batons. The 4th, the only female in the group, slapped one of the police officers in the face. Kurt didn't know what she was thinking, but he was instantly excited by the escalation. This was the kind of action that could spark something big, he considered, with more than a little hope that it would. The other 3 unseated demonstrators fled while they still could, leaving the woman in a circle of 4 affronted police officers. 2 tackled her and held her hands behind her back, while another reached for his taser. Kurt knew that if they went through with this, there would be a riot when the video surfaced. But as much as he wanted to see a backlash against the draconian and borderline fascistic new anti-protest legislation, his subconscious also seemed to know that it was wrong to stand by as an outmatched young woman fell victim to police brutality for a slap that hadn't done any real damage. His mind wanted to be quiet, but his voice wouldn't listen. "I'm recording this," it shouted to the police. "And I don't think Isaiah Amos or anyone else would be pleased to see it." "You stay the hell out of this, son." "Son?" Kurt asked, crossing the road and looking straight at the recalcitrant officer. The man stared back and gasped when Kurt's info appeared in the air beside his head. "Oh my God, Mr. Jacobs. I didn't know it was you. There's no need for this to escalate." Without any hesitation, the officer then turned to the woman he had been about to tase and sheepishly apologized for his actions. He and his colleagues then quickly walked away with their tails between their legs, not a backwards glance between them. Kurt Jacobs had no idea what had just happened. Chapter 20. Kurt hurried towards his car, realizing that he had broken Amos's sole instruction to keep his head down. As it went, he could hardly have garnered more attention if he had tried. From nowhere, a hand landed on his shoulder. "You!" a female voice yelled as the hand spun him around. "This is all your fault." As if he needed any confirmation, his eyes gave it. It was the woman. She still looked angry, but face to face she looked a decade younger, Kurt's age or thereabouts, and she had the darkest eyes he had ever seen. Wary of staring too long, he said the only thing he could think of. "I don't know you." "And I'm fine, thanks for asking. See what you've done with this stupid chip?" "It's not a chip," he said automatically. "It's a seed." "That's all you have to say?" Look, he sighed. None of what's happening over there is my fault. I only found out about this new anti-protest law yesterday, and I came down hoping to see resistance. You were the only one who put up a fight, and if they hadn't been so rough, I would have let it go and kept filming from a distance because an overreaction could have been good for bringing more attention to all of this. The anger in the girl's face faded. I suppose you did sort of save my ass. So did you sign the petition? Pork Towers is symbolic of everything that's going wrong these days. Just total disregard for anything except money, right? Kurt couldn't face another argument about pigs, happy or otherwise, and especially not with as lively a firecracker as this one. He exaggerated his concern. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Slippery slope. Anyway, how did you know who I was? I mean, I know the cop said my name, but how did you know the seed was my idea? You don't seem like a Sycamore fan. I'm a journalist. Well, student journalist. And I covered the talent search, she explained, a hint of amusement creeping through the words. Man, that was some outfit. Yeah, I thought so too, Kurt laughed. But did you like my pitch? You mean the pitch as distinct from the idea you were pitching? I guess. It definitely had more spirit than any of the others. But I couldn't help but feel that a concept as horrible as a consumer microchip didn't deserve as impassioned a defense as you gave it. And you did give Amos some pretty messed up ideas about how to maximize revenue. You even said the seed would change the world while it's taking it over. See? You're more than complicit here. You're responsible. I said what I said to make sure that I won, Kurt admitted. But he would have come up with it all anyway. Honest, if nothing else, she said, a slow smile creeping across her face. So I'm going to the bus stop. Are you going to wait with me? Kurt nodded and followed. He wasn't sure if any of what she had just said was a compliment, but the invitation to the bus stop tipped him towards a maybe. The concept is still sound, he insisted. It's just being poorly applied. I had nothing to do with this new law. I just wanted to make people's lives easier. You know what they say about the road to hell and good intentions, the girl said. This fascist law against public protest might be the worst thing so far, but it's only the start. The worst thing so far is the ads, Kurt argued, ignoring her warning of things to come. I can only imagine. He shook his head definitively. No, you couldn't possibly imagine. It's advertising gone wild. They have girls whispering in my ears when I walk past a store, telling me to buy more of what the lenses saw me eating for breakfast. Then they have girls who look like girls. Kurt trailed off. He couldn't even bring himself to tell her what Sycamore was doing in the adult market, so ashamed was he to have given them the technology they needed to do it. Modern advertising is bad whether it's targeted or not, she said. It feeds on our insecurities, and when we don't have enough of them, it makes new ones. They tell us we can't be happy without whatever garbage they're trying to sell. If we don't buy it, everyone will hate us. It's reductionist, it's invasive, and it's everywhere. Seriously? You should see it from this side of the lenses. I'd rather not, she replied, wrinkling her nose in a way Kurt couldn't help but like. But if you think those ads are the worst of it, you need to stop and think about the whole privacy side of things. I know how men like Amos work. They look out at the world from their ivory towers and they don't see people. They see consumers. Kurt didn't say anything. Consumers and their privacy are easily parted, she continued. Look at the tracking. First it's opt-in, then it's opt-out, then you don't have a choice. What then? I don't even want to think what it'll be like when they try to digitize the money supply. Kurt's eyes narrowed. The more the conversation ran, the more this girl seemed to know an awful lot about things that hadn't been announced. Do you have someone on the inside? He asked. Not yet, she said, as though these two short words carried far less weight than she realized. But don't you worry about these things too? Like what might happen if they decide to turn someone's chip off, and the person couldn't buy anything? And the keys. What if someone at Sycamore decides they don't want you getting into your house one night, or into your car? Everyone is giving so much power over to this corporation without even realizing it. I've asked those questions to Amos, and I've answered them for the press. There's no danger of Sycamore cutting people off, Kurt said. The consequences would be dire. It would be CR suicide. What the hell is CR? Consumer relations. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, did you ever stop to think about the consequences of your actions when you were designing the chip in the first place? Of course not, Kurt said, like this answer should have been as obvious to her as it was to him. I'm a how guy. I was focused on the problems. Which were? Where should I start? Inefficiency, protectionism, technological stagnation? Those weren't problems, she replied. Those were abstract concerns, dreamt up by people with nothing more important to worry about. And in tackling them, all you've done is create real problems. It hardly seemed possible that power could be any more concentrated, but you've managed it. People who won't take the chip are going to be treated like criminals, and people who do take it are selling themselves into slavery. Hell, they're buying themselves into slavery. Once you're chipped, Sycamore owns you. They literally own your memories. And once Amos pushes for cash to be abandoned, he'll be in full control of your assets. Kurt wanted to remind her again that it was a seed, not a chip, but the look in her eyes hinted against doing so. He stayed quiet. Those are problems, she reiterated, and not the kind you can hack your way out of. By the way, how come no one has tried to hack Sycamore? If someone got in, they could put all sorts of stuff in the sky and mess with the ads. It seems like too good a target for people to ignore. Kurt had the answer to that one. The guy who did the security is the best in the world. He's an asshole, but the kind you're always sort of glad to have on your side. I know him from before. As Kurt finished speaking, the bus arrived and the girl stepped forward. Interesting meeting you, she said. Likewise, he smiled. What's this keypad? The girl asked the driver. He replied automatically. New security measure. Just read the numbers on the front window and type them in. She looked at him, confused. What numbers on the window? Sorry, he grunted. You can't ride without lenses. Next. What? She asked, stunned. Since when? This morning. Next. Kurt saw what was happening and pushed his way past the rest of the queuing passengers. It's okay, he told the driver. I'll read them for her. Sorry, kid, but that won't do unless you want to ride for her, too. Kid? Who the hell do you think you're speaking to like that? Kurt asked. The girl accepted defeat and pulled Kurt away before the driver even saw who he was. Come on, she sighed. We're holding up the line. Moments later, Kurt half noticed a sign on the back of the bus as it disappeared into the distance. Something about imminent changes to accepted payment methods. How far away do you live? He asked. The sky told him that rain was coming in 6 minutes. He thought back to the pre-seed days when the lenses took several seconds to deliver semi-accurate weather forecasts. The days when he had to worry about the weather. The days before Amos and chauffeurs and free Italian supercars. It was hard to know why, but he almost missed them. It's like a 35-minute walk, she said. Kurt shook his head. The least I can do is drive you. Just say which way I should go and stop me a little bit before your house, okay? It's probably best if I don't get too close. Why? It just is. The non-explanation did nothing to quell her curiosity. Would you get in trouble for coming to my house? It's not me I'm worried about. I didn't get your name, by the way. It's Stacy, she said, offering her hand in a straight-armed manner more typical of a businesswoman than an animal welfare activist. Stacy Palomino. Kurt shook her hand and found his thoughts falling out of his mouth before he could filter them. Isn't a palomino a kind of horse? I think so, but palomino comes from dove. Oh, he said. Like Paloma? Almost, Stacy smiled, half impressed. But palombo, it's Italian, for dove. Kurt tapped the golden badge on her jacket. It was formed in the shape of a peace dove, just like Picasso's. That explains this, then. I guess so, she smiled. And the distance between them seemed to be shrinking as they walked along the long line of parked vehicles. My new car is Italian, Kurt said to end a short lull in the conversation. Like your name. He immediately chided himself. It had sounded a lot better in his head. Is it that old black one? Stacy asked. Not quite, he replied, clicking Unlock Car from the menu in his lenses. The headlights on the yellow supercar ahead of them blinked twice, on either side of a vanity plate that read Kurtmobile. Needless to say, that part had been Amos's idea. Stacy was taken aback. That's your car? Well, at least you're keeping your feet on the ground. It was a gift from Amos, Kurt said, lying only slightly. She didn't take her eyes off of the car. Whatever it was, it's obscene. You don't like it? The eyes returned to Kurt. The mouth fought a smile. I didn't say that. Kurt laughed, walking around to the passenger side and opening her door. And they said chivalry was dead. Wisely, Kurt declined to admit that he mainly opened Stacy's door because he didn't want her to break the unusual vertical mechanism. She climbed in and he closed it behind her. Wow, she said, exploring the car's sparkling interior. I can't believe you let him buy you this. Might as well take what I can get, Kurt shrugged. How much did it cost? I didn't actually ask. It's better not to know. 35 minutes on foot translated to 9 in the car, and it seemed like they had just gotten in when Stacy interrupted their idle chatter to tell Kurt he was getting close to her house. She reached for the door handle when the car stopped. I'll get that, he said. Stacy pulled her hand back but remained insistent on letting herself out. There's no sense in both of us getting wet. I've been wet before, Kurt said, stepping into the rain with a new motivation purer than a drive to protect his expensive door. And you seemed pretty happy that chivalry was still alive. Stacy's eyes held his as she climbed out beside him. So, will I see you again? Kurt wasn't expecting her to say that, and he didn't know how to answer. I don't think that would be a very good idea. It's okay, I get it. Too caught up with the digital girls in your virtual reality world, right? She jibed. It's not virtual, it's augmented. You keep telling yourself that, Stacy said. She had an uncanny way of saying sharp things softly. When do you want to see me again? He asked, turning the question back on her. How's your tomorrow? She replied, now having to shout over the sound of the lashing rainfall. Rainfall probably wasn't even the word for it. Something like torrent or deluge, though still insufficient, came closer. The downpour was severe enough that Stacy and Kurt were the only people on the street, where they stood looking into each other's eyes and talking small as if the sun was shining. Had a division existed between romance and insanity, this would have tested its boundary. I have to be with Amos tomorrow, Kurt said, when he meets the president. Stacy laughed. Poor you! Do you think you could give him a slap for me? Amos? Well, yeah, him too. But mainly the other guy. Kurt laughed. I don't think even I would get away with that. I could tell him you sent it, though. Better than nothing, she smiled. Kurt couldn't help but mirror it. That should be done by about 5, hopefully. I could meet you here and we could drive back to my new house if you wanted to. I haven't really been yet, but it's supposed to be really nice. And really huge, according to Amos. Not that you're into stuff like that, but... Stacy couldn't suppress another grin. A night in a mansion with Mr. Sycamore? How could a girl refuse? I'm not Mr. Sycamore, Kurt insisted. But it was too late. With a wink and a twirl, Stacy disappeared around the corner. All that remained on the street was Kurt and an open dumpster. He closed the lid to prevent more rain from getting inside, then stepped back into his car and looked at the time, unspeakably frustrated that it wasn't yet 5 o'clock tomorrow. Though their lengthy conversation yielded little common ground, Kurt was utterly taken by Stacy. It was about more than how good she looked, especially in the rain, and it went beyond her attractive strength of conviction and what seemed like a stereotypically irrepressible fiery Latin temperament. He liked Stacy for all of those reasons, of course, but also for the way she was making him think about himself, challenge his role, question his complicity. Wonder what he would have to do to become the kind of guy who would have a real chance with that kind of girl. Her presence hit him hard, chipping away at his blasé front with a relentless barrage of insights that seemed to arrange themselves on the surface of his soul like a line from Rilke. "You must change your life," she told him without telling him, and he knew she was right. An outmoded digital radio played as Kurt drove home, purely because he didn't want his hearing to be blocked by the in-earphones in case there were sirens. The car, meanwhile, handled the wet tarmac like a $600,000 dream, faster than light and twice as quiet. It rounded a corner and Kurt suddenly jumped in his seat, simultaneously panicked and infuriated by a pop-up ad that obscured his view of the road. He slammed his foot on the supercar's brakes and it ground to a halt mere inches from the vehicle in front. Kurt looked at the overlaid image, a suggestive photo of very almost Stacy Palomino. Before he could act to close the ad, a sleazy voiceover played in his ears. "We saw you stare, and we felt your heart pounding. You can't have her, but here's the next closest thing." Chapter 21. Too shaken by his close call with the pop-up ad to think about moving house, Kurt drove to the safety of his old apartment and spent one more night there. He woke gently the following morning, still at the apex of a forest popularity table which now featured 28 million consumers. It was the last Friday of the month, payday for most of the country, and the coming weekend would be the first opportunity for the 9-to-5ers to buy their seeds. Sales numbers were impossible to predict, but Amos publicly stated that he would be surprised if the current figure hadn't doubled by Monday morning. He went on to boast that if 60 million units were indeed sold within a single week, Sycamore would have broken the old record for a smartphone launch 6 times over. Only 6? Kurt mused, fairly surprised. Suddenly, the numbers didn't seem quite so crazy. He packed some clothes for his new house and drove conservatively towards Sycamore HQ, wary of pop-ups after the previous night's incident. Amos was going to get an earful about that when Kurt arrived. A frustrating delay near the edge of the quarter-mile gave Kurt time to notice the old-fashioned billboard by the side of the road. It was a static, as they had come to be known, so displayed the same image to everyone. It was a typical beer ad, which featured a majestically airbrushed 18 to 24-year-old bikini model tilting her head above the crude slogan, "Lexington, I want you to want it." Kurt wasn't sure exactly when subtlety had died, but it annoyed him to an irrational extent that some idiot in a suit had been paid to think of that slogan. The drawback of statics had always been that the advertiser had to pay to advertise to everyone when only a portion of the audience might be interested in their wares. Targeted placements had the obvious discriminatory advantage in that regard, but Kurt found himself wondering how necessary they really were, given that half of the city's statics seemed to be selling Lexington, and that a good number of his placements had been too. The past few weeks had made Kurt think about advertising in new ways, and he now realized that the cancer had always been pervasive enough to ensure that most people wanted the same things anyway. Apparently, Kurt's lenses had looked at the static billboard for long enough to convince his seed that he might be interested in buying some Lexington. And just in case the model didn't quite do the job, here came a pop-up to make sure. The new image was overlaid in his Vista seconds after he parked. This timing was better than last night's, but still far too close for comfort. Once again, Stacy was the woman of choice. But this time it was different. This time, Sycamore wasn't selling Kurt the idea of Stacy. This time, they were using Stacy herself to sell him Lexington. The ad looked like it had come from the same template as the static. The most seductive shot of Stacy from Kurt's Vista recordings had been selected. Presumably, it came from the moment his heart rate was most elevated. She was half biting her bottom lip and half smiling in the rain as her hair clung to her neck. Taken out of context like this, it looked like an overtly sexual pose. The slogan under Stacy's unconsenting face somehow managed to trump the last one for classlessness. "I only do dudes who do Lexington." Kurt would have rolled his eyes if the pop-up wouldn't have followed them. What was it with Lexington and terrible ads? What was it with Lexington and ads? He just didn't get it. After all, they were already the most successful drinks company in the world by an immeasurable distance, with 8 available flavors that catered for the whole market. beer, red wine, white wine, cola, pineapple, strawberry, princess, and, of course, Kurt's favorite from his student days, blue. Lexington was a strong drink, stronger than real wine, but didn't taste it. It was the quickest and cheapest way to get buzzed, available in both cans and plastic bottles from an outlet near you. Lexington Jr. was a gateway brand targeted at underage consumers. Its containers looked the same as the grown-up ones to ensure an easy transition, and its advertising campaigns made sure that all those future alcoholics dressed up as school children counted down their days to adulthood with glee. "Be like Daddy," the mascot said. "It's what big boys drink." Do-gooder types had tried to get Lexington Jr. commercials banned from children's TV shows, but nothing ever came of it. The company invested a few $1,000s in alcohol awareness programs and a few million more in the relevant decision-makers' campaign funds. When Kurt stepped inside Sycamore HQ, Amos wasn't awaiting him in the lobby. He did, however, move towards his floor's elevator as it ascended, clasping a mug full of blue liquid as he prepared to greet Kurt. "Morning, hotshot," he boomed as the doors parted. Kurt smelled Lexington and saw blue. "Jesus, it's early for that." "Junior, of course," Amos said. "I don't mess with the hard stuff." He winked, but Kurt was in no mood for fun. "I got a Lexington pop-up in my car this morning. I had just parked," he said. Amos blew air from his lips as if he cared. "That was fortunate." Well, last night I got a pop-up for a cam show when I was driving on a wet road. What the hell is going on with that? I could have died." Amos put a condescending arm around Kurt's waist and led him to the wall-cum-window on the floor's north-facing side. He looked down to the street, deep in thought. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This wouldn't be an issue if cars drove themselves." "Well, they don't," Kurt snapped. "People drive cars, so stop putting ads in front of their eyes. Someone is going to get killed." "How are we supposed to know when someone is driving, Kurt? How? You can't complain without offering a solution." "The tracking knows how fast people are moving. Anything over 5 miles per hour should preclude pop-up ads. There, solved." Amos shook his head quickly. "What about buses? We can't disallow ads on buses, or trains, planes, you name it. Baby, bathwater, total non-starter." Kurt sensed that he was fighting a losing battle. Only when someone died in an ad-induced collision would Amos act to deal with the pop-ups. "I wasn't just annoyed at getting an ad while I was driving, though," he said, moving on to the other side of the issue. "It was another one of those look-alike sex ads. You'll stop seeing them when the system realizes you're not interested." Amos shrugged. "Anyway, you shouldn't be angry at me over what happened yesterday. I heard about the incident on the bus and the incident with the police. Keep your head down, I seem to recall telling you. So, who was the girl?" "What girl?" "Don't play games, Kurt. Not today. Bystanders have been running their mouths on Forrest about how Kurt Jacobs argued with a bus driver who wouldn't allow a blind passenger to board. And this after you pulled rank on 4 police officers who were trying to restrain her." "She's not blind, and that wasn't restraining. I can rewind and show you." Amos smiled like a spider with a fly. "So there is a girl. And blind doesn't mean actually blind, just without lenses. Look, I saw a girl struggling to get on a bus and I tried to help, okay? And the police were behaving like soldiers, but at least they responded when they saw who I was. It just happened to be the same girl involved in both incidents. I don't know her." "Good. I would hate to think that your personal life was harming your public persona. I'll have communications Colin and his team clean this up. They're almost as good at spin as Terrence's men, but a lot less busy." Kurt walked away from the window and sat in his usual pick of Amos's scattered sofas. "The meeting's cancelled, by the way," Amos called over. "What? I got out of bed for it." "Oh well. Turns out the president didn't need much convincing. He knows fine well how much good Crime Prev will do. I'll fill you in on what's been decided in the meeting room. Follow me." Kurt rested his elbow on the arm of the sofa. "Tell me here." "Come on," Amos said, pulling Kurt to his feet and leading him towards the meeting room. "There's new stuff, too. You take a lot of things for granted because you're around everything all the time. But we have exclusive access to an endless stream of surveillance data and information on everyone in the country. That gold mine has all sorts of unimagined security applications, so he was keen to do business. Except you don't have everyone in the country. Even if we get to 30 million today and 60 million by Monday, that's still only 20%, Kurt said. He heard himself say only and realized how foolish it sounded. In a single week, hotshot. 1 week. And anyway, it wouldn't matter if we never seated another consumer. The critical mass has been reached. Even if someone tries to stay blind and unseated, there could still be a camera behind every other eye around them. The bigwigs know that too. They can't hide their corruption anymore. Power like this is what they live for. Power like this comes with special responsibilities, Kurt said. Amos put his hand on the doorknob and proudly shook his head. Hotshot, power like this has never existed. Chapter 22. Kurt sat down at the head of the table, in the seat normally reserved for Amos. He didn't mean anything by this, but Amos quietly appreciated it as a fearless gesture. In his eyes, Kurt was turning into the kind of man who could serve Sycamore well for years to come. I spoke with the president last night, Amos began. What do you want to know? Kurt upturned his palms. How about why you didn't tell me last night that I didn't have to come in today? Very good, Amos laughed. It's probably easiest if I just let you hear the key part of our 15-minute voice call. Bear in mind that he already knew what I was going to propose, so the resistance was purely ceremonial. After accessing the call and moving to the relevant time, Amos looked in Kurt's eyes and swiped 2 fingers towards him. Like magic, the audio filled Kurt's ears. Amos's voice came first. Tomorrow, Mr. President, this country can expect to host around 50 murders and several hundred serious sexual crimes. Your police will catch a paltry percentage of the culprits. With our data, they would catch them all. And, to go even further, if this data was combined with sufficient resources for preemptive interventions, the crimes wouldn't even take place. Our grid is capable of tracking the behavioral habits and movement patterns of everyone in the country. As soon as someone looks like committing a serious crime, boom, crime prev. Preemptive interventions? The president asked, sounding sure that he must have misheard. You're suggesting that we punish the innocent? No, I'm suggesting that we protect their innocence, Amos replied with effortless conviction. Only a few such interventions would be necessary anyway. When detection is literally inevitable, people will soon get the message that crime no longer pays. And when we push on with currency digitization, theft will become impossible. Crimes of greed will vanish overnight. Crimes of passion are trickier, of course, but the only effective deterrent is guaranteed conviction. Who else can give you that? Sycamore holds the key to the door. Kurt could easily imagine the smug look Amos must have been sporting as he spoke these words. And where exactly does this door lead? The president asked. It's a revolving door, Amos deadpanned. And it leads you back to the White House. The audio ceased. Back in the present, Amos still looked smug. It was plain sailing from there, he shrugged, like his conversation with the president was an everyday kind of occurrence. Did he not pick up on that little currency digitization bombshell you slipped in? Kurt asked, his hands resting on the table. He felt decidedly impotent, sitting in a largely empty meeting room discussing decisions that had already been made. He heard it, and he liked it. After the part you heard, we talked about currency for a few minutes. Its nature, its current state, you know. Digitization is happening organically, but the government seems as keen as we are to speed it along. I don't know how much you thought about what you were doing with the seed, But the government has been dreaming of something like this for years. A chip was always the long-term goal because it makes the herd so easy to manage. Washington didn't think it could actually be done, though. They didn't know where to start. Those clowns probably would have jumped in with compulsory chipping and had violent resistance on their hands. We knew better, of course. We know that fear only gets you so far because hope is always there getting in the way. So, we did what we had to do. We made people want it. Now, everyone is getting what they want. Kurt rubbed his chin in thought. But what did the president want from you? Really, I mean. The government wants what we're giving them, Kurt. They didn't want us to know that, naturally, so they merely asked for favorable news coverage and such like. And did you promise it? Amos ignored the question. He also said they can only fund crime prev if we made seed-based tracking compulsory. It's out of my hands, but I'm sure the public will understand that. Oh, and they're going to offer subsidized seeding for people on welfare. I don't even know what to say about that last part, Kurt said. But no, people won't understand if you take away their right not to be tracked after barely a week. All the people who didn't opt in will be furious. You are going to tell them, right? We have to. The concept of a grid for tracking potential criminals only works when people know it's universal. But almost everyone opted in anyway. The percentage is already in the very high 90s. That's not the point. How can the president think this is a good idea? Morality aside, a meaningful number of people will hate this. I don't see how he can run for a second term on the back of this kind of partnership. His legacy will be a police state to end all others. Amos drummed his fingers on the meeting table. It's really not all that complicated, Kurt. Imagine for a second that you were the president. If you wanted to be elected again, would it really be wise to stand in the way of a system that promises to eliminate violent crime? Whatever, Kurt said, letting out a long sigh. Is there anything else I should know? This is why I don't like telling you things, Amos sighed in turn, referencing the contempt in Kurt's tone. You don't understand how the real world works. I understand more than you think. This just isn't what I wanted. I wanted progress, not this. It's change, Hotshot. The only certainty we ever have is that change is inevitable. Exactly, but progress isn't. Progress has to be pursued, nurtured, protected. All you're doing is chasing power and paper. The paper will be gone soon, Amos grinned. Currency digitization and all that. Kurt rose to his feet, sensing that the discussion had nowhere else to go, and still more than a little frustrated that he'd come all the way to Sycamore HQ for a meeting that had already taken place. I'm going to head over to the new house with some of my stuff, he said, since it seems like there's nothing else. Amos followed Kurt into the elevator without speaking, and Kurt watched on as Amos's eyes lost focus and the dumb glare of full immersion took over. Here it is, Amos said, finding whatever he'd been looking for just seconds before they stepped out onto the ground floor. I don't know how fast word travels, and you know how I don't like to mention our competitors. But those Californian hipsters we're going to crush with the phone dumping stunt are planning to announce a chip of their own at their stupid little conference thing next week. What? Kurt shrieked in automatic reaction. Another chip? But I thought we had patents for AR contact lenses. What use would their chip be without lenses? Evidently, the threat of a rival to the Seed knocked Kurt's other concerns to the back of his mind in the way that only an external enemy could. Amos was heartened by this evident concern. I thought that too, Hotshot, but apparently we were wrong. We're only protected for certain applications of AR lenses, the ones we had before the Seed. But things like recording live input, enabling direct chat, those concepts didn't exist before you came along, so none of my men had thought to patent them. So what's going to happen? Kurt asked. Did the president offer some sort of protection against the other chip as a sweetener? Amos smiled as they reached the front door and the valet set off to fetch Kurt's car. See? "You're better at this than you thought. I'll give you the exact quote," he said, swiping across a second extract from the call. Once more, the president's recorded voice filled Kurt's ears. "Don't worry, Mr. Amos," it said. "We'll tell the media that Sycamore has invested heavily in our country, and hence your intellectual property rights must be protected. Your monopoly on subdermal consumer technology will last as long as my establishment." The extract ended there. "They're on our side all the way," Amos beamed. An assurance of protection against the rival chip had been what Kurt thought he wanted only seconds earlier, but actually hearing it rustled up discomfort. "I know this benefits us right now, but is it a precedent we want? The government supporting anti-competitive action is a slippery slope. The political and economic systems we have are bad enough, but if you take away the competition and leave everything else, then we're looking at corporate fascism. Is that what you want?" Amos wrinkled his nose in indifference. "I don't care what you call it, hotshot. An easy win is an easy win." Chapter 23. Although Kurt's new car had its own navigation system, it couldn't compete with the one built into his seed. Sycamore's app was called Take Me There, or TMT, with its title keeping up the not-at-all annoying habit of capitalizing words with no spaces in between. Thanks to TMT, a long green arrow appeared on the road to tell Kurt where to drive. The distance and time fields updated an unnecessary number of times per second, but unlike dangerous pop-up ads, these data points didn't interfere with his view of the road. He figured that this new method of on-road navigation might even be safer than the device-based kind it was replacing, since drivers no longer had to glance away from the road to view the correct route. TMT worked on foot as well as within a vehicle, and to Kurt's great unease, the app had offered him the choice of person or place when it came to selecting his desired destination. He tried not to think about this too much, for now at least. Kurt's new home in Longhampton lay at the opposite end of the city from his old apartment, with a lightning bolt of social mobility suddenly lifting him from the plebeian doldrums and dropping him near the city's southwestern limits. It wasn't that he wanted to live with the upper crust. That was just where the good houses happened to be. Kurt had been driving south from Sycamore HQ for what seemed like no time when TMT told him that his new home was only 30 seconds away. A huge black gate came into view before long, causing Kurt to let out a slow sigh. He was going to be one of those gate people. The gate opened as he approached, allowing him to continue right on to the end of the cul-de-sac. Kurt couldn't see himself liking any of his new neighbors, so was pleased that there were such big gaps between the houses. Once his seed unlocked the front door without any drama, his first reaction to the house's interior was open-jawed wonder. It lived up to the pictures, and then some. Whoever had designed the house clearly had Kurt's kind of taste. Marble floors, high ceilings, a master bedroom with a waterbed in the corner and a hot tub in the middle, a kitchen that made Randy's look like a closet, and closets that made the old apartment look like a sick joke. Kurt decided not to bother collecting any more of his things for now and dumped the few boxes he had in one of the rooms upstairs. He returned to his new bedroom and sat in a fancy seat by the window. With a crystal glass of Lexington blue in his hand and songs about the good life in his ears, Kurt kept his eyes fixed on the white viewing wall, unable to bring himself to admire a beautiful rainbow over the world his seed was ruining. Crime Prev and Forrest and everything else ran through his mind, until he dozed off to somewhere more peaceful. The next thing Kurt knew, the time in the corner of his lenses was blinking 16:35, and it was time to get ready to meet Stacy. He opened the curtains and looked out over a meadow he never knew existed so close to the city. The sky was clearer than it had any right to be. Kurt was refreshed, and it was a good day to be alive. He went outside to his car, and a man in a driveway across the street yelled over to him. "Nice one, neighbor!" yelled the man. He was pointing to the sky. Kurt followed the man's finger and saw the gargantuan ad. Virtual clouds formed a giant face, not unlike the two-tone revolutionary who adorned innumerable college dorms. The face floated above Sycamore's latest slogan. The face was Kurt's. The words weren't. Change is inevitable. Progress is Sycamore. Kurt shook his head and climbed into his shining car, determined not to let Amos and his games ruin the evening. The radio provided little respite as a no-mark host discussed the changes to the seed's location tracking feature with none other than Isaiah Amos himself. What Amos was doing on the old-fashioned radio, Kurt didn't know, but the whole thing sounded like a highly contrived communique rather than an interview. To Kurt's amazement, the host, seemingly with a straight face, complained that compulsory tracking would ruin games of hide-and-seek, as if this was an issue to rival the emergence of a publicly funded human grid. Amos was thus able to appear concessionary in promising that consumers who didn't opt in to location sharing would remain invisible to others, and that only Sycamore and the police would ever have access to their exact location. "And what if I don't want anyone to know where I am?" the host asked. Amos cleared his throat in preparation for a sharp reply. "Well, in that case, I would ask why you're hiding." Applause ran through the speakers. From whom, Kurt was unsure. He turned off the radio and drove in silence. No one else seemed to be driving into the city, with the lack of traffic meaning that Kurt arrived early at Stacy's corner. The dumpster was open again, this time with 2 table legs sticking out. The message in the sky and the propaganda on the radio had nudged him towards annoyance, so Kurt leaned upon some uplifting music in the hope it would bring him back to his best before Stacy showed up. Assuming she did, of course. Would she, though? He hadn't really thought about it, but did she ever really say that she would? All he could remember her saying was something about not being able to refuse a night in a mansion with him, which now sounded like a joke. Very suddenly, Kurt Jacobs felt very ridiculous. This wasn't the first time he had misread a girl's signals, but it was surely the most overt. He had been looking forward to seeing Stacy again since the moment they parted, and to make matters worse, she lived a 1990s lifestyle that left him with no way of contacting her to humbly ask if she was coming. 5 o'clock arrived, and still she didn't show. 10 past came and went. If Kurt had wanted to be anywhere else, he would have left. He instead closed his eyes again and hoped for sleep. But barely 10 seconds passed before a series of firm knocks on his window startled him upright. The sight of the knocker sent him smiling with delight. Stacy opened her own door and stepped in. "Hey," she smiled. "Sorry. How long have you been waiting?" "Maybe like 2 minutes," he lied. "I was starting to think you weren't coming." "Come on, you really thought I would miss seeing the mansion you bought with your sellout money?" Kurt laughed defensively. "I know you're joking, but I need to not think about that tonight. All day, all month, all I've done is talk about Sycamore and the seed. I talked to the press about how great everything is, I talked to Amos about how bad everything is, and I talked to myself about how I wish I'd never gone back to that stupid contest. That's been my life lately. So now that I'm with someone I actually like, I don't want to talk about any of it." Stacy smiled, glad to hear it. "Let's drive." They did, and minutes later they were rolling through the black gate and into the granite driveway. Kurt casually touched his seat against the door and invited Stacy to lead the way in. "This is a big house," she said, and it was, intimidatingly so. She didn't know what else to say. Neither did Kurt. "Yeah," he agreed. "I haven't moved my stuff in yet, though. I haven't even been inside most of the rooms." "Is there something on your mind?" Stacy asked, picking up on a look of general worry that he just couldn't hide. He shook his head. "I said I wouldn't talk about it tonight. Do you want to help me explore?" Stacy took his arm and firmly encouraged him to take a seat on his long sofa. "I don't want to do anything until you're all right, and you're not going to be all right until you clear your mind. So tell me, what's up?" "They're making the tracking compulsory," he sighed. "Just like that. Just like you said. That's been announced, but they're also moving ahead with full currency digitization. Amos talked to the president about that, and they both want it." "I don't know why I'm surprised," Stacy mused. sitting back as she blinked too many times. Bad things happen fast, and Amos is trying to make use of momentum and goodwill while Sycamore has some. But this just seems too sudden. What's the deal with him and the president anyway? Digital currency is one of those ideas people always talked about as benefiting the government in terms of keeping us all in line, but it's also the kind of thing that's difficult for any specific administration to introduce without losing popularity, because eliminating cash is a damn hard sell. So what's going to be in it for this president short term? It seems like a vote loser, don't you think? I don't know when they're going to announce certain things that might explain some of that, Kurt replied carefully. Stacy clasped her hands around his and held his gaze. Kurt, she whispered, I promise you can trust me. With eyes like hers, he couldn't not. Okay, he gulped. Here goes. Chapter 24. The government is going to provide huge public funding for a new department at Sycamore, Kurt said, blurting out the news to the only person he felt remotely safe sharing it with. Amos says he needs it to analyze incoming video streams and communications data so they can try to predict and stop criminal activity before it happens. They're calling it Crime Prev. Stacy's jaw fell in shock, leaving her mouth as wide as her eyes. That's what I said, Kurt joked, trying hard to lighten his own mood. Yeah, she replied, her face relaxing. I can imagine. So, do you think they'll have a big wall full of everyone's vistas and that they'll be sitting there in big recliners smoking cigars while they spy on you? Kurt laughed along, appreciating Stacy's use of humor to process the situation. I don't think there will be an actual wall, but I wouldn't put the rest past them. I just know that Minion is going to get his paws all over this. And let's just say he doesn't play well with privacy. Terrence Minion? He's the guy who was in the news a few years ago about getting kicked out of university, right? Yeah, Kurt sighed. Professor Winter put his neck on the line to get him back in. Then he ended up dropping out to work for Sycamore. I don't know for sure what he actually did, but I have an idea. I knew him for a few years, and that whole time he was trying to blackmail people, and not over childish stuff. He was always sneaking into places he had no right to be. I can't exactly preach on that front, but he's not like me. He didn't do it for good, or even just for the chaos. He's not like Amos either. At least with Amos, you know it's about money. Minion is all about the power. I don't know much about him. What's he like? For the first time, Kurt didn't like the tone of Stacy's question. Why do I feel like you're working right now? He asked, eyeing her with newfound suspicion. Are you recording this? Are you going to try and publish what I'm telling you? Because if you did, we would both be finished. No, she said, signaling to a lack of pockets and running a hand down her chest and stomach as if to prove she wasn't wearing a wire. I want to see Sycamore burn, Kurt, but I'm not insane. I know how serious all of this is. We're talking about military surveillance disguised as consumer electronics. The concept might not be new, but the scale sure as hell is. This isn't military, Kurt dismissed. People always said the same kind of things about old social networks, that they were designed as phishing operations for federal intelligence agencies. But in the real world, it's the other way around. Things get successful and then the agencies want in. Well, that's usually how the story goes. But this time it's different. How much do you actually know about Amos? Kurt shrugged. Enough. I know he used to be in the military, if that's what you're getting at. Tip of the iceberg, Stacy said. His work was in managing communications and tracking enemy movements. Sound familiar? That's when he took an interest in the multi-focus HUD lenses the Army were developing. He formed a company called Unifield and started working on what became the UltraLenses. The funding came from serious people, Kurt. The kind of people who buy legislation. Anyway, they decided that Unifield sounded way too unfriendly, so Sycamore was born. But it's the same damn company, built on the same damn oil money and arms deals. How did you think Amos was able to afford that ridiculous tower before they launched a single product? Kurt stopped to think about that for the first time. Are you saying Amos is a pawn? I wouldn't call him a pawn, Stacy replied, sounding more and more authoritative. In chess terms, he's more like the queen. You're the king, a figurehead with no real power. But although the queen is powerful and dangerous, at the end of the day, she's still just a player in someone else's game. You see, Amos's backers contrived an American dream fairy tale about one man and his big idea coming from nothing to rise to the top. I don't think people ever bought that, but then you came along, and it sort of came true. Because even if someone else had invented the chip, someone like you was exactly what Sycamore needed. If you hadn't showed up, I think they were going to try the same kind of thing with the Sycaphone pitcher. After the day's message in the sky, Kurt saw a great deal of sense in Stacy's decisive analysis of his role. And now there's a huge silhouette of my face in the clouds, he uttered through gritted teeth. Beside words I never even said. Whatever I do, whatever I say, they're always going to hold me up as the friendly young face of Sycamore. What was the quote? She asked. Amos said change was inevitable, and I said that progress wasn't. In advertising land, that translated to change is inevitable, progress is Sycamore. It is a pretty good line. Kurt rolled his eyes at Stacy's teasing tone. Her expression then warmed into a truer smile. See, I know you said that you didn't want to talk about all of this, but it seems like it's taking a little bit of weight off your shoulders. This is heavy stuff, Kurt. What else is there? Nothing, he said, snapping the word out like a child. I want to talk about something else. Enough about me. What about you? What about your family and where you grew up? Like, normal things people talk about. We grew up here, in the city. Me and my brother. Where is he now? North, Stacy said, this reply even more perfunctory than the last. She swallowed and looked at the ground. He moved away after my parents died in a car crash last year. I don't know what else to tell you. Snap. What? She asked, looking back up from the floor. My parents are dead, too, Kurt clarified. Another car crash. The room filled with a new kind of silence. It was total, without being overly uncomfortable, but after a few seconds, Stacy stood up and began to wander around. She paused at a door and looked to Kurt for permission. He nodded. Wow, she exclaimed, the hot tub in the middle of the bedroom floor catching her by surprise. Why exactly are we not through here? Kurt followed her in and found her standing at the head of the waterbed. It looks so soft, she whispered, sitting down on the bed and carefully feeling its surface. Kurt's heart, and every other part of his body, screamed for him to sit down beside her. But for better or worse, his head told him something else, and its warnings were too grave to ignore. This is a mistake, he said, forcing the words out in a single burst. We can't do this. Stacy widened her eyes and pulled her head back. I never said we were going to— I know, he interrupted. I mean any of this. You shouldn't be here. It's not safe. Kurt, you're starting to scare me. What's going on? He backed away, walking towards the door while still facing her. You said you want to see Sycamore die. So? So that's kind of a big deal. It doesn't matter that I don't agree with what they're doing any more than you do. In the public's view, I am Sycamore. We can't be together like this. Stacy stood up and shrugged. So I'm out of bounds, like a minister's daughter? We're not in high school, Kurt. Why are you so scared of what people might say? I don't care what anyone says. It's what Amos and his friends might do. If he knew I was spending my nights with someone who wanted Sycamore to die, and that she was asking me all sorts of questions, look, whatever I might want, this just can't happen. We can't happen. I know too much, and now you know most of it. It's one thing for me to kid myself that my life is still normal, but I can't drag you into this. Kurt sighed. He was rambling, realizing his thoughts only as he spoke them, but he had to get them out. I don't know what I was thinking bringing you here. I'm really sorry, but you have to leave. Without speaking, Stacy gave a half nod and walked to the front door. In the car, confusion and regret left no room for awkwardness. Stacy felt sorry for the position Kurt found himself in, but more than a little annoyed at him for wasting her night, while Kurt's anger was directed equally at the circumstances and at himself for causing them. When the car pulled up at her corner, Stacy scribbled something on a piece of paper and looked deeply into Kurt's eyes. "Why do you never take your lenses out, even though you say you hate what's happening?" "I can't walk around blind," he said, looking at her like she was from another world, some far-off fantasy land where people didn't need to be online all the time. "What if something happens and I don't know? Or if someone needs to contact me?" "You know, Kurt, sometimes you sound just like everyone else." Kurt wanted to say he was nothing like everyone else, but in the moment he felt decidedly short on supporting evidence. He turned his hands upward to indicate as much, then got out to open the passenger door. "At least you've got more manners than the rest," Stacy said as she stepped out. She pecked Kurt on the cheek and handed him the note before leaving. "My address. If you ever feel like manning up and leaving your lenses at home for a few hours, you know where I'll be." Chapter 25. The waterbed proved almost too comfortable, with Kurt barely moving between dropping Stacy at her corner on Friday night and heading out to find the nearest Taskmart on Sunday afternoon upon hearing that the seed aisles were finally up and running. Unsurprisingly, even more people recognized him than before. Pairs of shoppers took turns to stand beside Kurt for pictures, one snapshotting the other and swiping across their photo before switching positions. Even as a new celebrity, Kurt already appreciated how annoying it was to be bothered by strangers. They didn't even want to talk to him. It was all about getting a photo with the most popular man in the world for their forest profiles. Kurt didn't know that most of the people in the store were sharing their experience of meeting him via the Transvista feature Amos had demonstrated back in the pre-launch press event. Living vicariously through the eyes of others was sufficiently irresistible to ensure that Transvista had taken off immediately. But Kurt had too little contact with typical street-level consumers to get any real feel for how his seed was being used by the masses. Given the ever-increasing popularity of Happy Pigs and the look-alike cam shows, this was probably for the best. When he eventually made it round the store, Kurt was impressed by the checkout system. He had expected to have to scan the items as normal before swiping his seed over another scanner. Instead, a transition manager instructed him to look at a red dot where the cash register used to sit. Apparently, this engaged the checkout process. Kurt was then asked to look at each item's barcode while moving it from basket to bag. There was no need to scan his seed or press any buttons to confirm payment, as the lenses told the seed what had been purchased and the appropriate amount was debited automatically. This Taskmart was an express store, which happily meant that Kurt didn't have to put up with any queues for seeding like those still being reported in larger stores across the country. On arriving back home, he had lunch and returned to his luxurious bedroom to watch some more TV, as he still thought of it. In the evening, his forest profile told him that there were now 61,102,670 members. Amos's weekend target had been smashed, and this before the government started subsidizing seeding for welfare recipients in preparation for crime prev. Kurt didn't want to hear anything else about Sycamore, so he avoided the Sicka News and Sicka store, preferring to fall asleep midway through a game of chess with an AI opponent even Randy would have struggled against. He yawned himself awake on Monday morning to an unwelcome sound. "Self-improvement has never been easier," shrieked an impossibly excited female voice inside his ears. "Check out Real You for free now." Kurt's eyes had only been open for a few seconds and he was already being bombarded with advertising. The lenses must have reported being flooded with light, he figured, and they had evidently informed the seed so that the ad could be delivered while he was still in bed. The front page of the Sicka store was devoted to the mysterious Real You app, which was free of charge and already top of the charts. "Be the you deserve to be," it proclaimed. He was interested. Inside Real You, Kurt saw a section for each area of the body and one for fashion. He clicked on height and rolled his eyes at the slogan, "Let your height match your ambition with Real You." The clinically simple interface displayed Kurt's current height, with a clickable arrow on each side of the number. Dollar values were present under the arrows, indicating that an extra inch in height would cost $90 per month. The changes would be visible to all lens wearers at all times. There was a stated limit of 4 inches, so Kurt clicked the upwards arrow 4 times and then hit continue. An image of Kurt appeared in the center of his vista and was quickly duplicated, with only a few seconds passing until one of the avatars grew by 4 inches. "Wow," said the woman inside Kurt's ears. "You look awesome." She then recommended a 2-week six-pack upgrade. Perfect for the beach, but he declined. He moved into the weight section, finding that the weight loss message was geared towards women even on his seed. Eat like a queen and look like a princess with real you. Skipping over this with a roll of his eyes, Kurt glanced at the facial features button. He paused before clicking it, attempting to guess this section's slogan. Spend away your ugliness with real you, he imagined. Or maybe something like, get down from the ugly tree and climb up the sycamore. To his moderate surprise, the actual tagline was somewhat more subtle. Be the artist, be the canvas, be the real you. The first adjustable variation in this section was skin pigmentation, an inclusion approved by the Universal Skincare Foundation, who encouraged consumers to fight skin cancer with real you. More mundane skincare options were also available, including all kinds of makeup and a feature called Unblemish, which promised to fully cleanse problem skin for just $6 per day. Kurt then noticed the highlighted field where consumers could enter their maximum budget. Real You promised to deliver the best available face by making calculations based on the precise traits that test subjects had found most attractive in members of the opposite sex. When a consumer entered a budget and clicked Fix Me, Real You would ration that budget using various formulae involving their cheekbones, nose, eye separation, brow protrusion, and 22 other variables. Kurt didn't even want to know what Fix Me would do to him, so instead played around with the individual variables. Facial changes seemed expensive compared to height adjustments, presumably because of the difficulty involved in reflecting such subtle and intricate alterations. The incremental nose straightening and ear shrinking would be instantly familiar to anyone who had created their own character in a video game, and Kurt was concerned by that thought, realizing that the real world was very quickly becoming a game with real people as its characters. He felt sure that Real You couldn't possibly work as well as promised, though, and no one would put up with poor functionality. After returning his face to normal, Kurt dressed quickly and set off towards HQ to visit Amos, who had been fairly candid thus far. Real You seemed like too much of a departure from Sycamore's general focus to have been his idea, and Kurt wanted to know who else was calling the shots. After blowing it with Stacy, and with the kids still in their last week at school before summer, he had nothing better to do anyway. Longhampton streets were quiet, and the gate which protected its inhabitants from the proles opened without event. But as Kurt neared the quarter mile and the volume of pedestrians increased, he noticed something bizarre. Dozens of them were wearing yellow espadrilles. He left his car for the valet and took a proper look at the passing herds. A lot of women seemed to have the same red bag, and an alarming number of men were wearing cream scarves. Real You simply had to be involved. During the elevator ride to Amos's floor, Kurt clicked into the app's previously unexplored fashion section and found his answer. The espadrilles were available for free as an introductory gift, and the bags and scarves were on the daily hot list. Evidently, trends had never been easier to follow. "Hot shot! What a nice surprise," Amos said, jumping up from his sofa to greet Kurt on his way over from the elevator. "Terrence and Communications Colin usually work 7 days, but only because I make them. You just show up. Now, is it me, or did you get taller?" He laughed as he looked up at Kurt. "What are we doing with this stuff?" Kurt asked. "What stuff?" "Real You. Virtual reality like this was never part of the deal. We were supposed to augment reality, to make it better. When people start looking like video game characters in the real world, well, what the hell is the real world? Life isn't a game." "It's a bit of fun," Amos shrugged. "And you seem to be making the most of it yourself, so I was experimenting. Anyway, this isn't harmless fun, and you know it. This is you taking reductionist advertising to its base limit and making people pay to virtually correct every little problem they've been convinced they have. Amos looked at Kurt in that annoying way he did when he wanted to present helplessness. I honestly don't know what you want from me here, Kurt. Extremists have been complaining for years about how the advertising industry makes people insecure and upset by presenting perfect models and unattainable beauty. Now I make perfection attainable and I'm the bad guy. That's like saying it's okay to sell children junk food as long as you sell them insulin when they get diabetes, Kurt snapped back. This isn't the advertising industry cleaning up its mess. This is you exploiting the harm it's already done and making everything worse. You're reinforcing the idea that looks are all that matter. Why did you like Kate? Huh? Pinewood, Amos expanded. That night before the contest, why didn't you like the fat girl who was doing Kate's makeup? Kurt said nothing, struggling to reply to a point strengthened by Amos's typical bluntness. Because you're as shallow as everyone else, Amos answered for him. You don't even know Kate, yet she still got your heart going, as per that pop-up you told me about. I'm confused as to how this all squares up. And what about the writing on your t-shirt? It's upside down when you look at it because it's meant for everyone else. There's probably a logo on your jeans back pocket too, and you're not seeing that. We all dress up and wear masks, Kurt. Shallowness isn't something other people do. Stop trying to distract me. This isn't about shallowness. Real you is beyond shallow. It's beneath shallow. It's vacuous. Call me a fool, but I'm actually disappointed in you. Why would you offer something like this? Because the people want it, and the people deserve it, Amos said, speaking with more feeling than normal. Real you is the ultimate equalizer, a pure expression of will. It's realer than real. What people look like without real you is the result of a genetic lottery, hotshot. What they look like now is who they really are. Can't you see it? The seed makes people more of themselves. When someone gets drunk, their real self comes out. When someone gets rich, their real self comes out. So when someone gets a seed that lets them become whoever they want, you better believe they're going to become it. Kurt took a deep breath. Amos was often a hard man to read and could certainly bullshit with the best of them. But in this case, he really seemed to believe what he was saying. This app wasn't your idea, though, right? It was Colin's, Amos answered with a shake of his head. You know, communications Colin. He said that forest communications reflect a society obsessed with surface appearances. Who knew? So this was a no-brainer. We're seeing that each group has its own desires. Old women want to look younger. Young girls want to look older. The usual story. Kurt immediately thought of Sabrina and her upcoming 10th birthday, a day on which her Sycamore account would turn from sapling to full, and she would be able to spend money in the Sycamore store. No doubt her friends would already be using Real You if they were able to, and she would be endlessly pressured into following suit. He hadn't read through the details, so didn't know whether the service would be open to under-18s, and took the chance to ask Amos outright. Can kids use this? Mostly, Amos nodded. But there are still some laws to work out before we can extend credit to minors, so at the moment, most of them can't change much. It's shocking how the government treats them as second-class citizens. They're children, Kurt replied. Of course they shouldn't get credit. Not that it's really credit anyway. What you gave me is credit. What everyone else gets is debt. And even ignoring everything else, just think how stupid a user will feel when they spend all this money to look good only for the person they're with to take their lenses out and see beyond the avatar. It's so pointless. And tell me, Kurt, when did you last take your lenses out? Kurt responded with humble silence. As I thought. Once you've seen the light, it's difficult to go back to being blind. I honestly don't know why you're so upset about this fun little app. Maybe I just thought you were better than this, Kurt said. Maybe I thought that somewhere in the back of your head you actually meant what you said about progress. I guess I was wrong, since all you seem to be doing is creating sick new ways to extract revenue from vulnerable people. Is this the capitalism of the future? Selling people virtual solutions to their real insecurities? Amos considered the question. 21st century capitalism is an exciting thing. Not quite post-scarcity, but good practice for when we get there. As a new outlet for existing wants and needs, Real You is unique. People don't really need much anymore, you see, so it's tricky. They'll always have sex drives and greed, though, so a good deal of our revenue generation focus will play safely to those urges. The cam shows have been doing ridiculous business on the sex side, and human greed will sell the sicker lotto once it launches. Everyone is going to play. This was the first Kurt had heard of a lottery. How much will it cost, he asked. $3 per draw. It will be subscription-based with an undefined number of draws per day. Jackpots will vary, but will always be irresistibly tempting. You know how it is. People like money. The prize for the first draw is $50 million, and we'll see where it goes from there. We expect around 50 million players to begin with. So each draw rakes in 3 times what you're paying out? Amos couldn't miss Kurt's contempt. What exactly is it that you have against profit? It's all you ever think about. You would rip society apart like an old envelope just to see if there were a few more dollars in there somewhere. Keep your head on, hotshot. It's just a goddamn lottery. No, it's just one more way for you to milk people for every last cent and trick them into debt, Kurt grunted, looking out of the window at all the ants in yellow shoes and sighing slowly. Why is it that every time I come here to talk about something, you just give me more things to be annoyed at? It's like a pattern. I go home and I try to forget. Then something comes up in my vista, or fills my ears with news of your latest scheme to ruin the world. So I come down to ask what's going on, but before I can even finish telling you my problem with that, you start handing me all these other new ideas that are just as bad. I didn't ask you to come here, Kurt. Go home to your mansion. Enjoy your life. If the news pisses you off so damn much, stop watching it. Christ, take the damn lenses out if it's that bad. For the first time, Kurt seriously considered that he might. He had given the world the seed, and there was little he could do from his position to influence its future applications. Torturing himself over events beyond his control was helping no one, and he considered it inevitable that the progress of Sycamore's development teams would slow down soon. Fine, he eventually said. I'll stay away for a while. Before I go, though, how does Real You actually work? It's impressive enough how real the shoes look on the ground, but I didn't think I'd be able to make them out from up here. There must be some serious pre-processing going on for it to work over such a range of distances. Amos turned away from the window. I don't concern myself with the details, but it's probably some kind of pixel-level analysis. Is that the term? Anyway, the lenses take everything in and pass it to the seed, as you know well enough. And the seed's abilities are our abilities. Whatever our best minds can think of, the seed can do the donkey work. It knows what a shoe should look like. I don't know if you're playing stupid, or you really don't understand, but it's not as simple as that, Kurt said. Do you have any idea how complicated it is to know where garments should stop? And to have them stay attached to the wearer in a 3D world where everyone and everything is moving unpredictably? This is legitimate VR, in real time, for millions of bodies at once. The tech that this needs shouldn't be here for years, decades maybe. We've brought a lot of good teams in-house since your pitch, including cutting-edge VR developers. Wait until you see me there. Anyway, even without the fresh blood, I told you in the beginning that we have top men on our side. Who? Top men, Amos smirked. The only top men who have tech this far ahead of the game are in the military and space agencies, Kurt said. Are we talking about your friends from the Unifield days? The smirk faded as quickly as the eyes above it narrowed. I don't know what you think you know, hotshot. But if you knew half as much as you thought you did, you would know that those kind of people don't play dress-up. Your head would explode if you knew what they had. Kurt spoke without thinking. A controlling interest in Sycamore, you mean? Amos hurriedly typed something into his hand. Kurt wanted more than anything to know what the message was and who it was meant for. Amos returned to focus and looked at him blankly. It's probably best if you go home now, Jacobs. I'll be in touch when I need you. Kurt heeded Amos's joyless tone and walked into the open elevator. Just as the doors began to close, an arm came from nowhere to hold them open. Hotshot, wait! Kurt looked at Amos and found something new in his eyes. Fear. It was contagious. What's wrong? He asked. Amos shook his head as if to say nothing, then stepped back. He clicked his fingers to recapture Kurt's attention and mouthed two ominous words as the doors slid shut. Be careful. Chapter 26. 188,662,491. To Kurt's conflicted amazement, the second week of seeding far outpaced the first. Indeed, Sycamore's aggressive promotions and no questions asked credit had worked wonders to the extent that week 2 defied even Amos's expectations. Kurt had paid as little attention as possible to the world of Sycamore since Amos's warning 8 days earlier. He hadn't left his new house even once in that time frame either, preferring to order in whatever food and flavor of Lexington he needed as the days passed. This bright Monday morning, however, brought reason to get up. It was Kurt's 24th birthday. Hardly an occasion worth getting dressed for in its own right, but it coincided with Sabrina's 10th, which absolutely was. Birthday messages flooded in from Kurt's tens of millions of forest friends, but he didn't read any of them. Even before the bizarre warning from Amos, his intention had been to take some time off from thinking about Sycamore. For the most part, the week had been a surprising success in that regard. Kurt spent his days catching up with old shows he used to follow before developing The Seed had consumed his life, and his nights typically involved playing chess online with Randy. He missed Amos's grand gesture on Tuesday, which saw a huge convoy of trucks drive to California and dump more than 20 million smartphones in front of his main rival's headquarters, like half-eaten apples left to rot in the sun. It was low, but it was brilliant. And Sycamore would gladly pay the cleanup costs given that the visual image of so many rejected devices was truly priceless. A consumer relations mauling from which the hipsters would never recover. A few minutes of excitement came on Wednesday afternoon when a universal announcement encouraged everyone to step outside and look to the sky for some breaking news. Kurt wondered why Amos would go to the trouble of putting news in the sky when he could deliver it directly to everyone's lenses, and it was this curiosity that carried him outside. He walked to the end of his driveway and found the street busier than he had ever seen it. All of his neighbors were at their doorsteps, looking up to the sky for answers. Answers from Sycamore. Now he understood. A virtual screen appeared in the sky where a newsreader explained that exceptional circumstances demanded an exceptional report. She relayed the story of a kidnapped 4-year-old who had been tracked down and rescued thanks to his seed. But while Kurt's neighbors applauded the announcement, he knew Amos too well to believe a word of it. Later that night, Kurt watched the regular Sicka News bulletin to pay closer attention to the rescue story. The whole incident, whether fact or fiction, was a CR home run. Reports showed parents rushing to Tasmarts around the country to have their preschoolers seated en masse to protect them from kidnappers. Queues coiled around street corners like hydras once more, evoking those seen in the first few days. Footage looped of a Sicka News reporter being confronted outside a store in Chicago by a young mother, babe in arms, who was apoplectic that her 9-week-old son would have to wait another 7 days to be seeded as per Sycamore's sapling policy. The woman didn't look like a planted shill, but Kurt wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. Since then, he had avoided the Sicka News totally, including a second Sky announcement on Friday. The voice in his ears on that occasion said there was, quote, exciting news about Tasmart, end quote. But he didn't care enough to go outside. The sound of the Sky reports only played to consumers whose lenses were focused on the virtual screen, so he didn't hear it either. On more than one occasion, Kurt had fallen asleep in Relive, rewatching the moment he met Stacy. If Sycamore had just stopped at Relive, then everything would have been fine, he still thought. The app was utterly genius and endlessly useful. He hated almost everything else Sycamore had done, even if the striking image of Stacy standing in the rain allowed him to understand why the system had chosen that particular shot to sell him Lexington, and left him rueing the fact that he couldn't safely be with her. Back in the present, on Monday morning of week 3, the nation's schools were now closed for the summer. Kurt made sure Sabrina was home before going to visit, and also quickly checked the Sika News so that he wouldn't be annoyed by any surprises while driving. The main headline explained Friday's Sky announcement without needing to be clicked. Tasmart completes transition to entirely seed-based shopping destination. Unless they were buying their seed, Kurt saw, customers could no longer pay with real money. Sycamore balances were linked to bank accounts and credit cards, making things seamless enough to satisfy most consumers. But the first nail had been driven into Cash's coffin and full currency digitization truly was coming. 4 of the other 5 headlines on the front page concerned the upcoming presidential election. Kurt's low-information diet meant that he missed the precise moments when the ISPs had been closed down on spurious national security grounds, and when the Sika News had become so blatantly partisan, but he was unsurprised by either development. No one important cared about the real internet, and Amos had mentioned something in passing about promising the president favorable coverage in exchange for his support of Sycamore's various causes. The headlines ran like single-line attack ads against the president's rival, linking her to the Fury River Baptists and asking why her children still hadn't been seeded. Did she sympathize with domestic terrorists? Did she not care about her own family's security? The people had a right to know. The other article was about a multi-car collision on the edge of the city, the third in as many days. With this in Kurt's mind as he touched his car's door with his left hand to unlock it, he consciously decided to drive more carefully than normal. As Kurt drove through the gate and left Longhampton, the number of people on the streets quickly increased. It didn't take long for him to realize that Real You had taken over the world. Major physical changes were expensive enough to be out of most people's reach, but the clothing and makeup was priced to sell, and sell it did. Everyone seemed to be wearing one of the same few daily hot list ensembles, while many of those who weren't wearing pre-designed styles looked even more ridiculous in their patchwork outfits from the statements section. Sycamore had partnered with top designers at the Real You launch, and millions of consumers subscribed to their daily hot lists. But part of Kurt's mind wondered if these designers had some kind of vendetta against taste. They had done away with things like jeans and the color black, with their adventurous new stylings making it easy to see just how few people were still dressing themselves with real clothes and without Real You's help. The kind of clothes most people were wearing were the kind of clothes someone would get for Christmas and return for store credit. The kind of clothes no one would ever look at unless someone else told them they were fashionable. Kurt slowed to a halt in a long line of traffic. As dozens of questionably clad citizens passed by his window, he clicked into the fashion section to see what was available. There were new wardrobes to choose from in addition to the designer ones, with names like Formal and Party. He was immediately drawn to the Rebellion wardrobe, where he found t-shirts that said Sycamore, various Che Guevara designs, and even a baseball cap with an apple on it. All were available to be purchased, feeding the beast with acceptable rebellion, as Sycamore redirected teenage angst and middle-aged nostalgia for an era where people cared about things in an acceptably profitable direction. Kurt didn't know if there was a term for this, but it struck him as the opposite of the French word détournement, when used in a similar politically critical context. There were also 2 new sections in Real You's main menu, respectively titled Earn and Suggestions. The latter sounded boring, but Kurt wanted to see what Earn was all about. Within seconds, he was suitably annoyed to learn that consumers could now be paid to wear advertisements, with the level of payment dependent on how popular they were and how many others saw the message. Payment was in the form of Sycamore credit, which, pleasingly for Kurt given that he had nothing else, could now be spent on almost anything. Kurt parked at Randy's rusty gate after a longer-than-expected drive and stepped out. He hadn't noticed anything about home advertising in Real You's new Earn section, But several houses on the street flashed with marketing images brighter than Christmas decorations as consumers jumped at the chance to make some money by turning their homes into billboards for Lexington, Tasmart, and various third-party apps. He tried to ignore them and decided not to knock on Randy's door, hoping to surprise Sabrina with his arrival. He walked into the hallway and called, "Happy birthday!" Sabrina ran through from the kitchen and jumped into his arms, the way he always loved. "You too," she said. "Wait," Kurt said, noticing something very different. "When did you dye your hair brown?" "I didn't," she replied with a smile. "I bought it on Real You." Kurt ran his fingers through her hair and looked at it up close, amazed by how convincing it was. He was still annoyed, though. "You shouldn't be messing about with that stuff," he told her. "You're way too young to be worrying about how you look." "I'm not a little girl. I'm 10. "And one day you'll wish you were 10 again. You'll be old enough for long enough, trust me. Just don't do anything to your face, and don't waste all your birthday money on fake clothes, okay?" She nodded weakly. "I just wanted to change my hair for a day. Dad isn't good at doing things like that." The look in her eye and the stubborn courage in her voice made Kurt feel guilty for reacting so strongly. Sabrina was a little girl without a mother, and she wanted to look nice for her birthday. He was an idiot for misdirecting his anger with Sycamore at her. "I brought you something," he said, handing her a fancy gift bag. Sabrina lifted out a smiling blue teddy bear, forgot about being upset, hugged Kurt again, and said that she loved it. Julian entered the kitchen through the back door and wished Kurt a happy birthday. Kurt smiled warmly for a few seconds, but his face fell when he saw the writing on Julian's t-shirt. "Lexington Jr. It tastes like fun." "I need the money to buy school books for next term," Julian said, trying to explain as he saw Kurt looking at the ad. "Where's your dad?" "He's asleep," Sabrina answered. "Okay, tell him I was here, and tell him that I wasn't happy. And JJ, send me a list of the books and I'll get them. You don't need to sell yourself out like this." Julian smiled faintly like he meant it. "Thanks." "We don't need to worry about money anymore, whatever your dad says," Kurt told him. "If you need anything at all, just tell me, okay?" The boy nodded. "Enjoy the rest of your day, champ," Kurt said, turning to Sabrina. "We'll talk later, yeah?" "Okay," she said. "I added you on Forest so we can talk there. You should see how many friends I have already." The words cut into Kurt like a dart through the eye. It was bad enough that Sabrina's body had been compromised, irrevocably tainted and soiled by Sycamore's devil seed. But now they had gotten into her mind, her soul. Amos was shaping her into a model, friend-chasing consumer, and there seemed to be nothing Kurt could do about it. He didn't want to say anything else to upset Sabrina on her birthday, so he toned down his reply. "Okay, but just remember that your real friends are the ones who come to see you on your birthday. Anyone can wish you a happy birthday when Forrest tells them to. Trust me, I've had 10 million messages today." Julian and Sabrina looked at Kurt without saying anything as he left through the back door. His hand was on the rusty gate when his ears began to ring, signaling a voice call. His lenses told him it was from Amos. "Hello?" "Hotshot! Happy birthday!" Kurt smiled, instinctively glad that someone cared enough to actually call him with a birthday greeting, even if it was Amos. Suddenly, he remembered their last meeting and wondered if Amos had forgotten. "So, I don't have to be careful anymore?" "Your recent downtime was an excellent idea, Kurt," Amos dodged. "But I've missed you. Just don't mention the U word, and we'll go back to normal." "Unifield?" Amos suppressed a chuckle. "Starting from now. I've got a nice present for you in my office. Are you busy?" "I'll be there in 10, Kurt said. He had intended to spend most of the day with the kids before he found out that Sabrina was using Real You and that Julian was selling his body space, so a trip to HQ would at least kill some time. "Great. One thing, though. If you don't want to be in a bad mood or end up arguing again, you probably shouldn't check the Sika news before you get here. It's one of those things that might look bad written down. See you soon," Amos said, ending the call. Kurt knew beyond doubt that Amos absolutely did want him to look. Probably because whatever the story was would be more palatable after being masterfully spun by Sycamore's CR monkeys. He got into his car and clicked into the Syca News, where the main headline of "Travel Made Safe" led into a 90-second video report. A wise old reporter was on location outside Sycamore's flagship Liberty Street branch, speaking of the recent wave of robberies and assaults on the bus network that had led to the requirement for passengers to wear lenses. As an additional security measure, passengers would now be required to pay via their seeds. This was to ensure there was no cash on the buses to attract criminals, he said, and Kurt almost followed the logic. The next part of the report, however, challenged his limits. Apparently, there had also been a huge rise in fuel siphoning as a result of recent price hikes, and apparently this had the effect of further increasing said prices. The only solution was to pass a law mandating that all fuel sales be paid for via the seed. This would stop siphoning somehow. Because it would be so costly to fit all self-service fuel pumps with scanners to accept seed-based payment, the seed's sophisticated tracking abilities would be used to levy a small travel duty based on each mile traveled. This travel duty, the reporter said, would fund the future pump upgrades and was set to come into effect at midnight. A goddamn movement tax? Kurt scowled internally. The unsettling report ended with a smile and a cheery lie. As the nation prepares for these changes coming into effect, commentators and consumer groups have praised Sycamore's selfless commitment to public security. Kurt's mood soured like never before. He shouldn't have looked. Chapter 27. Driving straight to Sycamore HQ from Randy's house, Kurt passed a group of fashionable young women as he pulled into the quarter mile. They weren't in the gaudy wares of the masses, but instead sported figure-hugging summer dresses, almost to the knee. The dresses were identical in all but color, lemon, lime, peach, and mocha, so Kurt safely assumed that they were from Real You. Seeing Sycamore's faux clothing on such attractive individuals made him realize just how good the technology behind the madness was. The edges of the fabric were perfect even as the girls walked, and that he had to assume the dresses were from Real You said everything. Hang-ups over morality and inanity aside, it was the most impressive thing he had ever seen. It seemed that Kurt's Prendico finale was in turn the most impressive thing the girls had ever seen, turning their heads as it did. They looked and pointed in awe as he parked, then hurried over when he stepped out. "Oh my God, it's him!" The four girls giddily surrounded Mr. Sycamore and offered high-pitched birthday greetings in unison. Kurt didn't make use of the Aura app Minion had described 2 long weeks ago, and he had Forrest's auto-display set to minimum so that looking at someone brought up only the same basic information as it had pre-seed. This told him all he needed to know about the girl who had caught his eye most of all. Her name was Mindy, it said. 18, single, student. Kurt considered how easy it would be to abuse his position, but immediately thought better of it. He thanked Mindy and the others for their good wishes, then entered the building. He walked towards the elevator in full anticipation of a "you can't have her" pop-up, but instead received something altogether more intriguing. A highly suggestive picture of the real Mindy, presumably from her Forest profile, appeared above a new message. Now you can have her. Kurt clicked, interested, to see what it was all about. It didn't take any degree of arrogance to know that he could have had her anyway. Such was the level of obsession with fame amongst most girls her age. But he was curious about what Sycamore had to say on the matter. To his surprise, the link took him into Real You, specifically into the new suggestions section he had ignored in the car. A thumbnail of Mindy's profile picture appeared next to a series of links to recommended clothing products and grooming services. Kurt clicked Dressed to Impress out of curiosity and watched in mild horror as his preview avatar morphed into something that looked like rejected concept art for a late 90s boy band. He canceled the changes and clicked on the info button to see what was going on. The information screen assured him that these recommendations were valid, founded as they were in Mindy's passing comments to friends about what other men were wearing, on where her eyes had lingered when watching content from the Syca store, and on what she looked at, quote, while being personal with herself, unquote. The last one troubled Kurt most, especially when he reflected that it was no more than the recently terminated ISPs had known about every man in the world for years. Back in Real You, another info box suggested how Kurt should display his facial hair to win Mindy's heart. He didn't click the Things to Say button, not because he didn't want to foot the $40 bill. His unlimited spending privileges remained, but because he didn't even want to think about how Sycamore knew what she wanted to hear. This must have been the wingman feature Amos had hinted at, and Kurt really didn't like wondering where its data came from. After clicking out of the menu, Kurt then thought about the $40. It never occurred to him that Mindy's enchanting beauty might itself have been a product of Real You. He was too busy wondering what kind of guy wouldn't pay to learn how to woo a girl like her. He liked to think that he was above doing so, but couldn't honestly tell himself that he wouldn't have read everything on Kate or Stacy had it been available at the time. A system which used insecurity-driven marketing to generate revenue from young women and desire-based marketing to generate just as much from young men was a well which would never run dry, and it seemed to Kurt like Sycamore had mastered it. But kids growing up with Forrest and the Seed would have no fun, he thought, because instantly knowing everything superficial about everyone would doubtless discourage people from getting to know each other properly. Going against his prior conviction concerning the inherent merit of relentless and remorseless progress, Kurt was thankful for having grown up in a slightly more simple time. He much preferred mystery to history, and getting to know people through spoken words over an impersonal digital interface. His parents and theirs would have no doubt said similar things in their 20s, nostalgia being a drug as powerful as most others. But people their age couldn't appreciate how completely everything had been changed by the digitization of adolescence. When Kurt was in school, his classmates had kept in touch largely via text, of course, but now and again they had spoken out loud. They hung around in their groups, and each group listened to its music and wore its clothes, and there wasn't much crossover between them. In short, everyone knew a moderate number of people well. If a boy liked a girl, he found a way of getting her number, then sent her an awkward text. She might reply, in which case he would have to slowly and subtly escalate the conversation. Now, just 7 years later, there was no need for such childish nonsense. Everyone was online and everyone shared everything. The half-naked picture of Mindy it would have once taken months of careful texting to acquire was now there for the world to see as she competed for its attention against an endless array of instantly available women. Friendship was a contest of accumulation, and life was a show. Kurt felt no real responsibility for most of this, at least because the other social networks had started it. Indeed, if anything, he was in fact quietly encouraged that Forrest and the Seed and these demented new Real You features were highlighting just how foolish everyone had been to give away so much of themselves. Maybe this was what it would take to make people realize. He could always hope. Chapter 28. Amos saw Kurt's face as he emerged from the elevator, and he immediately knew. "I told you not to look, hotshot." "Just shut up. A movement tax? Really?" "It's a travel duty," Amos insisted. "Not a movement tax." Kurt looked at Amos in a manner suggesting he wasn't here to play lexical games. "This is the worst thing you've ever done. You can't charge people to move. It's obscene. Then there's the point that no one without a seed can use a bus, or drive now that you can't buy gas without a seed, or fly now that airports are using the scanners. How are unseated people supposed to get around? They can only use their feet." "And many taxis," Amos corrected him. "Private taxi drivers aren't the most cooperative bunch, as it goes. It'll take us a few weeks to work around that. Anyway, the obvious answer to those people's problem is to stop being so stubborn and get seated." "I hate this," Kurt said. "You need to know that. I don't support this. I oppose this. It's the ultimate money grab, and the whole story about a rise in siphoning is a lie to justify the tax. I can see right through it. You and your cozy little government friends are going to take a cut from price-fixing fuel and then rake in some more from the movement tax. And I just know you're going to say there's no way to tell who's in a car, so the travel duty will have to be applied indiscriminately even when people aren't in a vehicle. You'll dress it up nicely, so people don't get angry tomorrow morning when they realize it covers walking and cycling too. You're literally charging people to move. This is worse than compulsory tracking. What if someone can't afford to pay? I'm not forcing anyone to travel, Amos sighed, looking to the floor. God, you make it all sound so... I'm making it sound like what it is, Kurt interrupted. A movement tax. What's next? Water tax? No need, Amos smiled. Who the hell wants to drink water? Water is for toilets. We make money advertising Lexington. Seriously then, what is the next step? An oxygen tax? Kurt mused, slightly wary of giving Amos any ideas. Amos rubbed his left eyebrow in that annoying way he had of indicating he was about to say something he considered clever. Well, we already have a carbon tax, hotshot. It would be a bit much to charge them for breathing in and out. Kurt looked at him silently. You look at me as if you hate me, Amos said. Do you? I don't hate anyone, but if I was you, I would hate myself. Amos smiled again. I don't want to fight with you, Kurt, especially not on your birthday. This won't be as bad as you think. Stores and employers will be able to validate journeys in the same way they validate parking tickets. If there is a genuine reason behind a journey, the consumer won't have to pay any duty. This will only dissuade frivolous outings. See, it's a green initiative, and the duty won't be a flat rate. Certain roads and routes will be cheaper than others. The movement tax sounded worse to Kurt, the more Amos tried to sugarcoat it. Differential pricing and journey validation? He asked. So this is basically an attempt to encourage people to only go to pre-approved places? Places that your profit-driven mindset thinks they have a reason to be? This is exactly like the browser thing. You only want people to go to places where you can make money from them. This is all just money. Everything is wrong and everything is money. Kurt walked to the window and tried to compose himself. Look, I told you I was going to stay away, and I did. Why do you need me to be here? Amos moved beside Kurt and put an arm around his shoulder like a good friend. I don't. I want you to be here. Your gift, remember? It's over there. He tilted his head towards one of the sofas. They both walked over, Kurt remembering through his irritated confusion that the mystery gift was indeed the reason for his visit. That gift turned out to be a 10-inch plant pot containing a sapling, confusing Kurt all over again. I get the sycamore, he said. But why is it in a golden pot? There's a difference between gold and golden, hotshot. Amos winked, pinging the side of the pot with his finger as he handed it over. Enjoy your day. You've earned it. Chapter 29. Kurt put his gold-potted sycamore in one of the upstairs bedrooms he never used. Out of sight, out of mind. It was from in there that he heard his doorbell. It was a wonderful sound. The sound of a human on his doorstep, touching something, and infinitely preferable to the ringtones and notifications that endlessly filled his in-earphones. He hurried down to see who could be calling. The gate kept canvassers out, and no one could get through without either themselves or their vehicle being ID'd by the cameras, so the options were limited. As soon as he opened the door, a smile filled his face. Stacy. I heard it was your birthday, she said, holding out a white envelope. It is, Kurt said, as he gladly took it. Well then, happy birthday. Thanks, really. It means more than you know that you came. Well, I was thinking about when I was here, and that although we didn't exactly part on the best of terms, it wasn't really anyone's fault, she shrugged. Anyway, what have you been doing since I saw you? Basically nothing, Kurt said in all honesty. Amos asked me to stay away until he called me back, which was today. I'm not so worried about anyone at Sycamore paying too much attention to me anymore, because it really seems like they don't care what I'm doing. Until today, I was basically sitting in my house just watching TV and trying not to think about anything. What about you? I've been sitting in my house waiting for you to turn up at my door with your lenses in your hand. Kurt looked carefully at Stacy. She was always so difficult to read. But you know that can't happen. I know, she said. It's just that I still don't really understand why. Anyway, can I come in? Or are you still worried enough that I'm not allowed? Or are you having a party? I was going to, but none of my other 40 million friends showed up, Kurt said in a self-deprecating tone. He invited her in with his arms. How did you get here anyway? It would be a hell of a walk. She nodded. Sure would. I took a taxi. It's expensive, but they still take cash. I would give you the fare, but I don't really handle money anymore, Kurt sighed. You get too used to it. I'm starting to think this is normal. But how did you get past the gate? Easy. I just hung back until someone else was about to walk in, and then they held it for me. That's always how people get into places they aren't supposed to. No one ever asks who you are before holding a door for you. Pro tip. Stacy then walked towards the master bedroom, testing whether Kurt would stop her after what had happened last time. He didn't, so they sat through there. Hot tub? She suggested, smiling as she said it. Kurt thought about it. Tempting, but you don't have any other clothes. Who the hell wears their clothes in the hot tub? Stacy had a point, and Kurt wanted to say yes, or, more accurately, to say nothing and show her yes. But a moment featuring Stacy without clothes would be one of those moments when Kurt's heart rate sped up. One of those moments when the Seed liked to take snapshots for future advertising. A sample of such snapshots were randomly monitored at HQ, and there was always a chance that one of Kurt's would come under the microscope. The idea of Minion and the rest of his data collection creeps seeing Stacy like that ruled out taking a dip. I wish it was that simple, he said. But I wouldn't want anyone seeing you like that through my lenses. Stacy undid her top button. So take them out. You don't get it. I just can't, Kurt said, clasping his hands together at the back of his neck and breathing deeply. I'm responsible for a lot here. If there was an emergency and I didn't get the message, who knows what could happen? She did the button back up. That's how they want you to think. They want you to live in fear so you're always online, hooked up to their grid. And you've fallen for it. You, of all people. I'm sorry, but I can't take them out. Don't apologize like you would have been doing me a favor, Stacy said, beginning to sound offended rather than merely disappointed. The last thing Kurt wanted was another unhappy ending to a visit, so he suggested they do something else. I didn't mean anything like that. But listen, what do you say we get out of here and go out properly? We could go to a nice restaurant for my birthday. You can order whatever you want, too. It's all free from Mr. Sycamore. She laughed at his repeated self-deprecation and agreed without speaking. They walked to the car and Kurt sped off towards the quarter-mile. Why are we going this way? Stacy asked, as they neared Sycamore's leaf-shaped headquarters. Don't worry. We're not going to HQ. It's just that the good restaurants are where people have money. The place we're going is around the corner, but I don't want to leave the car right outside because otherwise too many people would know I'm in there. So? So, I don't want us to get mobbed, Kurt said, stepping out to open Stacy's door. There's always a chance someone at HQ will look back through my recordings and think I shouldn't be with you. But unless I give them a reason, I don't think they will. And you're here even though I explained that risk last time. I just really don't want any big scenes that might give them cause to look too deeply into my recordings, or too deeply into you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I understand. You wouldn't get in much trouble for just talking to me anyway. It's not like you decided to help me kill Sycamore. Or even like I said, I'm going to do something and you didn't warn them. And I'm pretty good at hiding my tracks. I'm kind of off the books, so to speak. Once Kurt locked the car and turned around, he immediately saw some of Real U's dubious fashions on the other side of the street. Stacy noticed him shaking his head. What's wrong? she asked. I don't know how it looks to you, but from behind these lenses, everyone is wearing one of the same few outfits. Real You is ridiculously popular already. And now Sycamore has started selling advice to men about what clothes and chat-up lines would be best for a particular girl. Then there's this whole new transport duty thing. I heard about that, Stacy said, cutting Kurt off before he wasted any time explaining. Whatever they dress it up as, it's a movement tax. It must be the crudest abuse of power in this country's history. That's what I said to Amos. Movement tax were my exact words. And what did he say? Stacy asked as they crossed the street. That no one was forcing us to move. I told him that this is the worst thing yet, even worse than the tracking. It's definitely worse than Real You and all the other stupid stuff. I'm starting to see the distinction between the applications that are just annoying and the ones that are actually dangerous. Our attention should be aimed upwards at Amos, not downwards at the regular consumers blinded by technology and bribed by simplicity. Exactly, Stacy said. The masses get distracted from dangerous things by shiny things. Then we get distracted from the dangerous things by being annoyed that the masses have been distracted by the shiny things. I'm with you. We need to forget about the annoying things and worry about the dangerous things. It sounded clumsy, but Kurt couldn't have put it any better. Real You is kind of both, though, he said. Like today, I went to see my niece. She's 10 and she's spending money on Real You. It's like she wants to be everything the ads tell her she should be. Surely that's dangerous. Stacy nodded as if she understood. Little girls are like that. Trust me, I used to be one. She's just trying to grow up, but that doesn't mean that the two of you have to grow apart. Maybe you just have to grow up a little bit with her. It's not that simple, Kurt contended. Children don't really seem to grow anymore, they just get bigger. Our society is like a grinder that sucks children in one end and throws consumers out the other. Stacy didn't know what to say in reply, so they walked quietly around the corner towards the restaurant Kurt had picked out. The silence ended as someone shouted from along the street. It's him! It's him! With alarming speed, a herd of humanity formed as one and made its way towards Kurt and Stacy. He tried to usher her into the safety of the exclusive restaurant before the crowd could block their path, but the door was too far away. This might get weird, he said. Apparently, I'm a huge celebrity now. Stacy didn't say anything, but within seconds they were mobbed by dozens of attractive girls and a handful of well-dressed boys. Everyone looked like a movie star. Unblemished made people glow while it cleared up their skin. They were all saying, "Hey, Kurt," as if they knew him, and most were wishing him a happy birthday. A rudimentary queue formed organically, trapping Kurt and Stacy as his fans took turns to stand beside him while their friends took snapshots for their forest profiles. The world had gone insane, and Kurt Jacobs was at its center. The final straw came when a girl ran up and kissed him on the lips. It was too much. Jesus, he groaned. Can none of you see that I'm with someone? A police officer on patrol across the street heard the commotion and walked over. Are these people bothering you, Mr. Jacobs? They are, Kurt said, quietly enough that no one else could hear. But I don't want to make a scene. Could you just make sure there are no crowds milling around when we're inside the restaurant, yeah? Of course, sir. Stacy was amazed at the blasé tone Kurt took with the police officer, and even more so by the deference that was returned. The humble officer then held off the beautiful crowd so that Kurt and Stacy could enter the restaurant. She held and squeezed his hand, proud of him for turning his nose up to the adoring masses, and flattered that he had told them he was with her. Kurt looked at Stacy and suddenly noticed things about her he had never seen before. The Real You enhanced girls in the crowd made him appreciate each of Stacy's out-of-place hairs, the randomness of her light freckles, her two chipped nails. She was beautiful, without question. But she was also real and flawed and vulnerable. No, not but. Stacy was so beautiful to Kurt precisely because she was real. In an age of attainable perfection, there was something enchanting about her lack of it. They walked into the restaurant's doorway. Kurt opened the door and Stacy kissed him on the cheek before walking through. His heart sped up. It might have been the wind, but he was sure he heard a smooth whisper in his ear as he stepped in behind her. Lexington. Chapter 30. The restaurant brimmed with society types pleased to have Kurt in their company because however new his money may have been, his power was real. A young waiter led Kurt and Stacy past several queuing businessmen and over to a corner booth. "How is this, Mr. Jacobs?" he asked. Kurt looked at Stacy. She nodded. "It should be fine," he confirmed. "Excellent," the waiter smiled, helping them into their chairs, Kurt first. "And what would we like to drink this evening?" "Lexington Blue," Kurt said after a second's thought. "Actually, make that a junior blue. I'm driving." "Of course, sir. And for the lady?" "Red wine, please. Real stuff if you have it, not Lexington," Stacy said. When the waiter left, she looked at Kurt with a quizzical expression. "Why do you drink that garbage?" "I don't know," he admitted after a few seconds of fruitless thought. "Is it because they advertise it so hard?" "Probably," he shrugged, realizing now that even an acute awareness of how advertising worked didn't protect him from its effects. "The people at Lexington are the most aggressive advertisers out there. The day after we met, there was a billboard with a shot of you in the rain from my lenses, and underneath the picture it said, 'I only do dudes who do Lexington.' That's the level they're on. The seed knows when your heart rate is elevated, and who you were looking at when it went up. Corporations like Lexington purchase and use that information to link positive feelings with their products." Stacy was unsurprised to learn of Lexington's advertising tactics, but pounced on something Kurt said. "And why exactly would your heart rate go up when you were looking at me?" she asked, leaning slightly forward with a playful look in her eye. The waiter's impressively quick return saved Kurt the trouble of an answer. Under orders to ignore his other diners' needs to attend to the restaurant's superstar guest, the waiter placed their drinks on the table and tried to stop himself from smiling like a fool at the fact that he was serving the Kurt Jacobs. "I'll give you a few minutes," he said. As the waiter walked away once more, Kurt noticed a deep confusion on Stacy's face. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I just thought this was meant to be a posh place." "It is," Kurt said. "Then why is everyone in shabby clothes, and why is the waiter wearing jeans?" Kurt gasped slowly and quietly as he understood what Stacy was seeing. The unaugmented world, unseen by everyone else. He looked at their fellow diners in awestruck appreciation of just how effective the technology behind Real You was. "As far as any of these people know," he said, leaning in to whisper, "the rest of them are in expensive suits and elegant dresses." She laughed at how ridiculous it all sounded. "There's no way Real You can be that good." "Trust me. You know that girl outside who ran up and kissed me? What did she look like?" I didn't really see her face. She looked pretty heavy, though." "She looked like a supermodel through my lenses. The whole crowd did. It's so weird not knowing how people actually look." "I don't want to sound like a bitch," Stacy whispered. "But have you ever seen Shallow Hal?" Kurt chortled loudly enough to draw the entire restaurant's attention. Only then did Stacy notice how quiet it had been as the couples and business partners around them looked across tables at each other and opted to write messages into their hands rather than speak out loud. She had heard about glancing, the seed's eye contact-dependent method of efficient communication, but until now she hadn't really seen it in action. The surrealism reached its peak when a waiter approached a couple at a nearby table and silently took their order. "Why are the waiters taking orders by glances?" she asked Kurt. "I guess it must be easier," he shrugged. "They don't have to write the order down because the customer is writing it for them. I think our waiter didn't want to disrespect me, though. That's why he was speaking." While listening to Kurt's answer, Stacy paid keen attention as a doting young woman sent a rushed glance to her partner and smiled while awaiting his reply. "What about everyone else, though? Why don't they just talk to each other?" she asked, disbelieving of what was happening. In her eyes, something about it all seemed so detached. The starstruck waiter returned a few minutes later and stopped beside the table, collecting an empty wine glass which Kurt wasn't using. "Are we ready to order, sir?" You didn't give us any menus yet," Stacy said. The waiter smiled politely. "Your menu is on the table, ma'am," he replied, still too excited by Kurt's presence to notice that there was no social information beside Stacy's head. She laughed awkwardly. It's really not." "The menus are literally on the table," Kurt explained. He then turned to the waiter. "She's not wearing any lenses." "No lenses?" the waiter shrieked, dropping Kurt's glass in shock. The noise of smashing glass on the tastefully tiled floor captured the attention of the restaurant's other patrons, and they quickly realized what was going on. They now looked at Stacy through judgmental eyes and whispered under their collective breath, stale with caviar and overpriced gin. There was a Sycamore virgin in their midst. When Kurt pulled his eyes away from the broken glass to talk to Stacy, his vision was blocked by a pop-up notification. Extreme emotions detected. Apply reader? Applying reader will incur a non-refundable $120 charge. He didn't know what kind of app Reader was or since when it had been available, but at $120 for a single use, it had to be good. He clicked yes, and an information box immediately appeared next to Stacy's head, on the opposite side from where forest data was usually displayed. The box listed a series of emotions and the extent to which she was experiencing them. Embarrassment, 98. Impatience, 96. Anger, 91. The list went on, and all sorts of colored arrows and annotations covered Stacy's face. Everything changed too quickly for Kurt to make much sense of it, though, as annotations moved with her gaze, and the emotional intensity figures changed with every twitch of her nose and lips. Reader seemed to be detecting ordinarily imperceptible facial movements and running them through whatever bizarre formula someone at Sycamore had come up with. Just like Real You, Reader's technical impressiveness didn't come close to silencing the ethical questions it raised in Kurt's mind. He had seen enough by now, quickly tapping his hand to kill Reader before he spoke to Stacy in a low voice. "Screw this. Do you want to go back to my place and order something in? We don't fit in here." Stacy nodded, with an uncharacteristic lack of verve, and walked towards the door. She was soothed slightly by the way Kurt said, "we," but her embarrassment wouldn't fade quickly. Kurt and Stacy stepped outside together, more aware than ever of just how quickly their world was changing. Chapter 31. The police officer from earlier was still outside the restaurant and had done an admirable job of dispersing the crowd. Kurt mumbled his thanks as he hurried to catch up with Stacy. "I'm sorry," he told her. "I shouldn't have taken you somewhere like that with those kinds of people." "Don't worry about it," she shrugged. "But since we're out, why don't we go to the movies or something before we go back to Longhampton? It is your birthday after all." A night at the movies with Stacy sounded perfect, and the Megaplex was only a few minutes from the restaurant. Kurt indicated his desire by smiling and holding out his hand. Stacy took it, and together they walked. It was still early, but the world was quiet enough for Kurt to hear 2 heartbeats as they approached the Megaplex. On arrival, though, his mood soured. "Great," he sighed. Stacy looked up and saw the sign. Closed for refurb. Sycaplex opens Tuesday. "Longhampton it is, then?" she said. "Longhampton it is." They turned around and walked back towards the restaurant and ultimately the car. Kurt caught sight of a small group of teenagers in the distance and zoomed in to see what they were wearing. His augmented vision relayed the same few outfits he had seen 1,000 times that day. Unsurprisingly, the girls were made up like dolls and their would-be suitors looked equally post-produced. "Real You is genius," he suddenly said. "What?" "Don't get me wrong, I hate it. But it's a brilliant business model. People always spent money on makeup and hair products they applied every day, girls especially. But this makes it convenient enough that they're willing to pay a little bit extra. And every cent of that goes to Sycamore. They've cut out the middleman at every stage." And that well isn't going to run dry in a world where there is as much pressure on girls to look good as there is in this one, Stacy said, pointing to an old-fashioned static billboard across the street from the cinema. See? The ad she referenced was for a premium perfume brand and featured an idealized figure, airbrushed almost beyond human recognition. I don't know whether they're saying that if I buy that perfume I'll be as attractive as her, she continued, or that I'll never be as attractive as her, but if I buy the perfume then I can at least smell like her. Can you imagine looking at stuff like that every day, everywhere you go, and instead of lusting over the women like men are supposed to, feeling like you have to compare yourself to them? Kurt shook his head. He couldn't imagine, and with that understanding came the deeper realization that advertising, post-industrial capitalism's only native art form, had done more to attack human dignity than 120 million microchips could ever dream of. Do you think real people will get fatter now that they can pay to be thin? Stacy asked, suddenly redirecting the topic. Probably, Kurt said. Everyone who can afford to is already making themselves look perfect. Real fitness is worthless in a world as shallow as this one. Yeah, it's messed up. People are spending fortunes on new clothes and haircuts for the characters they see themselves as, all while they stumble around the real world looking like lonely cavemen. Kurt stopped walking to consider her statement. It really is exactly like that, he realized. This whole thing is like someone went back in time and gave a caveman some piece of technology he wasn't ready for. Like a gun when he was getting along fine with a spear. By now they were walking along the street very slowly, hardly moving and often stopping. This is more like an atomic bomb, Stacy thought aloud. Right. And I'm the idiot who set it in motion by... All of a sudden, a painfully high-pitched ringing filled Kurt's ears and cut off his reply. He winced at the unexpected sound which heralded an announcement that the first ever Sycamore draw would take place in 60 seconds. The draw results would be displayed in the sky for 30 seconds thereafter, it said, during which time any winners had to click through the claims process to remain entitled to their prize. Forget all that, Kurt said. Things are about to get pretty weird. No sooner had he spoken these words than people began spilling out into the street from homes, restaurants, and vehicles. Traffic came to a total and immediate halt. Stacy, absent of both UltraLenses and in-ear phones, was utterly lost. What's going on? There's a lottery in the sky, Kurt explained, only appreciating the insanity of the idea when he heard himself say it out loud. And the winner can only claim their prize in the 30 seconds after the draw. Amos has already announced that draws can come at any time during the day, so no one can afford to take their lenses out. Like so much else, this method of ensuring 24/7 lens wearing was a genius strategy that simultaneously invited both begrudging admiration and deep contempt. Kurt's contempt was particularly deep since he realized that the Sycamore was the acceptable face of Sycamore-induced gambling addiction, an affliction which was particularly prevalent among the same young male consumers who were most relentlessly targeted by adult ad placements. Rigged blackjack and roulette games took more money from teenage boys than most of them would ever earn, thanks to liberal credit extension policies. But it surprised and disappointed Kurt to see the variety of desperate players the lottery had attracted. Something he had once seen on TV held the mass irrationality of lottery players up as a symptom of an economic system on the brink of implosion. If that show had been right, then the world was surely about to go boom, he thought. For this street in one of the city's most affluent areas was now positively teeming with rabid gamblers. The countdown in the sky reached 0, and an irritating voice blabbered away in Kurt's ears. And now it's time for the first ever Mega Money Sycamore. S-Y-C-A. More, more, more. S-Y-C-A. More, more, more. S-Y-C. Kurt muted his in-earphones partly to avoid hearing another word about the stupid lottery, but more so he could hear what Stacy was about to say. He had to lean in close to make out her words, over the people in the street who had joined in with the Sycamore chant. It's like they're looking up to their god, she said. We're talking about money, he replied, So yeah, they pretty much are. All this crap is just making me so cynical, like I'm losing sight of the good things in... Interrupting Kurt's words in the best way, Stacy very suddenly leaned in for a kiss. It wasn't quite how Kurt had imagined their first real kiss. A rant ender, essentially. But he didn't care. It was perfect. And despite having depressingly few memories to compare it to, Kurt knew amazing when he felt it. And whatever it was ending, he reflected, that moment was surely the start of something bigger. Kurt clicked his car doors open from across the road, and Stacy smiled up at him. He opened Reader again, too excited to feel guilty or even think about what he was doing, then scrolled hurriedly down to her arousal stat. 83. He liked those odds. "What do you want to do now?" she whispered as they reached Kurt's car. He replied without hesitation, "I think I want to go home and take my lenses out." Chapter 32. The events that occurred in Kurt's master bedroom once he and Stacy returned from the city went unrecorded, as his UltraLenses lay on the bedside table. "So, was that the best gift of the day, or did Amos buy you a country?" Stacy joked as Kurt eyed his lenses and fought the urge to put them back in. Kurt didn't reply for a few seconds. He had forgotten how free his eyeballs felt with nothing pressing against them. Quite understandably, given that 9 months had passed since he last experienced the feeling, and all kinds of thoughts followed. "You know," he mused, "I could have had a kid in the time since I last saw the world blind. I've never really thought about how amazing it is that the lenses never have to be replaced." Stacy looked at him blankly. "But no," he said. "I mean, yeah. If that had actually been a gift, I think it'd be safe to say it was the best gift of any day ever." "What did Amos give you, though?" Stacy asked. "He seems like the grand gesture type." "He is, and it was obviously his way of giving me some kind of message. I'm still trying to work it out, though." "What was the gift?" "A pot of gold. Literally, a pot made of gold. I don't know what gold costs, but I would guess the pot must be worth nearly as much as the car. He filled it with dirt and put a sycamore in it, though, just to remind me what's what. Anyway, forget him. You never struck me as the kind of girl who would even joke about giving sex as a birthday present." "What gave you that impression?" she asked, adopting a mockingly sultry tone. "Well, when I met you, you were slapping a policeman in the face." Stacy laughed freely, in a manner only accessible to the truly happy. And then, in an instant, something changed in her face. Kurt had momentarily forgotten about Reader, but he needed no help to see that Stacy was pondering something important. "What is it?" he asked. "You saved me that day." "It was nothing." "No, it wasn't," she said. "It was everything. You put my well-being before authority, before Sycamore, and before everything else. And you didn't even know me. All you knew was that abusing power like that is wrong. You still know that, and you know that it's getting worse. Crime Prev, the movement tax? You know how wrong all of this is, Kurt, and you're the only conscientious person with the power to do something about it." Kurt gulped audibly and sat up straight. Stacy did the same, bringing their naked eyes level. He said nothing and waited for the punchline. "Would you consider working against Sycamore?" Stacy asked, delivering it without emotion. Now, Kurt somehow found himself even more speechless than before. Deep down, he had known Stacy was going to say this sooner or later, but he had hoped beyond hope that she wouldn't. "Seriously, Kurt," she went on, "even if you could just get me into the building for a few minutes." Kurt stood up. "Is that what this has all been about? Trying to groom me for information so you can—" The interruption to Kurt's words came not from Stacy, but from a new thought in his mind. "Wait," he said. "Is there an organized resistance? Are you in contact with other people who are on the same page? Dissidents? I can't really speak for anyone else, she dodged. All I meant was that you're in a unique position to leak some proper info. Details, pictures, chat logs, that kind of thing. If we could get that, I could put it out there and everyone would know. People who do things like that turn up dead. Whatever leaked out, they'd know it was from me. I just thought that... Kurt shook his head firmly. You can think what you want, but don't mention it again. I can't hear it, okay? Suffocating tension circled the room. Maybe I should go home? Stacy said, inflecting the words into an uncomfortable question. Uneasily, Kurt shrugged. Maybe. Okay, she sighed, reaching for a pile of clothes. Kurt immediately sent for a taxi, writing in the special instructions box that the driver was not to engage their passenger in conversation, and that he would settle her fare with a generous tip for discretion. He held the door open without saying a word and didn't even look at Stacy as she gathered her things. She kissed him on the cheek. I'm not sorry I asked you to help, she said, more in desperation than defiance. And that's not the only reason I was here. But know this, Kurt. We can't do it without you. She was halfway down the driveway when Kurt called after her. Wait! Who's the we? The taxi driver stepped out from his seat to open Stacy's door and tipped his hat towards Kurt. The driver's presence meant that Stacy couldn't answer the question, so she smiled half-heartedly and stepped into the taxi. Kurt rushed down from his doorstep and knocked on her window. Who's the we? He asked again. Stacy rolled down the window and opened her mouth to whisper a reply, but the vehicle pulled away and left Kurt standing in the street, screaming into the night. Who's the we? Chapter 33. The following morning, Kurt was awakened by a deafening ring in his in-earphones. He pawed at his left palm to shut them up, but accidentally instructed the seed to answer. Amos's voice filled his ears. Hotshot, I need you to come in. What? But it's only... Kurt rubbed his eyes open and looked at the time in the corner of his vision. 7:30. What new app can be so important that you can't even wait until the day begins before you start gloating about it? This isn't about an app, Amos said, his tone morose. It's about you. Get here now. Kurt climbed down from his waterbed as the call ended. Loath to defile himself with real you, he took a few minutes to make himself presentable, then hurried into his car for a drive that took much longer than normal thanks to the city-bound rush-hour traffic. When he arrived at 8:05, Sycamore HQ was still deserted. Regular business started at 9, but this was something altogether more serious. No valet or doorman greeted Kurt at the entrance, and the lobby's lights were low. He had expected Amos to be there waiting for him. He wasn't. Instead, the formidable man was sitting on one of his sofas, staring at nothing. As Kurt stepped out from the elevator, Amos raised a hand and used it to usher Kurt over. He then opened his left palm and swiped 5 fingers towards his floor to demonstrate the seed's useful new method of displaying video content for communal viewing. A celebrity news station appeared on the floor, paused on an intriguing headline. The Birthday Boy and the Mystery Girl. So, who is this unseated upstart on Mr. Sycamore's arm? Kurt sat next to Amos and watched silently. A 60-second non-story speculating over the nature of Kurt's evening with Stacy ran on Amos's floor. Commentary played over footage of Kurt snapping at the mob outside the restaurant, and of the waiter dropping his glass. He wondered briefly how much Sycamore might have paid the 2 lens wearers who contributed their feeds, then remembered that Sycamore owned everyone's memories and that all consumer rights were waived upon seeding. Kurt was more mystified than annoyed by why he had been called in. Why did I have to see that? He asked. Amos finally looked at him. I'll ask the questions. So let me start. What the hell do you think you're doing cavorting around with an unseeded whore in the shadow of our building? You better watch your mouth, Kurt snapped. What? Do you object to my phrasing? Amos asked. Tell me then, why isn't she seeded? Why does no one know who she is? Why is a wealthy man who could have anyone in the world walking around in the dark with her on his birthday? She's a student, Kurt explained, ready for a lie he hoped to deliver with some kind of believability. An Italian journalism student. And I don't care about birthdays. What's her name? Kurt hesitated just long enough to make something up without it being obvious. Monica. Monica what? Monica Valentino. Good name, Amos said. She's a good girl, and she's writing a lot of good things about Sycamore, Kurt said, taking the lie further than intended. I could let you read them if you like. Amos nodded. Sure, send them over. I'd have to ask her to print them, Kurt said, already fully regretting having fallen so far into the lie. You know the seed isn't out in Europe yet, and only U.S. citizens can get seeded here, so she still writes on an old computer. Poor thing. Maybe we could have her in for a look around to show the Europeans how we do things. What do you think? Kurt thought of what Stacy had said the previous night about getting into Sycamore HQ, and wondered whether Amos holding the door open for her plan was fate's way of giving him a push. But then Kurt remembered why it was out of the question. He alone would be held responsible once Stacy had what she needed, and Amos and his Unifield puppet masters wouldn't be up for playing nice. I don't know how much longer she's going to be in town, he eventually said. Oh well, if you see her again, let her know about the offer. By the way, Hotshot, is this Monica we're talking about the same girl from the protest and the bus? Amos obviously already knew the answer, so Kurt rolled with it and dived further into a lie that now seemed like it could lead somewhere worthwhile. Yeah, she was doing a story on how promising the scanning drones were, and the police mistook her for a protester. Then she couldn't ride the bus because she doesn't have lenses and the driver was being unreasonable. I stepped in to make sure her view of Sycamore stayed favorable. That explains last week. But I still don't understand why you told all those kids that you were together. That was just so the crowd would leave me alone. There's nothing between us. We sort of became friends after the protest thing, but it's always been about business for her. She wanted to ask me some more questions for her report, so I agreed to meet. What kind of questions? Amos asked, his eyes narrowing. Specific things, like when Europeans can look forward to the seed being released internationally. Don't worry, I painted Sycamore in a good light. You and I might not always see eye to eye, but you know how much I care about the success of my seed. When I was with Monica, I kept my disquiet, quiet. I don't expect to be seeing her again, though. I'm sorry, Hotshot, Amos said. I should never have doubted you. Forget about it, Kurt replied, glad to have survived his own lie without slipping up, and also that the taxi driver seemed to have kept quiet, and that no one at Sycamore seemed to have noticed or flagged up the fact that he had removed his lenses the previous night. Amos patted him on the back and stood up. I have some things to take care of, but you look tired. Sleep here. No one will bother you. Seeing no reason to argue, Kurt settled down on the lushly padded white sofa. Sleep didn't come easily over thoughts about the door that had just opened, and where it might lead if he shared the news with Stacy. But his eyes eventually fell closed. He dreamed of simpler times. Chapter 34. The sun had reached Amos's southern window by the time he returned to find Kurt still sleeping. I didn't mean all day, Hotshot, he laughed. Kurt said, startled by the noise. Oh. How long was I out? A while. You were here before anyone else, so at least 3 hours. The Sycaplex is opening soon. Come and see the line snaking along the street. Actually, no. Wait. Download Tranquility first. It's incredible, and I don't use that word lightly. Kurt clicked into the Syca store, all but certain that Amos's approval meant Tranquility would be something abhorrent. He purchased the app and opened it. What the hell? He immediately gasped. Amos laughed out loud. I know, right? Where are you? Kurt asked, failing to see the funny side. He closed Tranquility and saw Amos standing no more than a few meters away. And that is Tranquility, Amos boasted. You can block out human noise, too. Kurt looked at him blankly. You don't see the irony in people spending a fortune to make themselves look good, only for everyone else to then spend even more money making sure they don't have to look at anyone else? Now that you mention it, Amos mused. But oh well. People have always ignored each other in the street. This just makes it easier. It used to be headphones and smartphones, and then it was full immersion. Now it's tranquility. And yes, collision detection is built in before you ask. But how does tranquility know what the object behind the person being made invisible should look like? Kurt asked. How could I see through you? Amos paused to think of a way to explain a process he didn't fully understand himself. He gave it a good shot. You know how you get those little drones that can map an area by flying around it? Well, we've had millions of pairs of cameras mapping the country for the last 2 weeks. We know how everything should look without obstructions. I don't think very many people will use this regularly, Kurt said, accepting the explanation and moving quickly on. Neither do I, to be honest, but tranquility came out of the development of something better. Be there. We've been working on it for months. It was going to be the killer app for the Sycamore launch we had planned for December, but the seed meant that we could do so much more, so much better. It's launching tomorrow with a hard and fast media blitz. Tranquility is something of an affordable taster, I suppose. Tranquility is $100, Kurt replied. If that's affordable, how much is Be There? The app is free. You pay for environments. Well, you don't, but you know what I mean. With Be There, consumers can walk around in the real world while it looks like they're somewhere else. We're starting with the Land of Chocolate and Winter Village. More environments are coming soon based on real and imagined landscapes. Virtual reality environments? Sycamore is going full-on VR? Amos nodded. And now that it's ready to go, new environments shouldn't take us more than a few weeks. There's a dinosaur one ready to go, but we're saving it until people have played around with the other two. Won't people just walk into things? Kurt asked, unable to shake this expectation. They shouldn't, Amos said with casual confidence. Remember what I said about collision detection. It will be safer than them walking around in other full immersion apps or looking down at phones like they used to. It works like a car's GPS in that pedestrian pathways are recognized as such. If you're walking down a street in Winter Village, it will look like a lovely snowy path, and the road will be blocked off by snowdrifts so you don't wander into traffic. You can't really explore much since you're moving around in real space, but it certainly makes walking more fun. Good, no? Kurt didn't say anything. Against his better judgment, he actually thought that this particular concept was sound and could have all kinds of useful future applications. Could you make a running track? He asked. Like a stadium, so I could run somewhere quiet with stands full of spectators but no danger of running into anything? Could you do that? Amos smiled, pleased to hear Kurt's tone ascending with excitement. It's already done, Hotshot. A running track was one of the test environments. It will be included free of charge, but it's not as fully featured as the others. Still safe, though. Now, do you want to take a look at this line for the Sycaplex? Before an answer came, Amos pulled Kurt up and led him to the window. A huge line ran along the street between the Sycaplex and the restaurant Kurt and Stacy had visited the previous evening. Kurt zoomed in and saw the queue double back on itself around a temporary barrier like the ones he'd seen at theme parks. How many people does the theater hold? He asked. 4,000 per viewing zone, Amos replied. 3 levels, 1 zone per level. So if you're looking for the short answer, it's 12,000 viewers. When consumers don't have to look in the same direction as a physical screen, you can pack them in like sardines. Kurt didn't get it. But why have a cinema with no screen? People could just pay to watch at home, couldn't they? At a Sycaplex, you don't watch movies. You feel them, Amos explained in his best advertising voice. Each consumer straps themselves into a capsule which moves and provides all sorts of feedback. We don't like to use empty phrases like 4D or 5D, but this is basically as many perceptible dimensions as there can ever be. What's showing? Amos grinned. If I didn't know better, I'd say you almost sound interested, Hotshot. Yeah, I guess I want to see what it's like inside. Can I get a ticket for today? It's been sold out until next week since the minute it was announced. But for you, I'll make a quick call, Amos said. He then tapped his hand a few times. If there's literally no empty seats, I don't want someone else to miss out, Kurt said. Amos dismissed this concern with a shake of his head before beginning a voice call with someone at the Sycaplex. Save a seat at the front, he boomed into the air, because Kurt Jacobs will be gracing your establishment with his presence for the opening screening. No ifs, no buts. Make it happen. Thanks, Kurt mumbled, experiencing an unusual feeling as Amos ended the call. Of late, typical trips to HQ had involved learning about some terrible new app, arguing about it with Amos, and leaving in a worse mood than he'd arrived. Today, though, he had arrived worried by Amos's tone, not to mention edgy on the back of Stacy's invitation to help an apparently organized resistance. But he was leaving with a sense of hesitant excitement about Be There and the Sycaplex. Think nothing of it, Amos said. He shadowed Kurt to the elevator and saw him off. Enjoy the show. Chapter 35. Kurt walked to the Sycaplex with his jacket's collar over the side of his face in an attempt to avoid being noticed. Once a discreet security guard let him in the front door, he walked briskly towards a tastefully decorated VIP lounge. The whole place was busy, but eerily quiet. Like Stacy had learned in the restaurant, text-based messaging now had become the default method of human communication, even when people were face-to-face. The scene in the VIP lounge was by now familiar. Couples glancing at each other across tables and laughing without words, silent orders being taken and placed, and Kurt Jacobs wondering how it had come to this. Moments later, a man entered the lounge and ushered its VIPs through to their floor-level capsules. Kurt was led to the center of the front row, to the visible chagrin of an older woman who had paid for that seat. She stormed off in a manner suggesting that she wasn't used to being disappointed, and as Kurt entered his capsule, he considered dispassionately that her visit to the Sycaplex had at least given her some kind of new experience. The wall at the front of the theater no longer boasted a screen, just a huge mural of a lone sycamore sapling in a grassy field. It looked nice, whatever it represented. Kurt's viewing capsule, although more plushly designed than those further back, was no larger than it had to be. Many override buttons filled a complex dashboard, apparently for controlling liquid dispersal as well as things like temperature, smell, vibration, and most surprisingly and impressively, anti-gravity. Several other dials were blank, leaving Kurt wondering what else to expect. All he knew for sure was that Amos hadn't been kidding with his "as many dimensions as there can ever be" quip. The movie chosen for the Sycaplex opening was an action flick called Blind Luck, and the trailers before the screening included a preview for the upcoming Happy Pigs adaptation. This involved the audience being shaken around in their viewing capsules and made to feel cold and wet as the characters gleefully rolled their way through various pungent farmyard substances. Within minutes of the main feature starting, Kurt realized that it was a shameless piece of propaganda masquerading as entertainment. Blind Luck hammered home the necessity of surveillance by lamenting the authorities' reliance on luck in finding a child kidnapped from a small southern town where Sycamore had been rejected. The audience assumed the first-person role of a crime prev agent tasked with reuniting the kidnapped child and his mother. The missing 5-year-old didn't wear UltraLenses and wasn't seeded, so the kidnapper's identity was a mystery, and neither could be tracked. It was forcefully clarified that only criminals had any reason to go unseeded, and that parents had an absolute moral duty to let Sycamore protect their children. The crime prev agent wasn't used to dealing with rescues, since in the cities of the film's immediate future everyone was seeded, and crimes were stopped before they occurred. He educated the largely religious townspeople on the benefits of being seeded, and explained that the kidnapper would have been caught by now if even one of them had been wearing lenses to capture his identity. With a few minutes remaining, the boy's body was found mutilated by the side of a road to the north of town. The crime prev agent then carried the corpse into town and dumped it in front of everyone. "There ain't no such thing as luck," he said heartlessly. "Only consequences. This is what happens when you don't give your children the protection they deserve. One of his colleagues then spoke to further emphasize the importance of universal seating. But even if y'all good folks have your little uns seated, the success of our crime prev program depends on everyone else being seated too. We need criminals to be seated and wear UltraLenses so we know what they're planning. A passionate mother stepped forward to air her opinion. So why doesn't the government get off their asses and make seating compulsory before another innocent child dies? You'll have to ask them, ma'am, the agent replied. That was the final line. The entire film was an 85-minute setup for that one closing line, and it was delivered with all the tact of a kick in the jaw. Kurt knew all about Hollywood's historic role in shaping consumer opinion to suit powered interests, but this was ridiculous. It was so overt that no one could fail to see through it, he thought. Surely they couldn't. The crushing irony, of course, was that Amos's friends in Washington already wanted compulsory seating. They would end up gaining a huge and undeserved popularity boost for doing what they were always going to do anyway. Kurt left the Sycaplex feeling decidedly violated. He didn't know who was in charge of creative output at Sycamore, but they meant business, and Amos was giving them serious funding. Most members of Blind Luck's cast were recognizable from real films Kurt had seen in the past, and, until the end, the dialogue had been fairly well written. Upon reflecting that the whole production could have taken no more than the few weeks since launch, he uneasily wondered what kind of masterful viewer manipulation they would come up with, given more time. Chapter 36. A text notification appeared in Kurt's vista as soon as he stepped out of the Sycaplex. It was from Amos, and Be There was ready. Kurt clicked into the Syca store but couldn't see anything about the new app. Another message came through. Sorry, hotshot, I forgot the link. Click this, and keep it quiet until tomorrow. The link took Kurt straight into the app. He dismissed a warning about proceeding at his own risk, remembering Amos's promise that the environment, though not fully functional, was, quote, still safe. In a miraculous instant, the familiar street outside the Sycaplex transformed into a championship stadium environment that utterly defied Kurt's limited expectations. The track wasn't round, but rather a fairly straight line, which promised to keep him away from busy areas. He entered 8 miles as his desired distance and was told that he would be instructed to turn around after 4. Running was one of Kurt's favorite things to do. He felt free like at no other time, and the virtual spectators cheering him on quickly made this feel like his best run yet. Motivational music blared through his in-earphones, and the track rolled under his feet like he was a bullet train powered by fresh air. 40 minutes passed in no time, and Kurt forgot the world until his music stopped, abruptly replaced by the high-pitched tone that indicated an incoming call. He reduced his pace, wondering who would be making a voice call. Amos had done so earlier to wake him up, but at this time of day a text was superior for all purposes. If it had been a regular message notification, Kurt would have waited. But really, he wondered, who the hell still made voice calls? He stopped dead and rotated 2 fingers clockwise to answer. It was his brother, Randy. Hey, Kurt. Listen, I need a big favor. Yeah? I need you to put my lottery numbers on. I'm flat out broke until tomorrow. I could play on credit, but we both know it's really debt. Do you think you... Sure, Kurt said, saving Randy the need for a humbling request and biting his own tongue regarding the folly of the Cicalato. Just send me your numbers and I'll put them on. Thanks. God, could you imagine if my numbers came up and they weren't on? Anyway, you already know my numbers. Everyone's birthdays, like on the old lottery. Speak soon, yeah? Kurt ended the call after saying goodbye and decided to enter the draw before he had a chance to forget. His bottomless wallet wouldn't miss the $3, and it seemed important to Randy, so there was really no sense in overthinking it. There was no way of knowing what would actually happen on the 1,000,000,000-to-1 shot that Randy's numbers actually did come up. Kurt expected that the money would go into his bank account rather than his already infinite Sycamore balance, but things were rarely that straightforward. He double five-tapped to close Be There and return to his real vision so that he could bring up the Seed's main dashboard and click into the Sycamore app to buy the ticket. But when the real world returned to his vision, Kurt stumbled back in existential horror. He was standing at the edge of a cliff, and not proverbially. Be There had taken him 6 miles in a straight line, and, had Randy not called precisely when he did, it would have unquestionably taken him to his death. The rocky valley below was the kind where coyotes howled in the moonlight, ready to pick the bones of the corpses provided by the fall. Still safe, though, he remembered Amos promising. That relentless asshole. Too shaken to think about calling a cab, let alone to put on Randy's lottery numbers or even remonstrate with Amos, Kurt started running back towards the city surrounded by the real world. When the initial vomit is imminent feeling faded from his gut, he began to think about how stupid he must have looked sprinting towards the precipice. After that, he wondered what it would be like to walk or run in Be There with one lens in and the other out. He would have to try that sometime. A mile or so from the quarter mile, Kurt's ears were filled by the Sycamore jingle. SYCA, more, more, more. He scrambled to try and play Randy's numbers, but it was too late. The draw commenced, and Kurt looked to the sky in prayer that he wouldn't see them. What if they came up and Randy called him to say, I won, only for Kurt to have let him down. A lamentable series of events had left Kurt in a position he hated more than any other. As a slave to money's power, fearful of the right numbers coming up at the wrong time. It was better than being dead at the bottom of a cliff, he convinced himself, but it was no way to live. Randy's numbers never came, of course, and Kurt ran until he reached the quarter mile. Each labored stride represented an effort to forget the helplessness he had just felt, the equal but opposite helplessness that so many others experienced every time they prayed for their numbers to appear in the sky. He wouldn't judge them so quickly next time. Chapter 37. On arrival at Sycamore HQ, Kurt asked the valet to bring his car around. By chance, Amos was in the lobby with the rarely spotted Terrence Minion. When he caught sight of Kurt, Amos sent Minion away. Well, he said, walking over with a proud smile on his face. Be There. Dynamite, no? No is right, Kurt said. Between this and the pop-up when I was driving last week, I'm starting to think you're trying to get rid of me. Amos displayed concern that struck Kurt as unusually genuine. Did it lead you onto a road? Off a cliff, almost. If I hadn't gotten a voice call exactly when I did... I'm truly sorry, Hotshot, Amos lamented, shaking his head in anger. The monkeys downstairs told me it was safe. Heads will roll, I can promise you that. But first of all, we'll have to put alarm activators near all steep declines. You can't be serious, Kurt said. The whole idea has just proven itself patently unsafe, and you're still going ahead with it? Why is it that someone almost dying is never enough for you? And why have we dived into VR anyway? We were supposed to be augmenting reality, making people's lives easier and richer, not putting them into a matrix. Amos took a deep breath. I hear you, Kurt, but you know I can fix this. I'll have them iron out the safety issues and delay the public launch until further testing of each environment. Is that what you want? No! No to the whole thing, Kurt snapped. You're completely changing how people see the actual real world. What's to stop you from laying subtler modifications over everyone's vistas? Once you start doing it in Be There environments, it won't be long until you start tinkering with things you don't like everywhere else. No one will know what is and isn't real. Sycamore remains committed to enhancing the physical world. Anyway, when a blind man is cured, does the world really change? Amos asked, raising his eyebrows and tilting his head to the side to emphasize the profundity of his words. Stop being so abstract. This is real life. It's not like people are sitting down at home and hooking themselves up to computers to control their avatars. They're walking around the real world as their avatars and seeing only what you want them to see. You're overriding an existing reality with a baseless spectacle. How is this progress? Progress comes in various guises, Hotshot. Not just the ones you like. If you just gave Be There one more chance, you'd see that it's not what you think, but rather an enclosed app designed to make mundane journeys more enjoyable. I better get back to Terrence. He's been working on some bits and pieces for Crime Prev. But I'll link you to the pre-release build of the Land of Chocolate. It's been extensively tested, but there might still be a few bugs. So don't go running around like a hungry cheetah. And remember that chocolate rivers are real rivers, so no Augustus glooping either. Kurt ignored Amos's attempt at humor. Why would I go back into Be There after what just happened? Because you want to, Amos called back on his way to the elevator. We both know that. He then turned to face Kurt as a new thought entered his head. Oh, and don't forget to see if your little friend Monica wants to come for a look around. Euro publicity is a rare treat. Kurt took care not to react to any talk about Stacy/Monica, knowing that even the slightest slip-up could land her in all sorts of trouble. He stepped outside without replying and took a morbidly curious trip into the Land of Chocolate. Viewing this virtual environment through far more critical and analytical eyes than regular consumers would, he quickly noticed the occasional glitch where paths stopped without fences and couldn't miss the unseated baby floating in thin air where the pavement used to be. It made no sense to Kurt that Be There could hide the pram but not the baby. And how could technology capable of turning buildings and cars into chocolate monuments and giant rolling coins not hide the unseated? Tranquility hid everyone, so he knew it could be done. He considered the decision to leave the unseated inconveniently visible in Be There might have been taken to give the Sycamore-loving majority extra incentive to support universal seating. As convoluted and Machiavellian a ploy as it was, that seemed like the kind of thing Amos would do. Other than the floating baby, there were only a few other people visible on the busy street. Kurt knew the area well and was reluctantly impressed by how convincingly the Sycaplex had been turned into a chocolate windmill and the skyscrapers of the quarter mile into towering red lollipops. Even on close inspection, it was by a huge distance the most immersive VR he had ever seen. Sycamore HQ was untouched, of course. An odd sight near the restaurant caught Kurt's eye. A flashing red arrow pointing down at nothing in particular. He swiped out of Be There and saw a man with his hands in the air being hassled by a police officer. Kurt ran over to see what was going on. Jacobs! This is all your damn fault! The man yelled. Kurt moved closer and saw that his name was Rocco Miller. 21, married, unemployed, account suspended. Kurt was used to being blamed for things that weren't his fault, but he recognized Rocco's face. Wait, he said as it came to him. You're the waiter from last night, right? Until I got fired for dropping someone's glass. And now this idiot is here to stop me from moving, all because I can't afford to pay the tax. It's a duty, not a tax, the police officer said flatly. And watch who you're calling an idiot, why don't you? Kurt put his hand on the policeman's shoulder. I'll take care of the fine, officer. You can leave. What did you just say? The officer asked, turning around. His face popped in familiar shock as Kurt's info appeared in his vista. Oh, Mr. Jacobs. I'm sorry, sir, as you were. The man then tipped his hat like a Dickensian lunatic and disappeared shamefaced into his car. Kurt noticed a newly placed Sycamore logo on the back of his collar, a sapling inside 2 concentric diamonds. Thanks, Rocco said through gritted teeth. But this isn't like everything else you can Kurt Jacobs your way out of. This isn't over. Sycamore will send more police after me. My suspension will flag everything up, and each step I take makes it worse because the debt is growing and growing. You're going to have to tell me what the hell is going on, Kurt said, feeling very much like he'd missed something important. I'm done, man, Rocco groaned. I'm broke. Sycamore and the government said credit would be extended for anyone who needed it to pay the duty, but apparently losing my job and having a kid on the way makes me too high risk as a borrower. I literally can't afford to take another step, and my wife is at the hospital right now having our baby. Kurt didn't tell Rocco that there was a huge red arrow pointing down at him with the word wanted flashing above it. Get in my car. was all he said. "We're going to the hospital." Rocco climbed into the still gleaming Prendico finale, confident that he could hardly get into any more trouble, and also hopeful that having Kurt Jacobs by his side would keep the police at bay for a little while at least. As they reached the end of the street, a pop-up filled Rocco's vista. "Warning, stop immediately. Warning, continued violation of these orders will..." He took his lenses out and threw them onto the road. "The seed can come out too, you know," Kurt said. "The operation is free by law." "Yeah? But then what? Even if they dropped the charges, I wouldn't be able to do anything without the seed. Your boy Amos and his lapdogs in Washington are forcing currency digitization on us all pretty soon. And when that happens, you won't be able to buy food anywhere without a seed. Not just at Tasmart. And this time next year, we all know it's going to be compulsory to take the seed and wear your UltraLenses at all times. Land of the free, they say? Welcome to hell." Kurt couldn't disagree with most of Rocco's observations, but he took issue with the idea that Amos was at the top of the decision tree. "That's not how it is," he said. "The tail doesn't wag the dog. The government has wanted all of this for years. Surveillance, currency digitization, a population placated by inanity and taxed to the hilt. Sycamore is just a vehicle." "Well, whatever. Look where the damn vehicle is taking us. You seem like a nice enough guy, Kurt, but you don't have a clue what you've done here. What kind of world is my kid coming into when I can't walk around without some guy at a desk's permission?" Silence was Kurt's best and only answer. "I haven't eaten all day either," Rocco went on, sighing at everything at once. All of a sudden, a new kind of notification appeared in Kurt's vista. A small, flashing exclamation mark. He clicked on it as soon as he was stopped in traffic, and the resulting pop-up presented him with the 5 nearest fast food joints. He knew what this meant. Not only had Sycamore finally come up with effective voice recognition, it was running non-stop and scanning for key words. Directions to a restaurant after the mention of hunger seemed harmless enough. But what if he had been talking about something more subversive? Crime Prev agents would be all over him like... And then it made sense. This automatic voice scanning had surely come in too soon after Amos secured Crime Prev's public funding for it to be a coincidence. Just when he didn't think the whole thing could get any harder to swallow, the realization hit Kurt that Minion's team and data collection were already using the security tech for commercial purposes. A few silent and annoyed minutes later, the hospital came into view. Kurt insisted on taking Rocco right to the door in an effort to minimize his risk of being intercepted, so stepped out after parking to make sure the security guard would pose no problems. "You can't get through without a seed," the man said. "New security procedures." Kurt stepped in front of Rocco to answer. "We both have seeds," he said. "With respect, his appears to be permanently deactivated." "What?" Rocco said. "Suspended, yeah, not deactivated." "I'm afraid your account has been terminated as a result of your crimes against Sycamore," the guard explained. "It appears that your travel privileges were suspended and you ignored repeated orders to stay still. The punishment for such an offense is termination." "Come on, guy, my wife is having a baby." The guard stood defiant. "I can't let you in." Kurt, unbudging, looked into the man's eyes. "I'm not asking here, okay? I'm telling you to let him in." "I really can't." "Do you know who I am?" Kurt asked. He felt dirty saying it, but these times were desperate enough to justify pulling rank. "Once again, sir, with respect, I'm just following orders." "My position at Sycamore comes with authority that explicitly supersedes your prior orders," Kurt insisted, very firmly. This was a lie, albeit white, and one delivered with sufficient conviction to pass as the truth. "So once again, sir, let him in." More than a little reluctantly, the guard typed a code into the door's blank keypad and stepped aside. Rocco smiled his thanks and set off down the hall to find his wife and baby. "Wait!" Kurt called after him. "What happens tomorrow?" "As soon as someone comes for me, I'm done," Rocco yelled in reply. "You heard the guy. My account has been terminated." "Can't you make a new one?" Rocco sent a solemn shake of his head along the corridor. "It's not like I can sign up with another email address, man! I am my account!" Chapter 38. Troubled by the incident with Rocco, Kurt headed out the next morning with the intention of taking his niece Sabrina to the park in a bid to focus on something nice for a change. He left his car at the park and walked to get her, thinking it would be useful to have it there to drive her home when she was tired from running around. He enjoyed the walk to the house because it was another one of those good days to be alive and under the sun. A good day to enjoy the simple things in life, like fresh air, before Amos found a way to bottle it. Or, more likely, before he made the sky gray by default and charged for sunshine by the minute. The last time Kurt had walked through the deprived streets between Randy's house and the park had been just after The Seed launched, when Sycamore's real-world marketing was at its peak. There had been huge billboards for The Seed, the largest of which read, "Sycamore, the mark of the best," just across the street from a row of derelict storefronts interrupted only by convenience stores, fast food joints, and slot casinos. Almost all of the houses now sported some kind of corporate branding, some more elaborate than others, but the roadside was dominated by a huge Lexington static with a simple message: "Drink your dreams true." Something about it brought Kurt's mind to a documentary he saw in school about Lexington's textbook, Global Expansion, in which a snazzily dressed executive had spoke of the corporation's commitment to the untapped African market and its hundreds of millions of potential customers. It didn't seem to bother the man that many of those hundreds of millions of potential customers, those hundreds of millions of human beings, lived without access to clean water. The implicit message of, "Why give them water when we can sell them this?" had irked Kurt at the time, but not half as much as it did now. By now, he was old enough to have realized that the story was always the same. The rich were only interested in dealing with the poor when it involved making them poorer. In that regard, Lexington executives were no better or worse than anyone else. As he turned the corner into Randy's street, a message flashed in his vista to notify him that a free surroundings update was now available. If the government had wanted to invest in deprived areas, they would have done so decades ago. But when Be There's technology arrived, the temptation to brush away the urban decay was apparently irresistible. Kurt clicked accept, and within seconds, Randy's street looked like a quaint Parisian boulevard. The ads were still there, and so was the poverty, but the latter had been brushed over by the artistry and genius of Sycamore's landscapers. The opt-in, opt-out, no choice release pattern made it all but certain that today's downloadable update would be tomorrow's universal experience. The sparkling storefronts and picturesque flower beds were here to stay. This is what everyone will see, Kurt realized. This is reality. He sped up, and soon arrived at Randy's, letting himself in to save anyone the hassle of answering the door. His first stop was Sabrina's room. Sabrina opened her door when Kurt knocked, and he immediately saw that she was wearing an ad t-shirt with a message that hurt his soul. "I beat feminine odor with Girly Guard Daily Spray." Kurt detested Girly Guard. Before The Seed, there had been a jingle. "Girly Guard helps you work and play, keeps the smell away with a daily spray." As a man, he was glad that he would never have to hear it again. Finally, he had found something that Sycamore's targeted advertising was good for. Now, though, he hated Girly Guard more than ever for making a fool of Sabrina. He tried not to react angrily because none of this was her fault. "I left my car at the park for us," he said, smiling when he saw that the blue teddy bear he'd given her for her birthday was still on her bed. "Are you coming out?" "I really need to do some stuff," Sabrina answered. "Not even an hour?" She shook her head. "Maybe tomorrow?" "Okay," Kurt said, but it wasn't. When Sabrina disappeared back into her room, he called down the stairs. "JJ!" His nephew's voice called back. "Yeah! What's going on with your sister?" Julian couldn't make out the words, so jogged upstairs. "Hey, Uncle Kurt." "Hey," Kurt replied. "What's going on with Sabrina? She's never too busy for the park." She's trying to earn some money, Julian explained in a deflated tone. Doing consumer surveys and looking for better sponsored clothes, you know? I think she's saving up to fix her nose and reel you. She said that? To fix her nose? Julian nodded. What the hell is wrong with her nose? Definitely nothing, I said. Probably someone at school said something once, and now that she can change it, you know how girls are. She's 10, Kurt said. That doesn't mean what it did when you were 10. It doesn't even mean what it did when I was 10. Kurt walked downstairs and stormed over to the couch to shake Randy out of the full immersion daze he was sitting in. Your 10-year-old daughter is in those damn consumer rewards apps saving up for a new nose, he boomed. How can you sit there and let this happen? What can I do? Randy shouted, raising his voice to an uncharacteristic volume to match Kurt's. It's not like I can ground her and take it away. If one of us is to blame here, it sure as hell isn't me. That's not my seed in her hand. There was nothing Kurt could say, because Randy was right. Chapter 39. Kurt walked to his car and soon found himself sitting behind the wheel, too angry to go home. He had to get some things off his chest, no holding back, and there was only one place on his mind. He arrived at Sycamore HQ and Amos's floor unannounced, but was greeted warmly nonetheless. Hotshot, Amos grinned. To what owest I the pleasure? Shut up, Amos sighed. Not another one of these visits. I thought we were past this. How many are there going to be? Children shouldn't be wearing advertising, and they shouldn't be buying virtual cosmetic surgery, Kurt snapped back. Is this guilt over your friend Rocco? Amos asked evasively. Guilt? On my part? That guy has a family, and your men are locking him up for nothing. I tried to help him. Your company, on the other hand, terminating people for having the audacity to walk around the world they were born in? He committed a serious crime, Kurt. Which was? Ignoring direct orders. If people think they can disobey, they will. We can't have that. What kind of person tries to stop a man from seeing his wife and newborn baby just because orders say so? Kurt asked, derision dripping from the words. The guard at the hospital is more guilty than Rocco. Following orders isn't a crime. What is it with you, Hotshot? How can anyone be against the elimination of crime? Stop pretending you can eliminate crime. The Seed went as far as anything can to eliminate crimes of greed by making most people's money digital, but there will always be crimes of passion. Aha! But with Crime Prev there won't, Amos insisted. When the system is fully mature, all crimes will be stopped before they happen. Tell me then, are Sycamore men exempt? Are we safe from the eyes of the thought police? None of this is about thought crime, Amos said. Why do I have to keep telling you that? What's important here is that no individual is above the law. Indeed, as men of responsibility, we have a particular obligation to toe the line. You and I are important figureheads, and you're far more important than you realize. We're at 90.1% of the eligible population seeded, and you're still by far the most popular. That says a lot. Kurt hadn't checked the numbers for almost a week. He quickly navigated into Forest and saw that Amos wasn't exaggerating. And only prisoners and soldiers have been compulsory, Amos boasted. So everyone else thinks it's a good idea. School children were compulsory. You made my niece and nephew get seated so they could read the work on the board at school. That was a generous program to upgrade outdated equipment. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, that 9.9%, the potentially criminal element, can only evade justice for so long. No, Kurt said. He had a horrible feeling where Amos was going. I won't let you make seeding compulsory across the board. You say that now, Hotshot. But what do we say when consumers flood the streets to demand it? What happens when there's a terrorist attack that universal seeding and lens wearing would have prevented? How can we justify not seeding the potentially criminal resistors? There is no reason for any law-abiding consumer not to participate. Democracy and freedom require participation. You mean the freedom to be a corporate slave, and the right to pick which of two parties the next Sycamore-serving president will come from? And stop pretending you can go through with crime prev. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? It's been replaced by something better, Amos shrugged indifferently. People used to be innocent until we gave them a chance to become guilty. But society is finally recognizing its duty to stop them. We're protecting innocence. Once the public demands universality, there will be no more saboteurs, agitators, and rabble-rousers in any of our cities. When someone is suspected of something, our crime prev agents will look back and see how they've been acting. You saw blind luck, didn't you? We can jump back to any point in time to see exactly what a user was doing. Kurt inhaled deeply. I need you to be honest with me, he said. Can that really be done? Of course. You know that everyone with Relive can navigate back to any moment in time, and you know that the data isn't stored locally. It's on our servers. I know that in my head, but it's still impossible to believe. The servers must be huge. Where are they? I want to see them. I need to see how the system works and what we're actually doing here. Seriously? I'm at a point where I don't know how much longer I can keep smiling and pretending I don't hate everything. The servers aren't here, Amos said. Where are they? Somewhere else. Kurt's gaze intensified. I don't believe you. You're lying. You don't even have everyone's historic video data. Somehow, Relive data is stored locally. Crime Prev is just a money grab and an opportunity to scare people into submission. It's all lies. That amount of video, at that sort of quality, you just couldn't. That's why there's no proof. You want proof? Fine. Come through here, Amos said, leading Kurt into the meeting room and then through another door into a small, closet-like office. There was a desk and a computer and nothing else. Now pick a number, pick a date, and pick a time. The computer will be able to show us what the selected user was up to. Pick one of the first 20 million so we can go back a few weeks. A desktop? Kurt said in surprise. Did you ride in here on a horse-drawn carriage? There's a reason this kind of work is done on mini desktops, Kurt. If any of our authorized lookouts were using their seeds to access other people's Vista recordings, then there would be nothing to stop them doing so at home. This way, they can only do it at work, when we're watching. Obviously, we could watch their Vistas when they're at home, but then we'd need watchers watching the watchers, and more watchers watching the watchers, and, well, you see the predicament. So we have a few dozen computers that let them access streams and recordings up in the treehouse. That's where DC is based. I can access everything using my seed, but no one else can be trusted with that kind of power. So why can you be trusted with it? Maybe I can't, Amos admitted caustically. But someone has to be. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Give me the time, date, and user. Before that, I know you're using crime prev tech to scan people's voices for keywords so you can deliver ads. What I want to know is if you can do that, why do you need anyone in DC spying on people at all? Amos nodded, somewhat impressed by Kurt's perceptiveness. Well, surveillance is an art. Computers can't do it all. The keyword scanning of text and voice comms is crude, like a hammer. Minion's staff are more like watchmakers, delicately working away. But tell me, have you picked your time, date, and user yet? Noon, on the 16th, user number 20,000,001. Amos rolled his eyes at Kurt's obtuseness. Okay, so we have a Miss Janie Fisher, age 10. We'll jump back to the date and time. Bingo. Here it comes. When Amos threw the video onto the wall, Kurt was immediately reminded why he knew the name Janie Fisher. She was in Sabrina's class, and at noon on the 16th, Sabrina's class had been in their school's changing rooms after swimming. Sabrina was standing directly opposite Janie, so Kurt could see her very clearly. Her hair was soaking wet from either the swimming pool or the shower, but she looked to be wearing an advertising t-shirt from Real You. She didn't turn 10 until the schools were out, Kurt said. How is she wearing an ad? Who? My niece Sabrina, he emphasized, tapping the screen. Right there. She must be wearing that shirt now, Amos said. That's how it works. Don't you think it's funny that consumers used to pay to wear branded clothing and now we're paying them? Sometimes I wonder if we give them too much. Anyway, let's see what the raw feed was bringing in. Kurt kept his eyes on the video as Amos clicked another button. Sabrina's Real You t-shirt disappeared, leaving only a towel in its place. Change it back, he said. Amos looked at him. You picked the feed. I said change it back. Come on, hotshot, there's no need. Kurt spun around and grabbed Amos by the collar in a single movement. He pushed him against the office wall and held a forearm against his throat. Change it back. Amos's bulging eyes and reddening cheeks didn't convince Kurt to relent, but the involuntary whimper that escaped his windpipe did. Amos immediately killed the video. Now delete the recording, Kurt ordered. Pointless, Amos insisted, raising his hands in front of his face and neck in anticipation of further violence. There were about 10 other girls in the room who could see her. It's in their feeds too. And even if we deleted them all, what about next time? Why does there have to be a next time? Why don't you put blockers in changing rooms like the ones you have here? Is Sycamore's privacy more important than everyone else's? Is your security really more important than children's safety? What if footage like this got into the wrong hands? That's the whole point, Kurt. Sycamore security is everyone's security. By investing our security budget in blockers here, we prevent anyone else from accessing sensitive footage anywhere. Kurt considered Amos's words and carefully chose his own. What if it's already in the wrong hands? What are you suggesting? That I'm some kind of... Kurt cut him off. Maybe not you, but the odds aren't exactly huge that one of your lookouts is a goddamn creeper. The treehouse is designed in such a way that our lookouts are visually monitored at all times, Amos said. As a further precautionary measure, a log of their insights is kept and periodically reviewed by senior staff who report directly to me. If we even suspected anyone of the kind of perversion you suggest, they would be out. And believe me, they would be prosecuted. I want to see it. Take me to the treehouse. Sorry, Hotshot. No one gets into the treehouse apart from the lookouts. That's how we keep it secure. I can, however, take you to the forest floors if you so wish. Communications Colin and his team are doing all kinds of amazing work up there. No thanks, Kurt grunted, storming out with a rage greater than any before it. I have better ways to waste my time. Chapter 40. Kurt drove away from the quarter-mile and parked at a familiar street corner. Once there, he removed his UltraLenses for the second time in 9 months. He then opened his car's glove compartment and took out the only thing in it, a small piece of paper. He read it, and he walked. There were no markings on the house Kurt thought was Stacy's, so he double-checked the door numbers of the others nearby to make sure he had the right place. He knocked on the door and felt everything at once as he waited for someone to answer. Excited, foolish, scared, alive. When Stacy appeared, relief took over. Kurt! He presented his left hand, palm up, showing her the lenses. She looked down at them, then back into his naked eyes. Does this mean? Yes, he said, swallowing away the doubt. I'm in. Chapter 41. While Stacy fetched some drinks from her kitchen, Kurt glanced around the living room. He had expected her to live somewhere like his old place, somewhere student-y. He was right. It was a lot tidier than his old apartment, but everything was similarly bare and minimalist. Stacy's wasn't the kind of bourgeois minimalism that people in Longhampton paid interior designers thousands of dollars to bring to their mansions, though. This was organic minimalism. The kind that manifested itself when people spent all of what little money they had on silly things like food and rent. Stacy reappeared with a tray and sat across from Kurt. In the absence of a sofa, they sat on wooden chairs at a small dining table. "So?" she said. "What happened?" "I don't even know," Kurt replied. "It wasn't just one single thing. It's been the longest 48 hours of my life since I sent you away in that taxi." "How about you start with what happened today? There must have been one final straw that broke the camel's back." Kurt inhaled deeply, audibly, and set out on trying to explain his eventual decision to bite the bullet and join Stacy in attempting to take Sycamore down. "Well, I went to see my niece Sabrina, and she was busy earning money in those stupid survey and focus group apps. Her brother Julian told me that she's saving up for a new nose. She's 10. Both of them were wearing ad t-shirts. It's like, what's even happening here? Then I went to HQ and asked for proof about the Vista recording because I started to think that it must have been a lie. It's not. Amos gave me a demonstration, and the one that came up was of all these little girls getting changed after a swimming class at school. Sabrina was there, and Amos was smiling. He's watching everything everyone does, everywhere, and no one seems to care." Kurt was venting, and forcefully. Stacy's charcoal eyes encouraged him to continue. "Before that," he went on, "last night I saw a guy getting arrested for not being able to pay his movement tax. I took him to the hospital to see his new baby, but he's going to jail. His account has been terminated. He's a non-person." "It was our waiter from the restaurant. His name's Rocco. Sycamore wouldn't extend him credit to pay the movement tax because he'd lost his job, which makes him too high risk for lending. Everything I set in motion has led to a world where that kind of thing can happen." "Kurt," he shook his head. He wasn't finished. "And Be There. Do you know about Be There? Let alone crime prev, locking people up for things they haven't done? I would rather die than live in a world like this. When Amos wouldn't kill the stream with Sabrina in it, I grabbed him by the throat and made him kill it. The anger is changing me. I didn't think I had it in me to be violent." "Everyone does," Stacy said, trying to reassure him. "It's there when we need it. Remember when I slapped that police officer when the four of them were roughing me up?" "That day, a big part of me didn't want to step in," Kurt admitted. "My mouth shouted out by itself. My lenses were recording everything, and if those guys had roughed you up for real, I would have shared the footage. I don't know what would have happened next, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Footage of the right thing can make all the difference in turning the tide of opinion." Very suddenly, Stacy's eyebrows perked up and her spine did likewise. "Could you get some footage from inside Sycamore HQ? If you could get evidence of them watching people, especially kids, you could post it on Forest. Sure, Sycamore would take it down, but not before millions of people saw it. You have so many friends and followers, it'd be like broadcasting on every TV station at once." "I can't record anything fully in there," Kurt sighed. "There are blockers that prevent the seed from functioning fully in certain high-security areas. But if you had an actual camera..." "Me? How could I get near the place?" "Not just near. In," Kurt said, deliberately pausing to see how Stacy would react. She didn't give anything away, so he continued. "Long story short, after we were mobbed outside that restaurant, it was all over the gossip news and everyone was wondering who you were. Amos asked, and I said you were an Italian journalist who was doing a favorable piece on Sycamore. The Italian part was to explain why you're not seated and don't have UltraLenses. Anyway, your new name is Monica Valentino, and he asked me to invite you in for a look around." "Tomorrow," she said, and that was all. Just like that, it was happening. Kurt couldn't have stopped it now, even had he wanted to. History was in motion, and he was finally on the right side by side with Stacy working against Sycamore. "I'll have to set it up with Amos," he said, which would have been a lot easier before I stormed out on him. "You should probably get right to it." Kurt thought for a second. I can't put the lenses in while I'm here, though. He would know where I am. If anyone wants to know, your chip will tell them, Stacy said. As long as they don't know this is my house, it's fine. Go into the closet and fire him a message. Stacy was right. And since she seemed to be in some kind of clarity-giving pre-war trance, Kurt did as she said without comment. He walked into her closet and popped his lenses back in. Within a few seconds, he quickly typed a message to Amos. The Italian journalist emailed me. She's staying an extra day and has some more questions. I mentioned visiting HQ and she wants in, desperate for the scoops. What time will I bring her? Need to know ASAP. Unsurprisingly, Amos replied as quickly as ever. Great, but you don't have to be here when she comes, Hotshot. Seeing the word Hotshot written down annoyed Kurt to an irrational extent. He had always liked the nickname when Randy used it, but Amos had ruined it. The pleasure of ruining everything Amos had worked for would make up for it, though. So Kurt made an effort to reply calmly. It will be easier if I bring her, he typed. She doesn't know the city. So what time? This time, too many seconds passed and Kurt began to worry that he had been overly insistent. But then came the welcome reply. Fine, come in for 10. We'll see you then, Kurt wrote, ending the conversation. He immediately removed his lenses again, by now getting quite used to doing so, and stepped out of the closet to rejoin Stacy. They had some serious planning to do. Chapter 42. Morning announced itself with a beeping alarm. It was 7:30, meaning that Kurt and Stacy only had around 2 more hours to plan and prepare for the ruse. Neither really knew how they had ended up asleep in her bed when there had been so much to do. But it was what it was, and the only way was forward. Are we still doing this? Kurt said. Stacy was disappointed he had to ask. Do you still want to kill the cat? He smiled and got up. Stacy, meanwhile, reached into a drawer and pulled out a tiny spy camera. Kurt was impressed by its size and confident it would go undetected unless Amos actively looked for it, which he would have no reason to do so. Do you have a bigger camera too? Kurt asked. Stacy couldn't hide her confusion. Why would we want a bigger one? When we get to the door, Amos is going to ask if you have any recording equipment. If you surrender a camera, he won't suspect anything. But what kind of journalist wouldn't have one? Saying you don't will be suspicious. Stacy's mouth opened in a moment of aha realization. He was right. Yeah, I've got a regular-sized camera in here, she said. Good, let's bring it. And bring your laptop too, in the car so we can go over the footage at mine later. It's safer there. Sure thing. Kurt mused as he walked into the bathroom and saw himself in the mirror. He looked rough. Or I could take it there now. I'm going to have to drive home and get changed before we do this anyway. No way, Stacy protested. You have to tell me what kinds of things to say to get where we need to be. You know him better than me. I won't be long. If I turn up looking like this, Amos will work out we've been together overnight. He might be ignorant, but he's not an idiot. It would take Kurt the better part of an hour to walk to his car, drive to Longhampton, make himself presentable, drive back to the corner, and walk back to Stacy's. They quite simply didn't have a spare hour, and Stacy wouldn't budge on that. Kurt, you can't go home. If we don't plan this thing right, it won't work. But if he knows we're involved, it definitely won't work. I have to look dressed for business. Just as she finished attaching the spy camera to its chosen spot, Stacy turned to Kurt in a rush of excitement. I've got it! What? Real you! Just pick some business clothes and do that thing to make your face look fresh instead of tired. You said it's impossible to tell what someone is wearing underneath, right? And the facial changes are just as convincing. Kurt rubbed his eyes with open palms and thought for a few seconds. They are, but no, he decided. I can't use real you like that. Can't or won't? Stacy asked. What's the difference? You can't win a war if you won't pick up a gun. That's the damn difference. You can't fight against crime prev and the movement tax and everything else if you won't put your pride to one side and be an avatar for a couple of hours. Kurt closed his eyes and sighed. If I do this, let's forget about you for a second, Stacy interrupted. What about people like me? I can hardly do anything without a seed, and you know it'll be compulsory soon unless we stop it. What happens to me then? Prison? And what about Sabrina and her nose and everything you said last night? Kurt said nothing. Real you or not, you'll look the same to me, Stacy said, and that sealed it. Fine, I'll do it in the car. But how's your Italian accent? Accent? She smiled. Mi chiamo Monica. Chapter 43. Before they walked to the car, it was decided that Monica was a journalism graduate from Turin. Investigating the incredible success of Sycamore's seed was her first big assignment for Tech Italia, a fictitious publication which made her position harder to disprove than if she'd claimed to work for a real one. Kurt encouraged Stacy to follow his lead and say nothing unless spoken to, even then keeping it brief and non-committal. He would do the bulk of the talking and ask the questions unless there was something Stacy really felt that Amos should be recorded saying out loud. Amos might use Reader if he suspected foul play, Kurt warned, and Reader didn't make mistakes. Stacy said she understood, but that Kurt should worry about himself too, making sure he didn't lose his temper like he had at the contest. Angry people make mistakes, she said, and he listened. As they reached Sycamore HQ, a $3,000 virtual suit attached itself to Kurt. Real U's unblemished feature fixed his tired-looking face, and just like that, they were ready to go. Amos was waiting in the lobby like the proud host he was, and walked towards them with a huge smile. Hotshot, what a suit! Is that real? As real as yours, Kurt replied, earning a hearty chuckle. Amos turned his attention to Stacy. And this must be Monica. Welcome to our world. I hear you've been talking to Kurt, trying to find the man behind the myth, I bet. It's a shame you can't take a seed and see just how much good he's done. Stacy felt like she should respond. Yes, she said, effortlessly and convincingly leaning into the accent. The seed is not allowed on my continent. Yet, Amos added. But don't worry, it's coming. The nannying attitude of European governments doesn't help anyone. But in any case, you don't have a camera, do you? Of course I do, Stacy said. I came here to record your work and share what you are doing. Amos glanced at Kurt, confused at the misunderstanding, before looking again at Stacy with an unusually relaxed expression. Ah, that's a tough one. I would love the world to see it, but the security guys don't see it like that. Normally, no one gets in. Even Kurt hasn't seen anything above my floor. What's up there anyway? He interrupted. The treehouse, and you wouldn't like it, Amos said before turning back to Stacy. But yes, I'm afraid you'll have to leave the camera here in the lobby. Feel free to write down anything and everything you like, though. Your report is for a written publication, isn't it? Tech Italia, she nodded. Where are they based? Amos was asking Stacy, but looking at Kurt. Turin, she said. Amos nodded slowly. Excellent. If you're still here on Saturday, you can cover Kurt's recognition ceremony, too. I will try to change my flight. Wait, Kurt said. What recognition ceremony is this? You're getting an award, Hotshot, for your services to Sycamore. Now, let's go. Stacy handed her diversion camera to a man behind the lobby's security desk. There was a scanner on the desk marked Travel Duty Validation, which workers could use to eliminate the tax incurred on their commute. Amos and Kurt waited for her in the elevator. As soon as she rejoined them, Amos held down the buttons G and 23 at the same time. Where are we going? Kurt asked. Downstairs. Kurt's eyebrows rose of their own volition. There's a downstairs? Indeed. The studio is in the basement, Amos explained, primarily to Stacy. I'm going to show you where Sycamore's landscapers do their magic. When the elevator arrived in the basement, Kurt was awestruck by its size. Huge didn't come close. The studio must have stretched under at least some of the other buildings in the quarter-mile. Such was its expansive size. Near blinding white light shone down on the landscapers from high above their heads. Amos began explaining to Stacy how a be-there environment was created, and Kurt decided to walk between the rows of focused landscapers to see what else he might find. He stopped at one workstation and watched for a few minutes as a fresh-faced young girl put the finishing touches on a dilapidated building she had been tasked with sprucing up. After a while, she sensed someone behind her and looked around. "Oh my God, Mr. Jacobs!" she shrieked. Her voice was loud. Everyone looked. "I didn't know you were there. Normally I work harder than this," she said. Amos caught wind of the commotion and ordered everyone back to work. "Relax," Kurt whispered to the girl, who now looked too young to be there. "I was just watching. How old are you?" 17. "And you like doing this?" "It's the best job in the world," she said. "I'm really making a difference." Kurt walked back to Stacy and Amos, still amazed at the scale of everything going on around him. "How many are there?" he asked, pointing to the workers. Amos shrugged. "I honestly don't know the exact figure, 2,000 or 3,000. It sounded impossible, but Kurt looked around and saw there could well have been 20 rows of 100 workstations. What he really struggled with was the fact that all of these people had been working away under his feet without him having the slightest idea. The logistics of getting them all in and out via the only elevator he could see boggled Kurt's mind, but their work impressed him even more. To make everything in the world scalable and manipulable was no mean feat, and one thing that he couldn't begin to get his head around. Lamenting how much better the landscaper's obvious talents could have been utilized elsewhere, he turned away from the rows of desks that seemed to stretch forever into the distance and shook his head at the wall. An infinite number of artistic Shakespeares doing the bidding of one megalomaniacal monkey, he thought. How did we get here? "Seen enough, hotshot?" Kurt answered by walking into the elevator. Amos smiled at Stacy. "Next up, Forrest." Chapter 44. The elevator stopped on the 20th floor, whose function Amos introduced while holding the button to keep the doors closed. "The other Forrest floors house a lot of staff," he said. "But there's not really much to see. They all just sit at their desks running numbers. This floor is where the real communications-related work is done." As Amos released the button, the doors parted to reveal an open-plan floor the same size as his own, empty but for a single desk. On the wall above the vacant desk was a huge slogan, "Freedom is connection." Kurt didn't know if Stacy would be able to see this, or if it was one of those expensive decorative placements that people could display within their homes. But it was the desk itself, and what its isolation suggested, that really caught Kurt's attention. "Colin has his own floor?" he asked. "Colin?" "He does important work, hotshot. I can't have him distracted." "Who is this Colin?" Stacy asked. "Head of communications," Amos proclaimed, "and one of my very best men. Third, probably, if we count Kurt. So, what do you want to know?" About Forrest, the true answer was nothing. Forrest was the least controversial piece of Sycamore's puzzle, given that most consumers already had a general understanding of how it worked and willingly contributed their data. Stacy had to seem interested, though, so she posed a general question. "What's the most important way that Forrest is changing how people communicate?" "Good question," Amos said, looking to Kurt and nodding. He liked Monica already. Kurt had done well to bring her. "Forrest has eclipsed the old big two of social media by offering an unmatched combination of networking and microblogging from the convenience of our consumers' hands. The typical consumer is more connected than ever with his 1,419 Syca friends and, On average, only 4 degrees of separation from anyone else in the country. Needless to say, these numbers are improving all the time. 1,400 friends today is 14,000 next year. Stacy turned to Kurt to see if she should say anything, but he was too busy being annoyed to notice. First of all, he said to Amos, those aren't friendships. And even if they were, how can connecting ever greater numbers of people in the shallowest possible way be construed as progress? What's your target? 0 degrees of separation? Amos's eyes lit up. Someday. But that's now. Everyone is already connected at such a spurious level. We all live in the same world and breathe the same air. Clicking accept as sick a friend doesn't suddenly mean that 2 people really know each other. It's just quantity. But quantity of what? 1,419 times 0 is still 0. Amos put his hand on Stacy's shoulder and addressed her directly. Kurt has the highest tree in the whole of forest, he tried to explain. Too many friends can be irritating, but I'm sure you can understand that most people don't have this problem. She nodded safely. The elevator's doors slid unexpectedly open once more, leading Amos to greet a familiar face. Communications Colin himself. Come on over. Stacy's eyebrows asked Kurt why Amos called this man Communications Colin. All Kurt could do was shrug. Colin, Amos continued, why don't you tell our guest about the SMEA? Ah, my social media extraction algorithm, Colin said, eager as ever to talk about his work. Well, it extrapolates a consumer's mood and susceptibility index from their recent posts and likes. We know what they're likely to buy, and we know how and when we can most effectively sell it to them. Reactions to carefully targeted ads are stored and fed back into the formula for future reference. In a nutshell, that is the very beauty of Sycamore. Our systems are self-improving. Amos smiled and hinted that Colin could get back to work. Colin stood there with his eyes closed and suddenly shook himself back into awareness. Ignore what I said. Don't quote that, he begged Stacy. Extrapolate is not the right word. It implies a margin of error. Like Mr. Jacobs said when he first pitched the seed, computers don't make mistakes. Our systems are incapable of error. Indeed they are, cawed Amos. And in fact, Colin, since you're still here, why don't you tell her about the social relevance values? Kurt had heard all of this before, but most of the ranking information was new to Stacy. Colin explained how a consumer's social relevance value was calculated through a combination of their number of friends and how many other consumers were talking about them. She pretended to think it was a great use of groundbreaking technology for consumers of higher social value to be paid more for wearing virtual advertising than others. Do you have any more questions before we continue upstairs? Amos asked her. Kurt widened his eyes to tell her yes, reminding her of the one semi-critical question they had agreed it would be wise to ask. Overt sycophancy, while safer than an adversarial approach, bore its own risks of inviting suspicion. Stacy addressed the question to both Amos and Colin. Surely you don't think we can reduce the nuances of all human interactions into metrics like these? We are complicated and complex creatures, no? Colin opened his mouth to answer, but Amos beat him to it. No is right. Consumers aren't complicated in our world, Miss Valentino. They are predictable creatures of habit and conditioned reflex. Convoluted bundles of likes and dislikes, zeros and ones, thoughts and actions. Consumers tell us what they like, they click what they like, and they ignore what they don't. We can tell what they're thinking by looking at what they're doing. There are a lot of variables, certainly, but not too many. Why is it believable that man can decode his own genome but not his own social behavior? There can never be too many variables. But these variables you are using to decide how valuable someone is, they have been arbitrarily plucked from the thinnest of air, Stacy said. She was maintaining the accent, but Kurt worried that she was nearing the line of speaking both too well and too frankly. We're not deciding anything, Amos insisted. The system does the work. Welcome to the future. Welcome to cyberocracy. Kurt could no longer even try to hide his disdain. This is nothing like cyberocracy. This is just clever people programming computers to make stupid decisions. As good a definition as I've heard, Amos chuckled. Sometimes you talk such crap, Kurt snapped. Cyberocracy would be asking computer systems to calculate things we can't, to follow trends and measure things in real time. We could be programming these systems to intelligently manage the Earth's natural resources, but instead, Colin is sitting here building ways to rank people by his own demented idea of social value. Look at him. He knows nothing about the real world. He doesn't even have any friends. How can he run Forest? Colin, only a few feet away, peered at Kurt through sad eyes. Kurt looked away. They sickened him. I take back what I said about you being clever, he said. You're a moron with skills. Amos rushed to follow Kurt back to the elevator, leaving Stacy to awkwardly wave goodbye to Colin. She caught up with them mid-argument. Nication's Colin and his staff look up to you like a god, Kurt, Amos said. Your seed enabled them to do things they had never even dreamed about. Why would you speak to him like that? I'll be expecting you to apologize personally. Expect away, Kurt said. I take it Gary from marketing has a floor too? No, I had to let him go. Sycamore doesn't really need to be marketed anymore, you know. Amos called the elevator's doors to close without selecting a floor. What's next? Stacy asked. Amos hesitated. I think that's going to be it for the tour. That couldn't be it. They didn't have anything yet. Kurt encouraged her to press for more. But you mentioned going upstairs, she said, perceptively taking the hint and running with it as intelligently as she'd run with everything else so far. With the crime epidemic we are enduring at home, my people would love to know about what you are doing with Crime Prev. Well, Amos sighed. Crime Prev exists to further personal and national security. Unfortunately, that's why you can't go in. My men upstairs are doing things like looking for unauthorized public gatherings and listening for dissent, so it's all very confidential in nature. I can tell you whatever you want to know, though. Kurt didn't like standing in a stationary elevator, but stationary was better than descending. All he and Stacy could do now was try to make sure that the next number Amos pressed was a high one. Okay, but how is the work in a Crime Prev monetized? Stacy asked, knowing full well that it officially wasn't. It's not, Amos replied. We receive public funding for the public service we provide. Like I say, I can't show you exactly what they do, but I suppose I could show you some of the older user tracking technology if you wish. Yes, I would very much like to see the work of your data collection team. I have read about them in some American publications. Mr. Minion, yes? Amos tipped his head and smiled a denial. I didn't mean I could take you there. Even Kurt hasn't been in the treehouse. Really? Kurt said. You want her to go home to Italy and tell them she came to Sycamore HQ and met some talented artists and a sad little man at a desk? We're so much more than that. The "we" caught in his throat, but it had to be said. We'll see, Amos replied. For now, try to appreciate that I'm taking her to the old tracking room, okay? Amos pushed 23, which was 3 floors higher than where they were, and 1 above his personal floor. The elevator moved in the right direction. Chapter 45. The doors slid open on the 23rd floor to reveal 2 men Kurt didn't know, standing in front of a wall-sized map covered in flashing lights. Before he got close enough to see what was on the map, Kurt wondered why so much space was wasted on every floor when the artists were hidden down in the basement, slaving away under the soulless lights, packed together like Japanese commuters. Within a few meters, the map explained itself. The lights were consumers, and the scale was the North American continent. Bright lights evidently meant a dense concentration of consumers, and it all brought to Kurt's mind satellite images of the Earth at night. He now thought this was a waste of time as well as space, and truly wondered why the men were there. "This used to be the height of tracking technology," Amos said, turning his nose up to the map like a smug tabby cat. "Impressive in its day, perhaps, but such crude technology is already operationally obsolete." "Do these guys do anything important?" Kurt asked. Amos shook his head. "Not really. They can use the system to search by name and see where someone is, but that's about it. It would be more hassle to get rid of them than it is to keep them, you know." The two men pretended they couldn't hear. Gutless or professional, Kurt couldn't decide. "Of course, nowadays consumers are no longer removing their lenses," Amos told Stacy as they walked back to the elevator. "So not only can we see where they are, we can see exactly what they're doing and seeing while they're there. We used our public funding to build a full nationwide grid for crime prev. It's a true reflection of human experience. The big European governments know what we're doing, and they want in." "What does the American public think?" she asked. Amos grinned. "Whatever we want." "What do you mean?" "Consumer opinion is highly malleable. On a broad scale, we ensure that society is supportive of Sycamore through our entertainment and news output. When quiet dissent does rear its head, a well-placed ad can appease, divert, or distract the problem away." "This treehouse must be some place," Stacy said. Kurt had instructed her to flatter Amos in hope of gaining access, and this was the make-or-break moment. "How is it even possible to monitor so many feeds, let alone deliver such precisely targeted advertising?" "Here's how it works. Consumers are assigned to groups," Amos said, seeming to enjoy getting down to the nitty-gritty. "Our matchers work at an individual level within the two most profitable groups, which amounts to 20% of consumers. That 20% merits 80% of our attention. The stream of a profitable consumer will be analyzed more than someone else's, but in return they receive the best-suited placements. If they stopped responding, then they would no longer be in the profitable 20%. Everyone gets what they want, you see." "And what kinds of groups are you talking about?" Stacy asked, scribbling in her notebook to maintain the pretense that everything Amos said wasn't being recorded by a tiny spy camera. Kurt was ready to pay close attention to the answer. He had never heard any of this either. "There are only 3 main groups," Amos explained. 2 small and 1 large. Spenders are targeted with expensive advertising for expensive products. Breathers just really watch TV, chat, and spend money playing games and changing their avatars. Losers are at the bottom. We make money from the people at the top and the people at the bottom. The rest, not so much. The breathers, some 80% of our seeded consumers, are largely an inconvenience in terms of profit maximization." "Why are you being so candid?" Kurt asked. Amos shrugged. "We have nothing to hide, hotshot. It's the European advertisers and governments who will decide whether to let us in, and once they see how we have everything nailed down, I'm confident they'll make the right choice. So anyway, on to the losers. We hit the perverts with sexual ads whenever they're alone, and we get them almost every time. When it comes to males as well as the perverts, we have the drinkers and the gamblers. They find themselves inundated with relevant placements. The click-through rates are just incredible. Advertising works on base needs rather than rationality, so we strike while the iron is hot." "Does Sycamore feel no negative responsibility for exacerbating these addictions?" Stacy asked, looking up from her notebook to meet Amos's gaze. "What I mean is, do you think it is right to profit from such human misfortune?" He was semi-annoyed by the question. "It's an issue of personal choice. I don't know how you Europeans like to do things, but here in America people are free to choose." "And on managing the ads," she began, "do you ever feel that the population is too high for best, how do you say, matching the placements?" "No. As I said, the feeds of the middle 80% are ignored most of the time." Stacy nodded. "And have you encountered any problems with reduced intelligence in the American public?" "Problems? No," Amos replied, smiling this time. More bodies plus less brains equals easy pickings. I don't follow. How can I put this? It's easy to fool 10 idiots, but it's easier to fool 20. Because after a while, they start fooling each other, you know? Stacy chuckled very slightly and wrote everything down. Amos liked that. Okay, he decided. You can come into the treehouse. He pushed 27, skipping a few mysterious floors, and stood quietly. When the elevator stopped, however, Amos blocked the closed doors with his arm. This is awkward, he said, facing Kurt. What is? Kurt asked. Well, you can't come. Kurt looked at Stacy, his eyes drawn to her effectively invisible spy camera. She was going to see everything. He didn't need to go in. But that wasn't the point. Amos didn't trust him. The suspicions were well-founded, of course, but that wasn't the point either. It's nothing personal, Hotshot. It's nothing but personal, you asshole. Stacy stepped back against the elevator's wall. I let you put a chip in my hand that had never been tested, Kurt said. My chip. My chip that paid for all of this. I put my life in your hands when I took that chip in my hand. And now you won't let me in? You'll let an Italian journalist we've known for a few days in, but not me? Stacy kicked Kurt in the foot to tell him to shut up. She was almost in, and his stupid temper was about to ruin everything. Fortunately, Amos didn't see it like that. By now, he had come around to actively wanting Monica to see the treehouse. She was interested, she was on side, and she was going to write nice things about it. Nice things that would help swing European consumer opinion further his way. The seed was coming to Europe whether those consumers wanted it or not, but they still had to be convinced to take it. Monica's article for Tech Italia was step one on the road to that destination, and Amos wasn't going to let Kurt ruin it. It was only Kurt, anyway. Okay, Hotshot, he eventually said. But I don't want to hear you moan about anything ever again. Deal? I can't promise that, Kurt replied. Stacy kicked him again. But I'll try. It was good enough. Amos instructed the doors to open, and as soon as they did, Kurt froze. While Stacy and Amos walked into the treehouse, he remained in the elevator, quite literally frozen on the spot by the sight before his eyes. Chapter 46. Come on, Kurt, Amos called. You can't see it from there. But he could. He could see it from there. He could see the wall that covered the circular windows of the building's most bulbous floor, and he would never be able to unsee it however hard he tried. He took a few steps into the room and looked at the central desk. It was round and full of Minion's data collection staff. His eyes surveyed the men for a few seconds. They were all men, then went straight back to the wall. The scale is humbling, no? Amos said. Stacy nodded coyly, making sure her hidden camera was getting the best angles. And what do you think, Hotshot? Kurt tried to tear his eyes away, but he couldn't. Small screens filled the wall, real screens that were as visible to Stacy as they were to him. Piled as high and as wide as the eye could see, each screen played for 10 seconds, then flickered to something else, to someone else's feed. The feeds were all raw, showing the world as the UltraLenses saw it before doing their work. The wall had everything. People at work, people staring at blank viewing walls, people making dinner, people in bed together. The treehouse was positioned at the widest point of the building. The wall must have been 40 feet in height, and God only knew how many feet in circumference. The ceiling was much higher than the other floors, but this wasn't like the other floors. This wasn't like anything else. So many vistas, so many eyes, so much power. an outward-facing ring of 60 DC workers staffed outmoded touchscreen computers. From that position in the center of the treehouse, one man could watch every other, all at once. Eventually, Kurt managed to look at Amos. "It's like the opposite of the Truman Show," he said. And then, more poetically, "Orwell on acid." Amos beamed, fully approving of the comparisons. "He said it's like Orwell on acid," he called to his staff. His eyes returned to Kurt. "Those guys call this the UV wall for ultravista, but now that you mention it, I much prefer the Orwell wall. No, the Orwall." Kurt regretted saying anything and turned back to the Orwall. Amos encouraged both he and Stacy to walk around the room. They did, and Kurt's outrage at what he saw took him quickly from one flickering column to the next. Stacy, on the other hand, had a job to do. She tried admirably to focus on the things that would upset people most. Infants being bathed, couples in bed, the very scale of the room. She also made sure to capture the voyeuristic expressions worn by the DC staff as they peeped through every keyhole on every door across the country. When Stacy squinted her eyes, the Orwall looked almost like a quilt, its ever-changing patches flashing private moments like an epileptic nightmare. This was Sycamore, and Sycamore was rotten. "So, that's that," Amos boomed from nowhere. "A damn good tour, if I don't say so myself." Kurt and Stacy both nodded despite themselves. Knowing that access to the crime prep floor was impossible, they started towards the elevator. After just a few steps, though, Amos pulled Kurt back. "I just need a second with Mr. Jacobs," he smiled to Stacy. She continued on. "Can we trust her to report the truth?" he whispered. Kurt looked at him with surprise. "Stacy? Yeah, she's a good girl." "That's good, then," Amos said. "But who's Stacy?" "Monica," Kurt gulped. "So why did you say Stacy is Monica's middle name? She prefers it." There was silence. "Monica Stacy Valentino? That's some name, hotshot. I don't think you could come up with anything better if you tried." As Kurt stood alone, cursing himself like never before, Amos walked over to Stacy and thanked her for coming. "What's upstairs?" she asked. "Above the treehouse is some empty space, and then the canopy." "What's in there?" she pressed. Kurt was equally intrigued. "You can't go up there," Amos answered flatly. Kurt held out an arm to stop the doors from closing. "That's not what she asked," he said. "Goodbye, Monica Valentino," Amos winked, decisively swatting away Kurt's arm and returning to the center of the treehouse. Seconds later, the elevator was gone. "Terrence," Amos called. Minion rushed over. "Yes, sir?" "I need everything you can get on this Monica character, and I need it now." "Why?" Minion asked. "Do I pay you to ask why?" "I only meant so I know where to focus my search, sir." "Fine," Amos conceded. "Jacobs is lying to us. They're both lying to us about everything from her name to her motives. They met 3 days after the launch at the Vertical Pig Farm protest. I want you to look back through his stream and find out where she lives and what they're up to. It's Stacy, by the way." Minion didn't like the expression Amos was wearing. "What are you going to do to them?" he asked. "That depends on what you tell me, Terrence," Amos said, looking at the floor and slowly shaking his head. "Damn shame it's come to this. I liked that boy." Chapter 47. Kurt and Stacy arrived back at his Longhampton mansion in the early afternoon and huddled over her laptop for the moment of truth. She connected her camera to its tiny dock, and before long its contents looked to be transferring over without a hitch. Kurt was nostalgically pleased to see things that he had forgotten all about, things like USB cables and spare batteries. It all seemed quaint and somehow pure. USB's painfully slow data transfer hadn't been missed, though, and it brought unbearable tension. When the single video file finally transferred, Stacy double-clicked it and held her breath. The screen then filled with the view from the passenger seat of Kurt's car as it rolled through the quarter-mile when Stacy had started recording. It had worked. She skipped forward and smiled like nothing else as high-quality footage of the ore wall rolled. "That's the visual we needed," she said. "The smoking gun. But if that's just what's happening in data collection, what do you think crime prev looks like?" "I don't even want to imagine. But is there any way we can get what we have online outside of Forest?" Kurt asked. He was aware that legislation had been passed forbidding ISPs from doing business with American consumers around a week earlier, but he remained hopeful that there would be some kind of workaround. Stacy shook her head. "Not here anyway. But hardly anyone else in the country would be able to see it, even if we could get it online. The only people who still have real internet access are people who have old mobile contracts with foreign companies that they pay for with foreign credit cards, and there aren't many of those people." "Where are they?" "North." "Do you know where exactly?" Kurt asked, excited by the prospect of a resistance movement. "Are they the we you were talking about before?" "It's best if we let them do their thing and stay focused on ours. Online isn't an option for now, so what else can we do to get this out there?" "That award I'm getting in 2 days," he mused. "The ceremony is at the university. A notice about it popped up in my lenses when we were at HQ, so they're advertising it well, which means a lot of people will be watching. That would be perfect. Nice and public. People will hear what I have to say before Amos can pull the plug. And once people know, he can't snuff me out." "Will you have a screen behind you like you did at the contest?" Kurt nodded, growing more and more optimistic. "I'm sure I'll get one if I ask for it. We could run the footage of the ore wall. That on its own will be enough to wake people up." "Which is good, because it's really the only thing we have that isn't public knowledge. Most people already know a little bit about how Forest works, and the studio was pretty boring. Only the treehouse was revelatory." "I want to say something about Forest, though," Kurt said. "The whole thing is too huge a contradiction to ignore." "What do you mean?" "I mean that our society has a deepening addiction to human contact. But Forest contact is false, like everything else in Sycamore's world. The system sells us ways to meet our needs, but they're never really met, are they? Intimacy issues sell cam shows and pornography, which only fuels further intimacy issues. It's the same craving for human contact that lies behind the social networking boom. But social networks have only ever offered the illusion of human contact. They don't deepen our relationships, they reduce them to a series of the most base interactions possible. It's like I said to Amos, we feel isolated in a world in which we somehow manage to simultaneously have everything and nothing, so we lose ourselves in a meta-world where we can enjoy popularity and relevance in the eyes of other people seeking the same. But people are we're more than status updates." Stacy nodded in full agreement. "But most people don't think so. However we feel about it, a lot of people like Forest. So I really don't think you should spend any time ranting about social networks. Just explain the lies Sycamore is telling. Maybe say something about how people started off being worried about privacy, and how everyone was careful what they put online because they never knew who would see it. But then they bought into the old line of, you decide who gets to see what. You can keep everything private if you want, without realizing that they had given the game away the second they entered their data. The company had everything." Kurt liked it. "Right," he said. "We were more concerned about having a secure password than about what we were sharing. As if a bored 15-year-old hacker motivated by chaos was more dangerous than a billion-dollar corporation driven by an insatiable lust for profit." Stacy nodded again. They made a good team. "And that was the point," she said. "We somehow felt safe sharing every aspect of our lives, whether through public posts or private messages, with a corporate entity that was A, legally bound by prior legislation to pass our data on to whichever government agencies desired it, and B, legally bound by a duty to its stockholders to share our data with advertising agencies and partners. We implicitly agreed to this by using their service, and explicitly agreed by ticking boxes beside user agreements we didn't have time to read. And it's even worse with Sycamore, he chimed in. People think their data is safe if they don't post it publicly. No one realizes that the service provider is the real threat, not some straw man peeping Tom. Like the old social networks, Sycamore has a massive database of deleted status updates, supposedly private messages, and a history of every consumer's online movements and purchases. But unlike the old social networks, Sycamore knows everything you do the rest of the time, too. They sell your data to advertising companies, who then buy placements. Advertisers pay Amos for your data, then pay him to display their ads. It's the greatest double dip in tech history, and our data and attention are the products that enable it. I'm with you all the way, Stacy said. But you can't say all that. It might be important, but it's not important enough. Not to most people. You have to start with something grand. Make it sound like a genuine acceptance speech, then hit them with a sudden twist. Kurt listened to what Stacy said, but his mind was still thinking of the best ways to phrase thoughts that had been lingering for weeks. He shared aloud what he had so far. How about this? When the first smartphones came out, and critics were warning us about sharing too much on social networks, having our location tracked and ditching cash for electronic payments, certain industry commentators insisted there was nothing to worry about. They said humanity would never sleepwalk into technological slavery, and we didn't. No, we skipped merrily along and attached the shackles ourselves. And as if to prove the point further, we didn't even sell ourselves into slavery. We queued up and paid for the privilege. That part is definitely good, she said. Maybe you should say that you wish you could turn back time and stop yourself from making the pitch that night? Kurt shook his head. That's not how time travel works. Stacy laughed at his incessantly literal outlook. None of it matters now anyway, he said. When we show footage of the ore wall, there will be a revolution overnight. The birds will eat the cat. I remember at the contest, Amos asked if he was the cat. He is. Sycamore is the cat. That's what the ravens were trying to tell me. Pick your moment and strike. Revenge is coming, so be ready to take it. The worst thing is how dependent on the system everyone is already, Stacy said. And it's not their fault. It's just how things have gone. This is going to be like ripping a Band-Aid off, but it'll definitely sting for a while. Kurt had never really thought in terms of people being dependent on Sycamore in this sense. But now that he did, the situation felt more complicated. Everyone's money, everyone's data, everyone's access to their houses and cars, it was all tied to Sycamore. If the rug was pulled from underneath, what then? People's lives were hard enough without him causing them all sorts of new problems. Stacy read the concern on his face. Discomfort and turbulence for a few weeks is better than what the world has now, Kurt, she said. People are being turned into slaves to Sycamore. It doesn't matter if the slaveholder feeds them every now and then and gives them a rough bed to sleep on. He still owns them, and they still deserve to be free. Everyone deserves to be free, and Amos deserves to go down. I can't wait to dance on his grave. The last part of Stacy's comment gave Kurt the feeling that her hatred of Amos came from something above and beyond what they'd seen in the treehouse, and likely had its roots in something far more personal. I have to know, he said. Why do you want to crush him? I mean, really, why? He killed my father, she deadpanned. It sounded like the start of a vigilante superhero's origin story, but Stacy was serious. What? The car crash was Sycamore's fault. My dad was wearing UltraLenses to come and visit me because he didn't know the way. Oh, Kurt said. I remember what the old route finder app used to be like. You synced it from your phone and dodgy arrows appeared onto the road. They always took you into the wrong lanes. It was like a seriously primitive be there, and it was way too easy to crash. Maybe. But this wasn't about the arrows. This was a goddamn ad. Kurt's mouth fell open. How do you know? Because he didn't die straight away. At the hospital, he told me that an ad for Lexington popped up and wouldn't go away. He tried to take the lenses out while he was still steering, but it was too late. He crashed into another car and killed 3 people. Kurt struggled to process what he was hearing. But I thought there were no pop-up ads until after the seed launched. So says Amos, Stacy said. But Sycamore ran limited testing on pop-ups last year, then abandoned the project after complaints that there was no way to close them quickly. Their involvement in the crash was covered up. No one believed me. No one believed my brother. But we both heard my dad, Kurt, and he wasn't making it up. I believe you, Kurt said. I believe him. The same thing happened to me when I was driving. If I'd had to get a phone out to close the ad, I'd have had no chance. When was the crash, anyway? Last November. Kurt's heart sped up. November what? 28th. Why? He could barely bring himself to share the shattering revelation. Those 3 people who died in the other car were my parents and my sister-in-law. My brother was driving. His injuries are fading, but he still blames himself. Stacy gulped. It wasn't his fault. It was Sycamore. No, Kurt said. It was Amos. Chapter 48. Night came and went, with Kurt and Stacy falling asleep on his sofa talking about everything. They planned his acceptance speech to the letter, and when the sun rose, the recognition ceremony was only 1 more day away. Kurt was getting used to taking and leaving his lenses out, but around 20 minutes or so after waking up, he decided to check if anyone important had contacted him overnight. He walked into the closet and put his lenses in. There was a message. Amos wanted him at HQ to talk about something. Anything? Stacy asked when he returned, guessing from his face that the news wasn't good. I have to go to HQ, Kurt sighed, having hoped beyond hope that such visits were a thing of the past. Amos says this is the most important thing ever. I guess I should go right away. Looking like that? Stacy asked with a grin. No offense. Kurt felt his rough stubble and looked down at his slept-in clothes. I'll reel you something in the car, he shrugged. Stay right here, okay? Stacy nodded and kissed him goodbye. Chapter 49. Kurt and his fancy fake suit entered the lobby to be greeted by a security guard from the desk. Mr. Amos is in a meeting, the man said in a noteworthily gruff voice. He wants you to wait on his floor. Okay, Kurt said. He stepped into and quickly out of the elevator and sat on a sofa near the window, hoping he wouldn't be waiting for long. 5 or 10 minutes later, Amos emerged from the elevator, vocally announcing his arrival before Kurt saw him. I didn't think you were coming, hotshot. Cut to the chase, Kurt groaned impatiently. Why am I here again? For a heads up that we're announcing something big tonight. If we waited until tomorrow, it might take attention from your award. We're going to have a little celebration rally tonight, actually, so I'll take the opportunity to remind everyone to tune in to see you tomorrow. I want you to arrive with Monica. I don't know why, but the world loves a good romance angle. Kurt was pleased that at least the name slip seemed to have caused no lasting harm. What are you celebrating that deserves a rally? He asked. Well, this is the major last announcement I see us having to make, Amos proclaimed. It's that big. Compulsory seating? Amos looked at the ceiling and took a few seconds to choose his words. More or less, he admitted, sitting down and inviting Kurt to follow. I just stood up. And what does more or less even mean? It's full currency digitization, hotshot. From January 1st, a Sycamore balance will be the only legal tender in these United States. We've done it. It's the end of physical money. Quietly smug, Kurt knew that the house of cards would have fallen long before then. His grand reveal would bring forth a tsunami of truth to send Amos's crazed ideas back into the recesses of his mind, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. He said nothing against the move, but wondered aloud why it was so far away. Why wait nearly 6 months? Something like this needs a transition period. But I'm glad you seem accepting of the situation, Kurt. It shows maturity. And in time, I'm sure you'll appreciate that fully digital currency really is better for everyone. Kurt decided that he should play angry, as he would have been if he didn't know that Amos's game was 1 day away from being over. If by better for everyone you mean better for you, he boomed. A 0.5% charge on every transaction, even when people have no choice but to pay with the seed? It's the Holy Grail, an infinite source of profit. And really, why should anyone care that you can see everything they're buying? I can see that you're wearing your smart-ass face. But your words are true, Amos shrugged. What exactly are people buying that's so important to keep private? Weapons, drugs, pornography? Only people with something to hide have secrets. Like I always say, good things are done in the daylight. This was a natural step for us. Powerful interests have wanted to eliminate cash for a long time, so I'm a popular man for building the bridge to take us there. Full control over the nation's money supply was all that mattered, as Kurt knew today and as Mayor Rothschild had known in 1838. But this was something altogether worse. Because as well as their high-level control, Amos and Sycamore would have full control over every individual's access to their own money. This truly was beyond frightening. But the end was so near that Kurt was past caring. Past caring, but still curious. He vocalized his wonder about something else, something more basic. Why is it that you and your type are so driven by money anyway? I mean, why spend your days collecting money when you're killing everything that used to be good in the world? Good? What does that even mean? Amos asked. Good is nothing, hotshot. But success? Well, success I can count. Kurt shook his head in contempt. You've set it up so that we can leech profit from every human need and action, and for what? So we can sit in comfortable chairs looking out at a hollow world? So we can buy fake clothes in the same matrix we've trapped everyone else in? None of you people think. You just do whatever brings you more profit. Everything is broken, but you just keep going. The streets are dirty, so you paint over the dirt. Cooperatives and family-run stores are being run out of business, so you cover up the storefronts. People in this very city are living in third-world conditions, so you airbrush it all away. Your whole world is like real you writ large. Fetishize superficiality and to hell with everything else. Amos shrugged. He didn't see the problem. But what happens when the roads start cracking and rats come for the waste piling up on the street? Kurt went on. Sure, you can cover them up, but that won't stop the buses from crashing and the rats from biting. Problems need solutions, not diversions. Now that's good, Amos said. Solutions, not diversions. Clever. You used to say clever things like that all the time. I used to be angry about things. Now I don't care. You're building a system that can't sustain itself. Sycamore is pregnant with its own demise. As if, Amos dismissed. And if it was, why aren't you trying to save it? You're a part of this. Your seed is the biggest part. You know this isn't what I wanted. All this power and profit, it's not for me. You act like you were trying to do something good, Kurt. But you were always in it for the money and the glory. You didn't hesitate to take the infinite credit, did you? Kurt's eyes widened in anger at this attack on his integrity. Listen, I only took your money because I needed it. Real people need money. That's how the world works, thanks to people like you. And what about the glory? Amos asked. You could have submitted the seed anonymously. It was a contest. I had to pitch it. You listen, hotshot. Salk gave away the polio vaccine for free. No ego involved. You entered a contest and stormed off the stage when it looked like you wouldn't win. So please, Don't think you're kidding anyone with this selflessness shtick. Kurt walked over to the window, too angry to think of a reply. I like that south side wall in the late morning light, Amos said. If you stand close and look out dead straight, you can see your reflection. Kurt shuffled his feet meekly. See? Amos asked. Obviously. There you are, hotshot. Kurt held his own gaze as he felt a gloating arm position itself around his shoulder. There he is, Amos whispered with a smug wink. The man we've all got to thank for the boundless riches coming our way. Chapter 50. Amos's snide comments on Kurt's role in delivering Sycamore's boundless riches really got to him, creating an immediate need to regain his perspective. Going somewhere high up that wasn't Sycamore HQ would help him to see the bigger picture, Kurt hoped. And the perfect place was only a few minutes away. He had felt it all before and said most of it, but Kurt's feelings of disillusionment were stronger now than ever. From the top of the Jobs Monument, he zoomed in on the crowds of consumers sauntering along the street below, pointing and gasping at things that weren't there, their open eyes looking at one another without seeing. It was like a herd of wildebeest, mindlessly moving. But what was their watering hole? A Tasmart? A massage chair at home waiting to be fallen into for the evening's viewing to commence? And it couldn't be properly described as a herd, each moving independently and oblivious to the others as they were. So what was it? Not a sea of humanity, he thought, for there was beauty in the sea. There was hope, and there was zest, and there was life in the sea. The people almost looked like germs to Kurt, like Sycamore had projectile vomited onto the street after consuming one too many consumers. He didn't like himself for this thought and didn't see himself as superior to anyone else, knowing that knowledge gleaned from his position on the inside was all that separated him from the masses. He liked himself even less for his direct role in turning the city's populace into sycamore-sucking zombies, leeches at the company's teat, lapdogs in their game. In hindsight, the monument was a poor choice. "Closing time, kid," came a voice from the steps. "Already?" "Yep," the male attendant said. 2 hours a day. What are you doing up here anyway?" "I wanted to see the view." The attendant looked puzzled. "That's so. We don't get many folks coming up here these days. You do know that you can see this same view from your living room or any place else, right?" "I know," Kurt said. "I invented the seed." "Oh. You're that Kurt Jacobs?" He nodded. "Well, I never. You must be pretty damn proud of yourself." The man beamed, well-meaning in his simplicity. Kurt walked towards the 214 steps and took a final look down at the infected masses. "Something like that," he said. "Something like that? You crack me up, kid. All those folks walking through the world with your seed in their hands. What do you think when you see them?" "What do I think when I see them?" Kurt echoed. He didn't have to look down again, but he thought for a few seconds before settling on an answer. That there's more to life than being alive. Chapter 51. "How did it go?" Stacy asked before Kurt was fully through the door. "Amos wants you to come to the event tomorrow," Kurt said. "He wants us to arrive together, to play the romance angle, so he's laying on the big black car I used to be driven around in. I'll have to wear my lenses, so I think you should stay at home tonight and meet me at HQ in the morning. Will you be able to get there in a taxi or something?" Stacy nodded. "But was that what he wanted you in for today? Just to tell you that? It doesn't exactly sound important enough for an emergency visit like he said, right?" "No, it wasn't. He wanted to tell me about the big rally tonight." "What's it for?" "Currency digitization." "Oh, God." "Oh, God, what?" Kurt asked. "Stacy, we're taking everything out at once, remember? None of this matters. Sycamore will be dead tomorrow, so digitization won't even happen. Let them have their little party. It'll make tomorrow all the sweeter. I know that in my head, she said. It's just, if this doesn't work, things are going to be so bad. I thought it would be like boiling a frog, with things getting gradually worse and worse. But already here we are. Currency digitization is the last thing before the seed is compulsory. None of this has been gradual. It's more like Amos put everyone in a microwave with the promise that once inside we'd find heaven through technological convenience. Then, beep, beep, boom. Before we know it, everything is blown to pieces. Kurt had ignored most of what Stacy said after hearing 4 unacceptable words near the beginning. If this doesn't work, he repeated. If it doesn't work? You need to understand going in that if this doesn't work, neither of us will see tomorrow night. This isn't a game. I know, she said, and I'm all in. Are you? Obviously, I have to be. This can't work without me. Even if Amos lets you speak, no one would listen to an Italian journalist. But the public knows me. Amos has built a personality cult around me that would make Stalin blush. People trust me. Once you do this, do you think he'll try to distance you from Sycamore and say you're making up lies because you're angry about something? Or worse, what if they take measures to shut you up when you start speaking? It doesn't matter what they say to the public or what they do to me, Kurt insisted. Once the whistle is blown, they can't erase its sound. Anyway, I'll have to take you home pretty soon if I'm going to that rally. Are you going? I think so, Kurt said. It makes sense. Will you be fine until the morning? Stacy smiled. I'll survive. After all, I was fine every night and every morning before I met you, hotshot. Is that so? Kurt asked, trying not to laugh. Get in the car then, Monica. Even after a few recent instances, Kurt still found it difficult to drive without lenses. On arrival at Stacy's, he briefly popped them back in, unable to shake the message-checking habit, but wisely kept his eyes inside his jacket so that no one in D.C. could see his vista. I've got another new text from Amos, he said. What does it say? Kurt read the message out loud for Stacy. Come along tonight. We're blowing up a bank. Tell me how it looks, she said. I will, but I don't want him to know I'm going. It would be too awkward. Stacy opened her door and stepped out. Kurt typed a lie into his hand. I'm busy tonight. I'll see the highlights on TV. What are you doing that's more important than this? Came Amos's rapid reply. Kurt replied just as quickly. Washing my hair. He then removed his lenses once more and followed Stacy to her front door. He accepted her invitation inside, but almost tripped over her as she stopped just inside. Whoa, she said. Look at all those flyers. Kurt looked down. They were all the same, expounding the benefits of seating and firmly encouraging the occupant, identified by the system as a holdout, to join the Sycamore Revolution as soon as possible. Why are there so many? He asked. Stacy crouched down and counted them. 27, she said. Wait, wasn't 27 the highest floor we got to at HQ, where the treehouse was? Kurt gulped. There's no way this is a coincidence. That specific number right after we were there? And there's something I should have told you right away. The only reason I didn't is that I thought I got away with it and I didn't want to worry you. But just before we left that day, I tripped up and called you Stacy. Amos seemed like he bought the lie that it was your middle name, but now I don't know. I'm sorry. You should have told me, she said. I know, Kurt nodded. But the more I think about it, the more I think you should stay away tomorrow. It's a needless risk. You've done so much already. You don't have to do this. Of course I do. This is about making a stand, Kurt. It takes 5 times more energy to stand up than lie down. But who wants to spend their life on the ground? It might not be easy, and it might not be safe, But making sacrifices to fight the good fight never is. That's why they're sacrifices. I have to be the change I want to see, and I have to walk my talk. If I don't, why the hell am I even here? Awestruck, Kurt gazed into Stacy's impassioned eyes. Okay, he decided. You can come. She leaned over to kiss him, and in the softest of lips, Kurt felt strength on a level deeper than anything conscious thoughts could process. Stacy's determination came from something stronger than conviction. Her courage, her determination, and her selflessness knew no bounds. There was no one Kurt would rather ride with into battle. Chapter 52. Before he watched the rally, Kurt had an unshakable urge to talk to someone he hadn't talked to in far too long. He rang the comically old-fashioned buzzer at the revolving doors and waited for an answer, hoping beyond hope that it would come. Yes? Kurt Jacobs for Professor Winter, he said in his best voice. The doors began to move. Kurt ran up the computer science building's stairs and along the hallway. He walked into the professor's office without speaking and rolled his eyes in slow circles. The professor didn't get it, so Kurt rubbed his eyes with both hands. Slowly realizing that Kurt wanted him to take his UltraLenses out, Professor Winter rolled his own eyes 360 degrees and raised his eyebrows a few times as if to ask if that was indeed what he meant. Kurt rubbed his eyes again and coughed. The professor took out his lenses. What is this, Jacobs? He then asked. Are you in trouble? Kurt's naked eyes darted around the room to double-check there was no surveillance equipment. Satisfied, he shook his head and stood against the door. Not yet. Spill it. Even relive is being wasted, Kurt said, as though he had already introduced the main reason for his visit and the professor had any idea what was going on. It was meant to relive wonderful memories, family gatherings, first kisses, you know? But no one does anything anymore. People have nothing to relive from their own lives because they're all too busy pissing them away playing Happy Pigs and whatever movies Sycamore wants them to watch. Everyone is too busy watching other people live their lives to do anything with their own. The professor sighed. Just imagine how the guy who invented the internet must have felt, Jacobs. There he is, spending his life on this incredible means of communication in the hope that doctors could cooperate internationally, that knowledge would be democratized. And what did he get? 70% of web traffic was sex-related, with most of the other 30% taken up by people telling each other what they had for lunch. The internet was good to start with, Kurt said. But then it got all commercial and mainstream. By the end, it was filled with the same kind of people who trample each other to death in queues for cheap jeans on Black Friday. Still, though, just think of all the knowledge that's no longer accessible. The real internet was our Library of Alexandria. Amos burned it down, but no one noticed. Everyone had already moved on to the shinier library next door. The worst thing is, I did the exact same. I moved on without looking back. The seed has everything I need, and if I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, I'd be just as happy with it as everyone else is. But that's the bottom line, Professor Winter said. People here are happy with what they have now, so you can't beat yourself up too much for giving it to them. Things are always hijacked, wasted, and misused. That doesn't mean they're not good things. The devil can quote scripture to serve his purpose. Kurt closed his eyes and gulped. This talk was helping like he'd hoped it would. Sit down, the professor said, lifting a box from the folding chair in the far corner of his office and moving it next to his own. Kurt obediently followed the instruction. Now tell me, if you give a man a potato, what will he do? I don't know, Kurt said, too caught out by the randomness of the question to do anything but answer immediately. Of course you don't. It depends on the man. One man might plant it and hope to harvest more. One man might boil it for immediate sustenance. Another, less patient man might try to eat it raw. But there's always that one man who will put a stick in the side and cover it with nails to make a weapon. There's always that one bad egg ready to lead the rest of the flock astray. Professor Winter had always mixed metaphors like a madman, and Kurt had never minded. It made his lectures enjoyable, no matter the topic. And then there's the real fruitcake, he continued. No one can even try to predict what the hell he's going to do with it. He might dress the potato up like a tiny child, throw it onto a train line, and kill himself crawling to its rescue. You can never tell how people will use something. That's the point. Kurt leaned back in his chair. What am I supposed to take from that? That's just it. Nothing. Everyone today is always looking for what they can take. But I know you're better than that. You're a giver, and you always have been. You came up with a brilliant little chip that the most privileged and expensive minds in the country had never dreamed of. You gave it to the world. Whatever you give them, some people will waste it, and others will turn it to their own nefarious ends. That doesn't mean you should stop trying. Not a jot. You want something to take away? Kurt nodded like the fresh-faced teenager who had first walked into Professor Winter's classroom almost 5 years earlier. Okay. The moral isn't, don't try. It's never don't try. So keep handing out potatoes, Jacobs. Always try. You're a smart kid. You know what to do. About that. Yes? I'm planning something big for the recognition ceremony tomorrow, Kurt said. I can trust you, right? With your life, Jacobs. You know that. Okay. I snuck a journalist into HQ, and we filmed everything they're doing. I'm going to play the footage in the auditorium when everyone is watching me. When Kurt said this out loud, it felt even riskier in his mind than it did already. That's a very permanent thing to do, the professor said. One way or the other, I expect the consequences will be equally final. That's what worries me, Kurt gulped. We lied about her identity, the journalist, and she's unseated. But I think he knows something. There was a cryptic warning at her place today. Professor Winter blew air from his lips. Does she know about the warning? Yeah. And she still wants to do it? Kurt nodded. Well, if you're both making an informed choice, the consequences are on no one else. Choice is what counts. Exactly, Kurt said. And that's why I'm doing this. There's no choice for everyone else. People have to use Sycamore services. Everyone said they had to use the old portals, too, the professor mused, thinking aloud rather than arguing. They had to network for their jobs, and they had to stay in touch with old friends. You know, the old friends it was crucial to stay in contact with, but too inconvenient to visit, call, text, or email. They had to be a part of it when it was the only place where their friends hung out. I don't have many old friends, so I didn't have to do any of those things. Likewise, people who don't want what Sycamore offers don't have to take the seed. Kurt wasn't sure if Professor Winter was serious. He thought so, but hoped not. You make it sound like Sycamore is just a social network, he countered. If we were only dealing with Forest, then you'd be making sense, but that's just one component. Maybe the most used, but not the most invasive. They're watching everyone, all the time. The whole thing is just surveillance dressed up as convenience. Wait until you see the ore wall, then you'll understand. This isn't just another corporation collecting and selling our data so the government can track us. This is a corporation aiming to partner with every government. One that collects our information and instantly determines our access to essential services. And they're announcing currency digitization tonight. People literally can't live without using money. And people will adjust. Your unseated journalist friend must be managing to get by as things are, no? Infuriated by Professor Winter's dissociation from the problems, Kurt raised his voice for the first time. Whose side are you on here? There doesn't have to be sides, Jacobs. Well, there are, and we all have to pick one. Anyway, what do you mean she must be managing? She can't buy food from most stores, soon to be any stores, and she can't even ride the bus without a seed. You know nothing about her. You know nothing about anything in the real world. Every morning you come into this office and sit around worrying about nothing. As opposed to you, who drives his yellow Prendico through a Longhampton gate every night. I get mobbed when I go outside, Kurt replied, further angered at having to defend himself. You don't know anything about me either. Okay, I have everything, but guess what? I'm the one risking everything because I hate what the world is becoming. Stacy is right there with me, risking her life because she hates this crap too. Living without a seed is almost impossible, but for her it's better than living with one. She actually cares about the world, and she's going to be by my side when we blow the lid off this thing. Before you do anything stupid, Jacobs, are you sure that this Stacy can be trusted? Kurt's expression stiffened. What did you say? Stacy, are you sure you can trust her? What kind of a question is that? I'm only looking out for you. Of course I can trust her, Kurt boomed. I met her at a protest against that new pig tower. She's unseated. She doesn't even have lenses. Come on now, Jacobs. They would hardly send someone who... Wait a minute, Kurt said, rising to his feet. How do I know I can trust you? The professor's hands urged him to calm down. This is what they want. People turning against each other. You started it, trying to put that seed of doubt into my mind. Well, it won't work. I trust her and I love her. Professor Winter sighed. I knew it. You don't know anything. All I'm asking is that you step back and assess the situation. Bad things happen when smart men let their hearts win. She's with me, and that's the end of it, Kurt snapped, rushing to the door where he turned his head to deliver a parting shot. I wouldn't expect a bitter old man like you to understand. By the time Kurt put his lenses in, just a few minutes away from the campus, a message from the professor was waiting for him. Principles get people buried, Kurt. Don't be an idiot. Run while you can. In 5 years, Professor Winter had never called Kurt anything but Jacobs. The change to Kurt somehow suggested sincerity, so his reply was defiant rather than angry. I can't not fight, Kurt typed into his hand as he walked down the street. The professor's final message came almost instantly. Please, run. Chapter 53. After parking beside Sycamore HQ, Kurt decided to experiment as he walked towards the central bank where Amos had planned his big stunt. The bank was near the Jobs Monument, from where Kurt planned to watch the rally, so it didn't take him long to walk there. The experiment, as it went, involved walking through the city wearing one UltraLens. The experience was truly mind-bending. Nothing made sense with one lens in and both eyes open, but the setup allowed Kurt to navigate Sycamore's meta-world without completely losing touch with reality. Even without B there, the world looked cleaner and fresher from behind a lens. Seeing people in tatty clothes and immaculate outfits at the same time gave Kurt a feeling akin to motion sickness. He looked down at his own feet and saw 2 different pairs of shoes at once. His mind told him that optics shouldn't work like this, but his eyes begged to be believed. A saying kept running through Kurt's head. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. With that in mind, he closed his naked eye and climbed over the fence at the Jobs Monument, whose viewpoint would provide the best view of the night's events. The monument was closed, but there was no attendant. And really, he was Kurt Jacobs. From the top, Kurt's naked left eye could see a demonstration panned off to the side of the rally. His UltraLens-wearing right eye couldn't. He closed his naked eye again and zoomed in. There was nothing there. Sycamore had always been good at putting things into the world, augmenting reality as per their initial remit. But only now did Kurt appreciate just how adept they had become at hiding things. No lens wearers would see or hear the protest, which meant that in their reality it wasn't happening. Kurt's naked eye could see police. The fact that they weren't intervening suggested that the protesters were all seated and had paid their protest charge. Kurt could just about make out a long banner about the mark of the beast. It was difficult when the eye that could zoom wasn't the one that could see the protesters, but they didn't look like Fury River-style extremists. Amos would gain nothing from tricking the nut jobs into attending, only to hide them anyway, so it seemed that the announcement of currency digitization had instead pushed some genuinely religious people over the edge. To risk coming out when Sycamore was already so powerful, to stand up against something, to stand up for something, even if Kurt didn't agree with it, he certainly felt that there was something commendable about that. The worst part of the deceit was how hollow it really was, because if people would only take their lenses out, they would see what was going on, not only with the protest, but everything else too. The public's dependence on the seed for necessary socioeconomic activity meant that freeing themselves from the matrix wasn't as simple as removing their lenses, but doing so for even a few moments would at least pierce the illusion. Amos then addressed the crowd, interrupting Kurt's thoughts by filling his right ear. Kurt tuned out but heard bits and pieces of Amos blaming the bankers for all of society's ills and promising a new era of fair economics. Amos whipped the assembled city into a frenzy over those wretched fat cats who thought they could forever get away with creating money from nothing and loaning it to us with interest. It was bizarre. Amos spoke as though he wasn't about to assume their role with the added bonus of a universal 1% surcharge. "Too long have they exploited us," he shouted. "Too long have we let them. Today we take no more. Today we blow them away." Amos walked over to a novelty-sized detonator and pushed down on the handle. The central bank exploded into the night like an angry supernova. Kurt could scarcely believe that both of his eyes could see the explosion. Amos had actually blown up the bank. For a second, he wondered why the demolition wasn't faked. Then he acknowledged that Amos no doubt wanted the last few unseated consumers to get the message. Like it or lump it, Sycamore was in charge now. One of Kurt's eyes watched in amazement as a colossal sycamore tree was quickly unveiled in the bank's place, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. He almost felt bad for the companies with massive HQs in the nearby quarter mile. They had spent hundreds of millions of dollars on tributes to their own vanity, and Amos had just dwarfed them all with an imaginary tree. After much fanfare and several celebrity appearances, Amos announced that the rally was over. He sent the herds home with a message for the next day. "Don't forget to tune in for more fireworks tomorrow morning when the father of the seed, local boy Kurt Jacobs, will be honored for his unparalleled contribution to humanity and his sterling services to Sycamore." Amos then looked up towards the top of the Jobs monument and saluted, revealing that he had known where Kurt was the whole time. "And trust me," he continued, "if you thought tonight was exciting." Chapter 54. Kurt opened his bedroom door and froze. Sabrina's blue teddy bear sat on his bed, gutted. Foam spilled from its stomach and a knife lay abandoned nearby in the most overt attempt at intimidation he had ever seen. It was sickening. It was frightening, and it was a new low. But he couldn't rise to it. Kurt went to bed angry and impatient for the morning to come, because when it did, he was going to kill Sycamore. And the afternoon? Well, that was for Amos. Chapter 55. Kurt tried to steady his nerves as he stepped in front of his mirror to put the final touches on his real-life outfit for the recognition ceremony. He had chosen a $3,000 real use suit for the eyes of masses top, but also wanted to look nice for Stacy, one of precious few people left in the unaugmented world of old. Defeating all attempts at relaxation in an instant, a message then appeared in Kurt's vista to notify him of a text from an anonymous sender. He was intrigued because no one was anonymous. Intrigue turned to deeper unease when he saw the message. "If you go, you won't come back." "Who is this?" Kurt typed back without wasting a second. "Minter," came the reply. At this point, Kurt dismissed the warning, safe in the mind that Minion was just being his typical self, jealous of Kurt's recognition like a middle manager drowning in his own irrelevance and obsessing over an Employee of the Month award. Knowing that Minion was doubtless watching, Kurt looked in the mirror and gave himself the middle finger, then winked and left. On the way to the quarter-mile, he stopped at a red light and heard a seductive female voice calling through his open window from inside a Taskmart. "Psst, Kurt." He turned instinctively to the source of the sound, where he saw an attractive, if immodest, ad girl standing by the entrance with a Lexington in her hand. She spoke again. "Who says it's too early?" This was the first real ad girl Kurt had ever seen, and she looked shockingly real. At least as real as the real you-enhanced women who walk around the city, he thought. What struck him most was how completely she seemed to fill the space in the Taskmart doorway. She looked nothing like a hologram or a ghost. With none of the kinetic problems that came with physical robotics, she also enjoyed the advantage of bypassing the uncanny valley. If Kurt and Stacy hadn't formulated this plan, how long would it have been before fake ad girls were carrying out full conversations with unsuspecting men? It didn't bear thinking about. There was something about the road, too, but Kurt couldn't quite put his finger on it. He parked outside HQ and walked to join Stacy by the black car in front of the Sycaplex, just as planned. "Good morning, Monica," he said. She smiled and readied her Italian accent. "Mr. Jacobs?" The driver opened their doors, Kurt's first, as seemed to be universal protocol. But as soon as Kurt sat down, he received a text from Amos asking him to have the driver wait and to step out of the car. Apparently, there was an urgent issue to discuss and privacy was necessary. "Driver, hold on," Kurt called. "I'll just be a second." He then promised Stacy, "I need to make a quick call." Kurt stepped out onto the street and selected Amos from his voice call menu. "Are you outside the vehicle?" Amos asked a few seconds later. "Yes." "Good. We couldn't have the driver hearing anything. If there are any people around the car, please cross the street towards HQ." Kurt did. "Okay," he said. "I'm out of everyone's earshot." Amos sighed loudly enough for it to be fully audible through Kurt's in-earphones. "When will you learn, Hotshot? When will you learn that cats eat birds, and that's just the way it is?" "What?" "I gave you everything, but it wasn't enough," Amos went on, no emotion in his voice. "Money, power, status. You could have had it all. But no. I'm disappointed in you, Kurt. You and your little friend. Monica, was it? No. Stacy, right?" With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Kurt moved to dash across the road towards the car. "You don't want to do that," a gruff voice spoke. So gruff, Kurt didn't have to see its owner to know it was the guard from the lobby. He and another black-suited man unceremoniously grabbed Kurt and kept him from running. "Count with me, Hotshot," Amos said in his ear. 3. "Stacy!" Kurt cried at the top of his voice. "Stacy!" One of the goons muffled his mouth. 2. Kurt bit the goon's hand and shouted again, somehow even louder. "Stacy, run!" She rolled down her window, thinking she'd heard something, but the affronted goon punched Kurt in the stomach hard enough to knock him to the ground and prevent any further warning. Stacy saw this and threw open her door to run to Kurt's aid. 1. From the side of the road where he lay gasping for air, the last thing Kurt saw was Stacy's right foot hitting the ground as she hurried to help him. Boom! The car exploded, taking Stacy, the front of the Sycaplex, the disposable driver, and 11 innocent consumers with it. Chunks of everything flew across the road as Kurt Jacobs closed his eyes to die. Chapter 56. Barely conscious, Kurt couldn't muster any energy to free himself from one of Amos's goons as the far larger man pinned his chest to the ground to prevent him from getting away. There was nowhere for Kurt to go and no reason to fight anyway. Stacy was dead, and with her their plan to free the world from the curse his seed had afflicted upon it. "Hey, hotshot. Glad you're all right," a mocking voice teased inside his ears. "You might want to take a look at this." Kurt's entire vista was then replaced by a horrifying image, one almost on the same level as the sight of Stacy's obliterated body. It was Professor Winter, hanging from a sycamore tree. The picture sat under a headline reading, "Child Sex Professor Found Hanged." The accompanying report claimed that a sex abuse investigation had been closing in on him. Knowing that the professor had been murdered and now defamed by these lies of the very worst kind, Kurt ripped the lenses from his eyes. He clawed at them, frantic fingernails drawing blood from his sensitive eyelids. He thought about the 27 flyers, warning Stacy that she was in danger. He thought about the professor, murdered and framed without even that much of a tip-off. Kurt lay on the pavement crying, and quickly put his lenses back in his aching eyes to communicate with Amos. Amid everything else, he noticed only now that Real You, or something like it, had apparently begun allowing consumers to virtually enhance their cars, with the vast majority clearly having jumped at the chance. Kurt noticed this without caring, naturally, given the ruthless killing of his two confidants. "Why would you kill the professor?" he screamed. "He was nothing to do with anything!" "You told him too much," Amos replied, devoid of emotion. "That one's on you too." Kurt stood up, the guard apparently having been given orders to allow him to do so, and sprinted away. A cordon of police officers gave him no chance of reaching Stacy, which, despite her death, he still wanted to do. So he set off towards HQ while yelling at countless members of the public that Amos had caused the explosion. Despite the volume and shockingness of these words, no one would listen to him. When he reached a bus stop, the few people who weren't tuned out in full immersion asked who he was and how he would know. "It's me," he said. "Kurt Jacobs! I invented the damn seed!" They all laughed. "Listen, bro," one said, a man in a yellow hood. "I know what Kurt Jacobs looks like, and you sure as hell ain't it." "What the hell are you talking about? It's me!" "Are you some kind of crazy person?" an older woman asked. "One of those dangerous and deludeds they keep warning us about." "Take out your lenses and see," Kurt begged. "It's a lie! Everything is a lie!" "Take out our lenses? He says to take out our lenses!" Yellow Hood scoffed before turning back to Kurt. "Man, you're crazy. I won't see nothing without these things. How am I going to know if someone texts me?" Kurt approached the last group at the bus stop, hoping to find some sense in the father standing with two children. "Get away from my family!" the man yelled, decisively crossing this hope off the list. Kurt kept trying to explain who he was, right until another man stepped forward and punched him in the face. Cheers erupted. The crazed weirdo had been silenced. Beaten, but not quite defeated, Kurt turned and ran directly towards Sycamore HQ's entrance. A sticky mixture of blood and tears had collected on his cheeks, but no more seemed to be coming. The pain of everything was so great as to be numbing. Far too much had happened at once for any of it to fully register in an emotional sense. Too much had gone wrong. Too many good people had died. The door at HQ was predictably locked, so Kurt tried the AR keypad. Where there should have been numbers, there was a message reading, "Access denied." Perfect. He stepped away from the door as the valet approached and hid behind the tree from which someone had thrown an egg at him a lifetime ago, hoping to sneak in before the door closed like Stacy had taught him. The valet noticed. "Closed building, sir," he said. "Authorized personnel only." "It's me, Kurt! You parked my car, man! Come on! It's yellow, remember?" "It says you're barred from the premises," the valet said, confusion crossing his eyes. "What the hell did you do? Why are there so many red arrows pointing to your head? And you look totally different. I hear your voice, but—" Arrows, Kurt thought. Like when Rocco couldn't pay his movement tax. Kurt realized in that moment that he was marked as wanted in the eyes of Sycamore personnel and law enforcement, but disguised as an everyman to the rest of the city. He looked in the building's glass front and saw his augmented reflection. Quite simply, it wasn't him. The face reflected back at him looked nothing like his own. Movement on the other side of the glass took Kurt's attention from the reflection, and he quickly saw that Minion and Amos were in the lobby. Minion was pushing fingers into Amos's chest and remonstrating about something. They were shouting, but the glass was too thick to make out any words. Kurt remembered Minion's warning to stay away, and it dawned on him for the first time that he really had been trying to help. Decidedly lacking in other options, Kurt picked up a rock and threw it through the building's glass face. This was crude, but effective, causing Amos to turn around in shock. Kurt jumped through the ragged hole and ran towards him, but an armed security guard casually stepped away from his desk and intercepted Kurt's path. "You should have listened, man!" Minion said, the tone upset rather than gloating. Amos looked at Minion. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Nothing," Kurt said. Minion's eyes thanked him for the discretion. "Now tell your goon to let me go. I'm not here to fight you." Amos nodded, prompting the goon to release Kurt and return to his desk. Kurt walked to Amos and stopped inches from his face. "You're an animal," he whispered through gritted teeth. "Go away, Kurt," Amos grunted. "Stay away. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing, so trust me when I say that no one will bother you. Just go back to Longhampton right now and stay there. Your seed will still grant access to your car and house." Kurt's gaze intensified. "I'm not going home," he insisted. "I'm going upstairs. I want to see every vista that saw that car in the last 48 hours, and I want it now. I want to see who planted the bomb. My orders planted the bomb, hotshot, but your actions forced my hand. Your deceit and your lies and your scheming little scheme. What did you think would happen? But if you go home and keep quiet, this doesn't have to go any further. You don't look like yourself, though. So don't mention Kurt Jacobs. He's gone. If this is too difficult, there is another way, an easier way. Check your pockets." Kurt put his hands into both pockets at once and found a small, gray pill. He examined it for markings, but found none. "Cyanide," Amos said. "No pain." Kurt threw the cyanide pill on the ground and crushed it with his heel. "If I'm going down, you're coming with me." Minion, still standing next to Amos, looked in Kurt's eyes with something resembling respect. "Admirable in its own way," Amos conceded. "But there are more in your house, for when you change your mind." "I'm not going anywhere." "Jesus," Amos sighed to Minion. "How stupid is this guy? I'll tell you one more time, Kurt. Go away. Stay away. Or what? There's nothing else you can do to me." Amos looked at his wrist, straining to make out the time on an imaginary watch. He said. "Sabrina should be waking up right about now." Minion looked at Kurt, then Amos, and finally the floor. "That's it. I'm out," he said, walking away. Kurt grabbed Amos by the throat, much tighter than he had a few days earlier. The security goon rushed to grab Kurt, then dumped him by the door. "You're going to die slowly!" Kurt shouted to Amos. "And you'll never know when I'm coming!" Amos winked with so much gusto that his whole head moved. "Bye for now, hotshot." Kurt stepped out through the hole he had made in the front of the building. Minion, waiting outside, put a consoling hand on Kurt's shoulder. Tears filled his eyes. "Kurt, I'm truly sorry. I didn't sign up for this either." Kurt shook the hand away. "Too late," he said. "Too goddamn late." Chapter 57. Feeling like he should collect some of Stacy's personal things before Amos had people clear out her house, Kurt set off. Still wearing his lenses, he drove with an understandable lack of care over who knew where he was going. He passed the corner where he used to meet Stacy too quickly to notice that the overflowing dumpster had been airbrushed away, rats and all. On arrival at Stacy's house, he realized that he really didn't know what to take. Her notebook was on the table, so he picked that up first, thinking there might be a lot about Sycamore inside. He opened it and saw that there was. She had filled most of the first half with notes about Sycamore's actions and Amos's sleazy links to well-known political figures. Many of the revelations and most of the notebook's other contents were new to Kurt. He was very glad to have found it. A quick look through the second half revealed a lot of sketches. There was some pretty messed up stuff, the worst being a full-page sketch of dead consumers lying on the street, formed into piles and arranged in the shape of a sycamore leaf. Evidently, Stacy had been wrestling with some darker thoughts than he had known. More happily, there were other pictures, too, mainly drawings of highly ornate dresses. They were all so good, even more vivid than the ads. In another life, Stacy could have been a designer for Real You. And this led to Kurt ruefully reflecting that their time together had been too short for him to get any real sense of who she was, outside of a wonderful person who hates Sycamore as much as he'd come to. A few pages further, one particularly detailed sketch showed Stacy herself wearing one of the dresses, a long white one with all kinds of frills and sequins. The next page unmistakably contained a portrait of Kurt, sporting a tuxedo with a smart side parting in his hair. He kept flicking through, unsure what else he would find. Next came a picture of Kurt and Stacy together, but they were no longer smiling. There was a holy man in front of them, and he wasn't smiling either. Kurt turned the page again. They now stood beside a huge cake, while the holy man held a knife in the air. There was one page left. Kurt braced himself before turning it. When he finally did, he saw a macabre scene. His own left hand rested on the table, partially detached, as the holy man focused intently on sawing it off at the wrist. Everyone was smiling, including Kurt, and Stacy had drawn a love heart in the top right corner of this page. There was writing inside the heart, but not their names. It read, quite simply, "Free at last." More than a little weirded out, Kurt flipped backwards through the notebook and came to a natural opening point a few dozen pages back. The top said, "Dear Ernesto," and the bottom of the page was dated only a week ago. The rest, a message of some 20 lines, had been ripped out roughly. Kurt wondered what was going on. Another man? Quite possibly. No one had ever said anything about exclusivity, but he didn't think his powers of perception were weak enough to have completely missed something like that. And then, a thought comforted him. If there was another man, she wouldn't have been drawing pictures of an imaginary wedding to Kurt. Whoever Ernesto was, Stacy hadn't been in love with him. Maybe another dissident, Kurt dared to dream. This thought made as much sense as anything else, so Kurt kept Ernesto's name in his mind as he put the notebook under his arm and walked out through Stacy's front door for the last time. Chapter 58. Kurt pulled over for his last stop before going home. He looked at Randy's gate and saw that it had been virtually cleaned up by someone in the basement at Sycamore HQ. In an odd sense, having something new and trivial to be annoyed at was almost refreshing. Kurt turned off the car's engine and immediately heard a voice in his ears. Only too predictably, it belonged to Isaiah Amos. "I told you to stay away," Amos said. "I'm going to say goodbye." Kurt could sense that Amos was debating how to reply, picturing his smug face. "All right, hotshot. 5 minutes. But don't mention what happened. Undisguise me then. If it's the last time my family can see me, I want them to see me." Amos paused for thought again. "Okay," he decided. "But only because I liked you so much." Kurt opened the gate and knocked on the front door. This felt like one of those times he shouldn't barge in. "Hey, bro," Randy said. "Whoa, what happened to your face?" Kurt tried to remember. "Oh, yeah, someone punched me. So you can see me, right?" "What?" "I'm out," Kurt said. "2 people who knew what I know are dead, and I have to disappear. Amos—" "Kurt," Randy interrupted. "Look, if you're in trouble, then you can't be here. The kids are here." "I came to say goodbye. It's okay. He knows I was coming." "Is Sabrina upstairs?" Dumbfounded by what was happening, Randy could only nod and point towards her room. Kurt sprinted until he reached her door. There was no answer when he knocked, so he stepped in. He had felt distant from Sabrina for the past few weeks, what with her keenness on the questionable things Sycamore had pushed so hard to children her age. But he was delighted to see that her nose and hair looked natural. She was in full immersion, though. It was only then that he noticed something else. A picture on the wall. It was one of those decorative placements, and they didn't come cheap. The image was an old one. Sabrina and Kurt smiling together last Halloween, long before the seed. So she must have taken an old phone or SD card into a Sycamore branch where they charged to convert it into a seed-ready file. That would have cost her at least $20, and the permanent virtual frame was easily worth another $80. Kurt felt conflicted. His heart still burned with rage that Sabrina's childhood and innocence were being destroyed by a system he had played no small part in ushering in, and that feeling was one that would never fade. She should have been out playing, or talking with her friends on the phone, not staring into space, earning money doing surveys and wearing advertising placements. But the burning rage was now joined by a gentler warmth, softer, but somehow much stronger. It was warmth from the fact that Sabrina could think of nothing better to spend her money on than a picture of the 2 of them together. Warmth from the fact that he could look at the picture and see the little girl he remembered. And most of all, warmth from the knowledge that behind the lenses, she was still there. He didn't interrupt her. Randy was now upstairs with a tear in his eye. Kurt stepped past him towards Julian's door, which he opened and closed behind himself. "Yo, Julian!" he called, somehow managing to use the happy tone he always did. "Hey, Uncle Kurt," the boy said, smiling warmly at the welcome surprise of an unexpected visit. "Hey, kid. How did your sister afford that big picture?" "I talked her out of the nose thing." Kurt smiled for the first time all day. "I love you, JJ. You're a good kid." Julian studied Kurt. He never said things like that. "What's wrong?" "I have to go away," Kurt said. "Why?" "If I told you, you would be in as much trouble as I am." "Uncle Kurt? What have you done?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Whatever they say, nothing. But if people do say I did something, I don't want you to get yourself into trouble defending me. People will believe whatever Sycamore wants them to believe, so we'll just have to wait and see what that is. Just know that I'm innocent of everything." "Tell me what happened," Julian pleaded. "I swear I won't say anything." Kurt shook his head. "So where are you even going?" Julian asked, giving up on the fruitless attempts to elicit the story of how it had come to this. "Home. Well, Longhampton. After that, I don't know. But I can never see any of you again." JJ started to cry, looking so young that Kurt wondered how he could ever have been angry at him that night before the contest. Why had he ever argued with any of them? Why had he never told them how much they meant to him? And why had he never shown them? Why had he said what he said to the professor? Why had he told the professor he loved Stacy but never told Stacy that he loved Stacy? Why did it always have to be too late before he realized that one day it would be too late? "What will I do when you're gone?" Julian choked out, extending the circle of unanswerable questions. Kurt shrugged weakly. Tears now fell from his eyes, too, slaloming down an unfamiliar path on stoical terrain and mixing with the dried blood from earlier. Julian traced their descent, mesmerized. He was mesmerized by the thickness of the tears, mesmerized by how slowly they moved, mesmerized that they were coming from Uncle Kurt, the bravest man in the world. Uncle Kurt, who had always been young enough to be his friend, but old enough to be his hero. Kurt pinched the top of his nose with his thumb and index finger to make himself be strong. He searched his mind for advice to leave with Julian. "Look after your little sister," he eventually said. "She's just a baby. She thinks she's so grown up and she wants to be so big, but she's not. She's not, okay? Even if you sometimes think she is, she's not. She's going to need you more than ever. I know it's a lot to put on you, but I know you can handle it." Julian sniffed sharply and rubbed his eyes to tell the tears that they were no longer welcome. He had far less success on this front than Kurt had. Kurt held out a hand for Julian to shake in acknowledgement of the transfer of responsibilities. But Julian instead threw his arms around Kurt's chest and held him tight. "Even if you sometimes think I'm grown up," he sobbed, "I'm not." "You will be," Kurt said. He walked to Julian's door and nodded him goodbye. "You will be." Randy was still waiting at the top of the stairs. "Whatever happened," he said, largely succeeding in containing his own emotions. "Whatever happens, I know you did what you thought was right. You always did." Kurt looked in Randy's eyes. "Sycamore killed them," he whispered. An ad popped up in the other driver's vista, right in front of him. "The guy couldn't see you. I just found that out, but I know for sure." Kurt walked away, heading out of the front door and through the artificially derusted gate without another word. He opened his car and had one leg in when he heard Randy calling. "Kurt!" He stepped back out. "What?" "Thanks." Chapter 59. Kurt drove to Longhampton in a daze. He expected the gate to open as its camera scanned his car. It didn't. When the Prendico finale crashed into the steel at 48 miles per hour, its driver felt nothing but darkness. Chapter 60. Kurt woke up in his crumpled car, oblivious to the 5 hours that had passed. As soon as he stirred, a horribly familiar voice rang through his in-earphones. "I know you don't want to hear from me, Hotshot, but I've pulled some strings and created a new account for you," Amos said. "You did well to go home, and were sorry about the mix-up with the gate. Now we need you to continue disguised. A name will be assigned and you will retain your unlimited credit as a gesture of goodwill. We'll be monitoring your communications and movements closely. It's imperative that you don't talk about Kurt Jacobs or go near his family. His body is going to be found in a river, and no one will ask any questions. Understood?" Kurt ripped out his left-in earphone in anger at the message, bringing forth an agony beyond anything he had ever imagined possible. Even through the rage, he couldn't bring himself to remove the other one. He looked in the rearview mirror at someone who wasn't himself and saw blood pouring from his ear. Then he realized that Amos would be watching his reflection, probably smiling, so he smashed the mirror with his bare hand. The door of a battered Prendico finale swung open, and a man who used to be Kurt Jacobs stepped out. Bleeding from the ear and hand, blood-stained at the mouth and eyes, he stumbled through a bent gate in a $3,000 virtual suit and staggered into his Longhampton mansion. The broken man made it to the fridge where he collected an 8-pack of Lexington Blue before carrying it to the bedroom with his good hand. He and the Lexington sat in silence. It was better than cyanide. Chapter 61. The comfort of the bed, the decadence of the hot tub. Every sight, every feeling, everything reminded him of Stacy. Everything reminded him of everything. The stupid house from the stupid money from the stupid seed. Kurt threw the Sicka News onto his viewing wall to see how they were reporting the day's events. It sickened him. Spuriously defined enemies of Sycamore were being held responsible for Stacy's death. Kurt expected to be named as a suspect, but what followed was even worse. "We believe that Stacy's killers are also responsible for the disappearance of seed pioneer Kurt Jacobs, who selflessly devoted his life to the betterment of ours." Kurt lay without sleeping and breathed without thinking until sunlight came again. He then tried to rewind to see Stacy in the rain, but he couldn't. His account had been terminated and replaced. Sycamore had taken his memories. All that remained were the hours since he woke up in the car, the scant memories of whatever new man Amos wanted him to pretend to be. He put the Sicka News back on, a poverty of ideas leaving him with nothing else to do. Taking out his lenses would have only left him in an even more disadvantaged position, so in they stayed. The news was still the same, as Sycamore vowed that they wouldn't rest until the perpetrators were brought to justice. Stacy's face never appeared without what seemed to be the new Sycamore logo, a dove holding a sycamore branch. Kurt had always anticipated the announcement that came next, but he had never imagined the circumstances in which it would be made. Amos sat at a grand desk in his office and spoke directly to the camera. "The cowardice of targeting two young supporters of our common cause goes some way to revealing the type of enemy we are dealing with," he said, the tone bombastic. "This enemy wants to go unseen, and until now it has. Sycamore's commitment to public choice is a cornerstone of our success. But a time comes when public safety must take priority. The good people of our great country understand the value of Sycamore, of our seed and our UltraLenses. The only people affected by a move to compulsory seeding would be those in the criminal underground that has thrived on invisibility and anonymity for far too long. Their ability to conduct operations without Sycamore services highlights just how far removed from the rest of society they are. Truly, they have something to hide. Had these criminals been seeded and equipped with UltraLenses, our unassailable detection mechanisms would have worked to prevent their heinous acts. Stacy Palomino would be alive, Kurt Jacobs would be safe with his family, and the two would have reached the recognition ceremony to deliver their report on Sycamore's positive role moving forward. Instead, tonight our sky will shine without two of its brightest young stars. We retain hope for Kurt's safe return, but that hope fades by the hour. Should the worst come to the worst, he and Stacy will not have died for nothing. In Kurt's honor and Stacy's memory, Sycamore is solemnly pleased to announce the government's passing of Bill NTEF-2, Stacy's Law. Publicly elected officials have welcomed the opportunity to use their mandate to protect your children and their own with the passing of this legislation, which will come into effect on January 1st, along with currency digitization. Stacy's Law requires all persons to receive a seed and wear UltraLenses at all times in all public spaces. No longer will invisible terrorists plague our country. No longer. From death comes renewal. From chaos comes order. From tragedy comes hope. From despair comes Stacy's Law. Worse than for nothing, Stacy had died for a lie. Tears of rage escaped Kurt's lenses. Amos then announced that there would be a memorial rally at 5 p.m. during which the president would officially sign the bill. Kurt stood up and considered trying to crash the party. Upon remembering the threats to Sabrina, he fell back onto his bed, broken. Chapter 62. The government conducted military flyovers throughout the afternoon as a show of strength and to demonstrate solidarity with Stacy and Kurt. When the newsreader said that the jets were about to pass over Longhampton, Kurt took one lens out and went to his door. People on the street were pointing and cheering. He wasn't sure if they could see him at all, or if the effects of his unpersoning currently extended to invisibility. Everyone was looking into the sky and fawning over the jets that only one of Kurt's eyes could see. It was a stark sign of things to come. A population of perfect consumers impressed, relaxed, and controlled by the nation's collectively imagined military strength. The jets in Kurt's right eye left patterned smoke in their wake, the dove and branch symbol of the new system. Just before 5 p.m., Sika News reporters introduced British, Spanish, and German news coverage showing masses of demonstrators demanding that the seed be allowed to launch in Europe. Stacy's death and Kurt's disappearance had captured the world's imagination. And then came Sycamore's second rally in 48 hours, this one stupendously well attended and viewed around the world. Stacy's Law made wearing UltraLenses compulsory at all times and mandated universal seating, which would now be offered free of charge for anyone who couldn't afford it. The handshake between Amos and the president was greeted with wild applause from an audience who had been worked into a frenzy for the main event by a textbook oscillation between fast and slow music, while a megascreen flashed all kinds of state-manipulating images. Kurt watched on his viewing wall, half-heartedly hoping there would be some kind of protest. He hoped for dissent in the beaten way that people always hoped for things they knew couldn't happen. It was as though he was praying for something dead to come back to life, something dead like independent thought. He looked at the herd lapping up the lies behind Stacy's Law and cheering and begging for more. Indebted by their Cicolato addictions and placated by the scraps tossed to them by the system, they truly had been reduced to consumers and nothing more. Kurt lamented that he had given Sycamore so much with the seed, and yet this was what they had made of it. But then he thought that maybe all he had done was given them a gun, and complained when they pulled the trigger. It was his fault. He had tried, and he had made things worse. Professor Winter's words about the moral stuck in Kurt's head, taunting him. "It's never, don't try," he had said. Reality had shown that idea up for the mindless optimism it was, and hope didn't sit well with the facts of Kurt's situation. Professor Winter and his positive thinking were dead. Stacy was dead. Kurt could never see Julian or Sabrina again. There was nothing left to try for. Amos had left a tub of cyanide pills in Kurt's kitchen. It was a tub of 100, presumably in case Kurt felt the need to kill himself 100 times over. He unscrewed the lid. Once would be enough. Kurt took his UltraLenses out before taking the pill, loath to give Amos the satisfaction of watching his surrender. He pictured Stacy in his mind and prayed, despite a lifetime of non-belief, that he would get to see her again in a few minutes. He opened his mouth and brought the pill towards it. But then, perfectly, an angel appeared. It wasn't in Kurt's head, and it didn't look like an angel, but it was bursting through his front door, and it was here to save his life. Chapter 63. Minion? Kurt gasped, stunned by the identity of his visitor. Or was intruder a better word? I'm on your side, Minion blurted out, spying the pill. Put that down, okay? As Kurt wavered, Minion knocked the pill to the floor and crushed it with his boot. Kurt was quietly thankful. He hasn't won yet, Minion insisted. What the hell do you mean, he? You're with him! Minion pointed to his own face. I was with him, but so were you. Put your lenses in and tell me I still am. Kurt collected his lenses from the drawer where he had left them. There were no new messages when he popped them in. He turned around and saw "Wanted for Murder" written above Minion's head. He clicked the link, which took him to a Sicka News headline claiming that Terrence Minion was suspected of plotting to kill Stacy Palomino and of kidnapping Kurt Jacobs. The story spoke of recently discovered evidence which suggested that Minion was on the payroll of a rival corporation and was trying to block Sycamore's international expansion. He won't send anyone here, Minion said. They can't come here. If they came here, people would know you were alive and they would wonder why you really disappeared. We're both safe here, for now anyway. Speaking of what you know, Kurt said, having known Minion far too long to be able to trust him at the drop of a hat. If you knew he was going to kill Stacy, why the hell didn't you stop him? You want the truth, Kurt? Can you handle it? Kurt nodded. Okay, no more lies. I honestly never knew Stacy was going to be in the car. I thought he was planning to kill you, not her. I still don't know why he let you go. You're a loose end. So you were fine with him planting a bomb as long as it was for me? Kurt asked. Minion shrugged. You were working against us from inside. So if that doesn't make you a legitimate target, what does? But I still felt that you deserved a chance to back out from what you were about to do. That's why I warned you. You didn't listen, so I stood aside. But then he starts killing women and threatening kids. Minion was shaking his head frantically and rubbing under his eyes. And it pushed me over the edge. I didn't sign up for any of that, so I walked away while I still could, and now I'm wanted for a murder I didn't commit. Did you know he killed the professor too? Kurt asked. Not until you did. I saw from Winter's Vista that you visited him on campus. But I don't know what you said once his lenses were out, and I didn't tell Amos about it. My nephew says you're a bad liar, but I'm not so sure, Kurt mused. If you didn't tell Amos, then how the hell did he know? I don't know, Kurt. Okay, I don't know everything. Amos probably had someone else watching me watching you. He is paranoid like that. You have to believe me. Why would I let them kill Professor Winter? He gave me so many chances. I would have been nothing without his help over the years. An absolute lack of options meant that Kurt did have to believe Minion, but that still didn't make it easy. Whatever you tell yourself, Stacy is dead because of you. There's no use playing the blame game, Kurt. But if you want to, why did you still go through with it even after you saw those flyers? Even after I gave you the warning just before you left? You knew she was in danger. Was taking Sycamore down more important than her safety? Kurt didn't answer because there was no answer. And then he looked at the floor, because maybe there was one, and maybe he didn't like it. Minion took it all as a yes. But you draw a line with your brother's kids? A line made of blood, he hissed. And if Amos crosses it, I'll turn it into an ocean of his own. They're all I have left since you killed Stacy. I can't undo what's already happened. Seriously, Kurt, what do you want from me? He knows I'm here. That's a risk I've taken, all so I could tell you this. As long as we have these seeds, he'll know exactly where we are, and he'll know that we're together. Kurt's eyes suddenly lit up. That was it. Minion's chance to prove he wasn't playing some deranged triple agent game. Take your seed out, Kurt said. What? You heard me. Minion walked into Kurt's huge kitchen. Where's the sharpest knife, then? Kurt pointed to a knife block, and Minion selected its smallest and most precise-looking constituent. He sat down on Kurt's sofa and pressed the blade against his palm. Stop! Kurt shouted, pushing Minion's knife-wielding hand away. I just wanted to see if you would do it. Minion held Kurt's gaze and tightened his grasp of the knife. No, you were right. We have to get them out now so they can't track us. Remember when I first got mine and I sent you a glance across the street? We all smiled that day. This thing could have been so good. He handed the knife to Kurt. You do me and I'll do you. You're insane, Kurt said. But he related to the tone in Minion's voice when he spoke of his own disappointment at what the seed had and hadn't become. In some ways, Kurt thought, maybe they weren't so different after all. Minion tried to force a grin. One of us has to be. Kurt looked back and forth between the knife and Minion's palm. The seed couldn't be in too deep, could it? After all, a hand is only so thick. Waiting makes it worse, Minion told him. At least take some oxy and ice it first. Minion accepted the idea, and Kurt went to get what they needed. He came back with a tub of pills and 2 bags of frozen peas. Thanks, Minion said, applying the ice pack to his left palm. You should numb yours now, too, though. I'll take your seed out right after you've done mine. Kurt did as Minion suggested. He took several pills, thinking slightly too many was better than not enough when a kitchen knife was about to dive deep into his palm. After 10 minutes, both of their left hands were numb from the ice. It was time. Quick and fast, Minion instructed. Don't mess around and don't second-guess yourself. There was always a small black square on people's palms where the seed had been injected, a micro side effect that no one bothered talking about, so Kurt knew exactly where to cut. I'm going to need tweezers so I can pull it out when it's in sight, he said, standing up to get them. Minion kept looking at the wall and shaking his head. This is sick, man. This is sick. Man up. I'll be back in a sec. Get bandages, too, Minion called after him. And something to bite. Kurt came back with a second set of supplies. Minion bit down on a rolled-up towel, but in truth had done enough pills to get through the makeshift deseeding procedure without much physical pain. As long as he didn't look, it would be fine. Less than a minute later, Kurt had Minion's seed in his hand. There, he said. It wasn't very deep. Minion pressed the bandage against his palm, and White turned red quicker than he was comfortable with. How much blood is it before you die? He asked. More than that, Kurt sighed. No time for such needless dramatics. Just do mine, okay? They repeated the process with the roles reversed, and Minion was almost as efficient as Kurt. As soon as Kurt's bandage was on, both men fell back against the sofa. This is it, Minion said after a few pensive minutes. There's literally no going back. There never was. No, but it's different now. We can't stay here. They'll know what we've done, and they'll know that we're going to run. Which we are. I know a place we can— No way, Kurt interrupted. I can't do anything that puts Sabrina in danger. He said to stay here. Listen to me, Kurt. Amos promised that she would be fine if you stayed away. We are staying away. Hear me out, okay? What I have in mind doesn't put her at risk, and by the time we've given Amos a reason to act, we'll have taken away his ability to do so. Kurt sat up. I'm listening. I know somewhere where there are people who want to kill Sycamore almost as much as you do. You want to see Amos go down, and I have to clear my name, so we're on the same page here. What we need to do is reach those people. And to do that, what we need to do is steal a less conspicuous car, one that doesn't need a seed to activate it, and drive until it runs out of gas. Then we'll steal another car and do the same. Amos knows some of what I know, but not everything. The people we need to find have internet that we can use to mess things up. I coded most of the core infrastructure that Sycamore's main systems run on, and you know the seed better than anyone. Together, we could pull the rug out from under his feet. No other two people would have any hope of doing this, but together we might just be able to pull it off. But how? Kurt asked. He liked the idea in theory, but that was all it was, a theoretical idea. Minion raised his eyebrows. Kurtonite is asking how? Come on, man. Back in the day, you could get into anything. You were better than me. This isn't like the games we used to play at college, Kurt said. Sycamore's security must be the tightest in the world. It is. But who do you think built it? Yeah, but you don't have access anymore. You're terminated, like me and that guy Rocco. Minion's trademark snake smile broke out on his face. This time, Kurt didn't hate it like he normally did. You think I didn't leave myself a few holes in Amos's system like the one you left in his building? Kurt, I'm almost offended. Kurt's heart quickened. Minion was serious. Once we get inside, we can lock Amos and his puny security team out, Minion went on. Think about it. We could put whatever we want in the sky before they even realize something's up. We could access and run footage from your old Vista during the explosion, and everyone would hear that Amos was behind it. We could show the Orwell wall in the tree. Orwell, Kurt said. Right. We could show them the Orwell. We could show them everything. Or, if you really want to wake everyone up, we could just kill the servers, disable the lenses and seeds all at once. We can blow the lid off this thing. And when we do, people won't just sit there and talk about it. Birds eat cats when they get the chance, man. And even sheep riot when the dog goes too far. Kurt was thinking about it. Minion could see that. Kurt, if these guys up north really do have full internet access, then it would take us less than an hour to end this forever. We can do this. You can win. People definitely have internet, Kurt insisted. Stacy said they were using mobile internet from foreign companies and paying with foreign credit cards. She knew a lot about the resistance. That makes sense. Did she ever talk about having family up north? Her dad, maybe? She said her brother moved north after her parents died, Kurt replied. Why do you care? Minion walked to Kurt's table and called him over with a wave of his bloody hand. He opened Stacy's notebook. When you two were in the treehouse, her notebook was open at this page. How much do you know about this Ernesto guy? Nothing. She never mentioned him. And this number? Kurt re-examined the 3 digits after the ripped-out section of page beside Ernesto's name. It's probably the end of his phone number, he guessed. Minion shook his head. 942 is 94.2. It's an old radio frequency. I know she brought a shower radio here when she packed a bag to spend the night. Find me that radio and switch it on. You need to hear this. We need to find Ernesto. Kurt fetched Stacy's radio from the master bathroom and tuned it to 94.2. A young-sounding dissident was midway through a looping call for support. The future may be Sycamore's, but only if we let them have it, said the somehow familiar voice. Right now, this moment, this is ours. All the lies in the world can't take this away from us. Anyone with knowledge of the seed and its operations will be especially welcomed, and prior involvement with the company will be seen as an advantage rather than held against you. But whoever you are, if you are still listening, we need you. You aren't happy, we aren't scared. Revolution is not your enemy, she is your only friend. But revolution doesn't happen by itself. Kurt stood up, moved by the dissident's stirring address. His mind flowed like a river carrying romantic thoughts of revolution and justice for Stacy and the professor. In that moment, Kurt realized that Professor Winter had been right. The moral wasn't, don't try. It wasn't, give up when the system seems unbreakable. The moral had always been the same. hate the system and find the flaw that can destroy it, hijack the system and use it to kill itself. Suddenly, it all made sense. The moral really was always try. It had to be. Because from death came fury, and from fury came passion. Passion intoxicated by the promise of revolution. Deliciously attainable, heeding its call was Kurt's only option. Time alone stood between him and vengeance. Kurt looked inside himself and decided once and for all that he was in, even before the final line of the broadcast. He started towards his room to pack a bag while the final line of the message came through the speakers in an assured and empowered tone. I am Ernesto Palomino, and you are exactly what we need. Thank you for listening to Sycamore. Written by Craig A. Falconer. Narrated by Stephen Barnett. Text copyright 2013 by Craig Falconer. Production copyright 2023 by Craig Falconer.